All right. What's good, everybody? How everybody doing tonight? We back for another edition of you know what it is, Heart of the City, where we take you around all New York City area sports. And today we got an action-packed show. Of course, the rundown, Giants, tough loss, knocked out of the playoffs. Of course, we're gonna talk about that. We're gonna get into the Jets, man. They still looking for offensive coordinator to help out Zach Wilson. Knicks, Nets, trade rumors heating up. And of course, the baseball and as always, Coach's Corner with the college and the women's sports. That being said, got my guests up here. Of course, you see we got a additional guest today, Mr. Mitch Kofsky. Appreciate him taking the time to come up here and troll us. I'm just playing, man. But
Okay.
Coach, Jeffy, Mitch, how y'all doing tonight, man? What's good? Talk to the people.
I mean, I'm doing great. I'm doing great right now. That's all I got to say.
Coach, you there? Jeff.
All I can say is it was a long weekend, but there's a couple of things to get excited about for this upcoming week and weekend. Just say that.
Yeah, this weekend's going to be fun.
Yeah, right. Most definitely, man, y'all. So, that being said, I want to give a shout out to the sponsors of the show. Shadow Wars Radio, man. That's the feel good music, that home feel, that R&B, that soul music. Also a media outlet, man, doing great things in the community in the New York, New Jersey area. So please go check out Shadow Wars at www.shadowwarsradio.com. Links will be in the description. Also, go check out Go Travels, man. Anywhere you want to go in the world, we can take you there. Sports, vacations, excursions, you name it, man. We can make it happen for you. Passports and all that, man. So go check us out, man. www.getouttravels.com. Links in the description. And we're gonna have a special sponsor tonight later on in the show, but not gonna spoil you the fun. But let's get into it, y'all. Giants, man. Giants. So we'll talk about the game real quick and then move on to, the what's next. Far as the game, the trenches, the lines, the offensive lines, the defensive lines is where the Giants lost that game. They got pushed around the run game. Philly over 250 yards rushing, and they got killed with the pass rush. 5 sacks on Daniel Jones, tons of pressures. Couldn't get a whole lot going on in the run game. So the focus will be on the offensive and defensive lines if I'm the New York Giants. There's a lot of talk about Daniel Jones. We're going to talk about Daniel Jones, but breathe for a minute because we lost that game in the trenches. Facts, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I didn't think neither quarterback was fantastic, so let's chill with the quarterbacks for a minute. Let's focus on these lines. Let's talk about it. Leonard Williams, very disappointed. Did not play well. Did not look like the Leonard Williams that, was a Pro Bowler. The linebackers. Let me shout out my chat. Levance, King Jers, I see y'all, man. What's good, man? Levance says it. Linebackers. Jers says it. Linebackers were not good. I don't not ever want to see Jalen Smith in a New York Giants uniform again. And Jared Davis and the rest of those guys, they can kick rocks too. We need linebackers. We need depth at the outside edge position. And we got to do something with Mr. Evan Neal. He's either going to get his act together or he's going to be a right guard. Point blank simple. Can't play around with it. We're not going through this Eric Flowers deal again. Come on, these guys are smarter than that. So that's kind of how I see it. As far as the game, I told y'all I'd come up here and say it. The Eagles were the better team. And where they were the better team at, in my opinion, is the offensive and defensive lines. You can talk about AJ Brown, Devontae Smith, and all that all you want to, but Jalen Hurts ain't getting those guys the ball, and if those guys ain't blocking up front, and neither is Boston Scott and Miles Sanders running all over this team. So that's the gap difference. Joe Shane said that in his press conference. We're gonna get into that as well later on in the show, but I said my piece on that. I'm gonna turn it over to Mr. Michkowski, and you can give me your thoughts on the game and what you seeing out there.
All right. So what I thought, honestly, I thought it was going to be closer. Honestly, I
Me
had
too.
27-24. Honestly, I thought it was going to be closer. I had no idea that your offensive line was going to go like that. But knowing that, we have 4 players in double-figure sacks, which is like something you can't mess up with. So just
Yeah.
that, and then the offensive side of the ball. Jalen Hurts did his thing, man. Jalen Hurts did his thing. Everyone just did what they were supposed to do. And there was a bunch of us telling Giants fans, like, you guys had a great run, but it was going to end here. And you had to blame the Vikings for giving you false hope. I don't agree to that.
Disagree. I disagree with that. I don't think it was the Vikings that gave any Giants fans false hope. It was the last game we played y'all. Wasn't the Vikings. It was the
Okay.
game we played y'all where we put our backups in and almost beat you. That was what gave Giants fans confidence. And really when we looked at it, I could see the mismatches, but I figured, hey, what the hell? Maybe they'll have a good day where they just don't make no mistakes. And first things first, mistakes. Mistakes will kill you in this league every time, especially when you're a team that doesn't have a lot of talent like we do, especially on the lines.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we would just like every year we just draft offensive line, defensive lines. We just keep on going, keep on going. Our backups we can rotate. I don't think your guys really had much rest, did they? Or from what I've seen, I don't think they had much
Dexter
rest.
Lawrence, Dexter Lawrence was definitely gassed. He played in every game this season. Leonard Williams has been a little bit in and out this season. So I think they were gassed. Kayvon Thibodeau. And look, we need depth on that defensive line. King Jerry said that we need defensive tackle depth. We need edge depth. What's good, Coach Dante? What's up, man? What's popping, man?
What's good,
Appreciate you
coach?
joining the show. And that's what we needed, man. You know what I'm saying? And that's just me being honest. That's not being a fan or anything. You know, that's just looking at film and look, when your guys off the snap are getting pushed back, that's a problem. You know what I'm saying? They get no push off the snap. You know, I'm seeing guys, some of our big guys, getting pushed back. Dexter Lawrence is being double teamed, and the other guys can't win they one-on-one matchups. That's the problem.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
But let's let Jeffy and Coach get in there, man. What's your thoughts on the game, man? And then we'll get into the team moving forward. What's good, Breezy? Appreciate you, man. Appreciate y'all pulling up, man.
What's
Y'all
up,
hit that
Breezy?
like button, man. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, you couldn't have said any better than you said it yourself. We got destroyed in the trenches, and the offensive line just was pushed back the entire time, beaten off the line of scrimmage. There was defensive ends or outside linebackers in our backfield, especially coming from the right side, pretty much all game. There was no pressure at all on Jalen Hurts for the most part, and I don't understand why Eagles fans got so frustrated with Jonathan Gannon because I thought he called a pretty damn good game against the Giants. I thought he did he had a great game calling on the defensive side. The way he was even designing some of those blitzes on the outside to try to fool our offensive line. I thought Gannon actually did a really good job for what he did out there. And I mean, I can't. The thing is too. let's just be real. The wide receiver and the tight end position was just came back down to reality and was a major detriment to this team because Philadelphia could have keyed in on our running game the entire time because let's just be real, they have no respect for our wide receivers and tight ends. So it made our offense a lot easier to be able to defend compared to Minnesota, where their defense is not good at all. I mean, we had a hell of a game plan. We did a good job calling some plays, but Minnesota's defense compared to Philadelphia's defense is night and day. I mean, their defense is just a hell of a lot better. They got two Pro Bowl cornerbacks on the outside. They got better linebackers. Their defensive line is depth all over the place, and I'm glad you brought that up. And a couple of the key injuries that we had this season was Nick Williams and DJ Davidson, which actually ended up coming back to haunt us. We needed those two guys as depth, and we just got destroyed in the trenches. And our lack of talent at the wide receiver and tight end position, for the most part, made our offense so easy to be able to defend, and we got no pressure up the middle or on the outside because we have no depth at the outside and outside linebacker position and the defensive tackle position. And the linebacker position was horrendous, but also I thought the safety position was probably the worst game they all had as a collective group. Julian Love, who's actually been very good this year, he was awful. I thought McKinney wasn't really that much better. He was better, but not by much. I mean, Adoree Jackson was missing tackles out there. I mean, Moreau was missing tackles. The entire defense as a whole were missing tackles left and right. They were missing assignments. They were getting beat off the line of scrimmage. They were getting beaten assignments. The offensive line looked like they had no communication whatsoever. And I agree with you 100%, NYG, about Evan Neal. I don't know what you got to do with this guy, but get him to get like some type of offensive line coach or guru, somebody that's a veteran in this league that could teach this guy and coach him up and work on his technique, his footwork, his hand placement. Make sure you refine all his mechanics so he can go out there and have a little and also get his confidence up because the kid clear as day.
And he might need to slim down. I've heard
he's
some
too
people
big.
say that too, that he might need to lose a little bit of weight.
They took Isaiah Hodgins away. You're right, King Juris. When they took him away, and that was the wide receiver that was probably the biggest threat to them. Richie James had some catches over the middle, but it really went nowhere. And then he had that drop as well. And then Slayton.
You're right, James. I did not like the cushion that they gave the Eagles wide receiver. But the reason I think Wink did that is because he didn't want to get beat over the top.
Exactly.
Because
happened on the first play.
Right, Devontae Smith, and for whatever reason, like you said, you mentioned it, Jeff. Our safeties were not up to par. They were not up to speed this game, especially Julian Love. And we're gonna talk about Julian Love, man, because he's part of this free agent stuff I want to get into, man. But he did not have a good game. He did not look good out there. What's good, Wells? Appreciate you pulling up, man. Thank you for stopping by,
my brother.
Wells? Thank you all for coming by.
Yeah, and as far as Hodgins is our best route runner. These guys don't run good routes, man, and they can't get the separation. And part of getting separation is not being the fastest guy out there, a la Sterling Shepard, but it's being good with route running, crisp inside in and out of your routes, man. We don't have those guys. Richie James ain't it. Darius Slayton ain't it, and Isaiah Hodgins is potential, but he's still a young guy and he's still learning. So he's not quite there yet. So that's our problem too with the wide receivers. It's not that we don't have guys. The guys just aren't what we need right now. They're bit players. These are back end of the roster guys. We talked about it all year. And when I see Daniel Jones holding on to that ball, it's because the receivers ain't open.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? They're not open, and he can't trust these guys with a 50-50 ball. Pause. And that's why I think Daniel Jones don't throw into traffic like that. Because he can't trust these guys. You're gonna get a pop-up, bounce off Slayton's chest or Richie James, alligator arm in the ball. Like these guys, you know what I'm saying, they're unreliable. So that's the problem. But let's let Coach get in there, man. What was your thoughts on the game, Coach? And then we could spin it forward.
All right. First of all, thanks for everyone for being here. I appreciate you all. Mitch, hard Hardcore Network. Thanks for the support. Really appreciate you guys. In
Of
terms of
course.
the game, you guys know me. The first thing I always start with is the trenches. Trench warfare is the key to success in football. Period. Without the trenches, offensively or defensively, you can't do jack. And
Mhm.
Philadelphia
Mhm.
was better. I mean, you guys hit it on the head. They were much better in terms of the trenches. Evan Neal, there's a multitude of things. I mean, coming from Alabama, he dominated. I mean, if you want to say he was spoiled because of, the way he played and the team he was around, and then you come to the NFL, it's definitely a step up. The speed, the moves.
Mhm.
College usually guys have one move. Here in the pros, guys have a counter and a counter off of that. So you have to be adaptable to that. His technique. I've spoken earlier about he's probably going to need to lose about 15 pounds
Mhm.
to
Mhm.
to drop
Yeah.
to drop down because he has to handle that quickness and he can't handle it at that big size. He's a long man, so he's not going to lose his power or anything. It's probably going to help him. You guys are hitting it on the head in terms of depth, in terms especially on the offensive line. We need better depth there. Defensive line, if Nick Williams and DJ Jameson come back healthy, I'm a little bit I'm not I'm not as concerned there as I am with the offensive line. But we still need another interior guy who can help, and also off the edge. I mean NYG. You spoke about it with
Mhm.
Aziz. You know, um, we definitely need the help there. Linebackers. We all see it. Maybe the one I would probably think about keeping is Davis, and that's only as someone coming off of the bench, not as
Rotation player. Yeah.
yeah, not as
Yes.
a starter. So
Mhm.
the O line on Saturday, even Thomas. I mean, remember there was that one play where DJ tripped over him because he was getting driven back.
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
was getting driven back. So and I also want to see a continuity on the offensive line. I understood what you had to do this year between Bredesen and what you call it at the left guard.
Yes. They need to
Yeah,
stop that rotation. I'm with
yeah.
you,
Yeah.
coach.
No,
Cut
that
that shit out.
high school, I could see that. College, I could see that, but not in the NFL.
I don't
You
like
need
that.
need to have a solid five that plays together and works together and develops. Now, if a guy comes in to fill in for a guy for a player or two because he's hurt, or he has to fill in because someone is injured, that's a different story. But to rotate guys in the NFL, that's a setup for failure. So
Mhm.
but I'm still encouraged, because going for the future, I still see a lot of bright spots. But yeah, Saturday was just really tough. DJ for made his mistakes. He got played on that interception. I mean, yes,
Bradbury.
yes, some of it is on Slayton. He and Slayton were not on the same page because he stepped in and stemmed back out. So it shouldn't have been thrown. Or at worst case scenario, if Slayton stays inside, he can at least deflect the ball away and it's not
But
picked
that's what
off.
I'm talking about, throwing in traffic to guys like Slayton and Richie James.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? That
Hmm.
don't know how to come back for the football.
Exactly.
But DJ got baited on that throw because
Yeah.
Bradbury knows DJ. He
Yes.
played
Yes.
with him. You know what I mean? He practiced
Yeah.
with him, man. That was a layup for Bradbury. He looked at his eyes. He read him the whole way. So,
Exactly.
um,
So I mean that's also the coaching. I don't think we coached very well on
Mm-mm.
Saturday.
Mm-mm.
So there were some questionable calls. Um, it just seemed like we went back to the same basic, predictable offense in a sense. Because I
mhm.
was expecting. You guys heard me. I said, I like some of the earlier, I don't want to say trick plays, but unconventional plays that we hadn't seen all year, and then we went back to Saquon up the middle. Philly, they punched us. They punched us. They punched us in the mouth. If this was a boxing match, what Philly did is they worked the body. They worked the body, and then they came up to the head to knock us out. And that's
Mhm.
exactly what it is. And we had no way. We were standing on the ropes or in the corner with our hands up to our head, elbows trying to protect the body, and that's pretty much it. and it didn't seem like we were really fighting. The question of Dable on 4th and 8 right off the start. I
Fourth
get
and
the
eight.
aggression.
Yeah.
I get the
Yep.
aggression. I get it. I love the aggressiveness, but you also have to be smart. One of his catchphrases is smart. All right. Well, you got to be
Mhm.
smart in that situation, because what you did is you gave Philly the tools to go down and basically close the game out 14-0 in the first quarter. So, as opposed to punt it, worst case scenario,
And
then
he didn't read the room, because it's
yeah.
like bro, these guys can get it cooking on offense. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Like,
Mhm.
you can't throw your defense right back out there if you fail to get that play. You got to get points and slow that momentum down, man.
Mhm.
That was on
So
Dable.
yeah, and that's my point when I said the coaching wasn't the greatest. Wink, I mean, it was more desperation in his type of coaching, as
I
opposed
ain't
to.
like the soft zone, but I get it. I
I
get
get
why he
it, I
did it.
understand
I
it,
ain't
but
like it.
in the same token, that's the talent he has to work with. I mean, let's be real. That's the talent he has to work with. We've all
Mhm.
cried about it. Darnay Holmes in the slot.
Mhm.
We don't really trust him. So a Moreau on the other side. I mean, you name it at the cornerback position. Other than Adoree Jackson, we really don't have. So I get why you're playing off to start the game, but Philly just said we don't have to throw the ball. We could just run the ball. And that's what they did. And matter of fact, they really didn't attack us on the outside. They attacked us in between the tackles and right
Yep.
down our throat.
Right up the middle.
Yep.
Yep.
And any coach will tell you in football, the way to break a team is to jam it down their damn throat.
Mhm.
That's it. That's it. I mean, it's the truth. It breaks the will. It
Mhm.
breaks everything in a defense, because they're like, we can't do anything, and then you're just basically a wasted piece of like jelly, like jelly, like
Mhm.
jelly.
Big for
Yeah.
nothing, Mr. Big for nothing. You big, sloppy, good for nothing. You just
That's
in the
that's
way.
that's.
Man, come on.
I
We had two of
understand.
these guys in a row, man.
Yeah,
Give
I
me back a Dalvin
understand.
Tomlinson, man.
I understand angles. I get it. And you know what? If you get washed, and when I say washed, that means the offensive lineman is pushing you the direction you're going. That's one thing. I get that. Every defensive lineman gets that, no matter who it is. Aaron Donald has been washed before, so it's to be expected. But to have a center, a guy who is smaller than you, to literally scoop you with one hand and put you on your back
Never
and
seen
put
that like it, man.
butter,
This is
jelly,
crazy.
and powdered sugar and ask you what type of fruit do you want on the side for you to sit down there and eat. That's where he just bitched you. He basically bitched you. He said, if we were in prison, you wash my drawers, you make sure you do them
Oh.
nice, you get the iron, you make sure they're well ironed, you fold it nice and neatly and put it wherever I put my stuff. That's what he did to him. He don't deserve to be in the NFL. That's an atrocity. I'm sorry. And now to you lived up to your name, Jelly, because
Jelly,
that's some
yeah.
soft ass shit. So
Jello
I'm done.
pudding.
So I'm
Oh
done.
my god.
Oh man. So Jers makes a good point. We got to get a number 2 cornerback. I think that is on the docket as well. So
Mhm.
this game is done. We talked about it Sunday. And we ran through most of what happened. I was just gonna be respectful, let my guys um come up here, man, and say they spill. But we're gonna move forward and talk about the off season now, because that's where we're at now. The Eagles, shout out to y'all, and they're moving on. But we're in the off season, so that's where we're at. So let's get into it. Free agency, man. So the big rumbling in the press conference was Joe Shane basically telling the fan base Daniel Jones is coming back. He kind of slipped and said it. We're glad to have him, or glad he's here. It's kind of a slip up, a little bit of an awkward moment if you go back and watch the press conference. But everybody caught it. They want DJ back. There's belief that they'll be able to get a contract worked out with Daniel Jones somewhere in between 35-ish million a year. Which personally I'm fine with. Twitter's having a whole other deal about that, but personally I'm cool with it. You know what I'm saying? Just because you reward the guy, he got you to the playoffs, and I said this at the beginning of the season. I'm a man of my word, like I say. I said in the beginning of the season, if Daniel Jones and Saquon Barkley get this New York Giants team that is breadth of talent to the playoffs, they both deserve contracts to come back. You reward your guys, man. Why are you going to go out and get somebody else's guys that they don't want? You got your guys in the building. You know them better than any other team. You know what Daniel Jones can do. You know what Saquon Barkley can do. You don't know what Derek Carr is. You don't know what Aaron Rodgers is. You damn sure don't know what none of them rookie quarterbacks coming out in the NFL in college is going to be. So DJ is going to come back. It's pissing the fan base off, but get the fuck over it. Why are you in this guy's pockets anyway? We all get raises at some point. If I'm at my job and I'm busting my ass, and it's time for me to get a raise, I don't expect him to say, well, yeah, we like what you did, but we're going to fire you and bring this other guy in because he's cheaper. Like, get out of here. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not with that, man. Just from a personal standpoint, I don't like that type of stuff. You reward the guys that play for now. If these guys dogged it, like we've seen some guys on this team not have good seasons, and we're going to talk about those guys. You got to cut bait with those guys. But the interesting thing here really is not about Daniel Jones. It's about Saquon Barkley. And King, Jers, I'm glad you're in the chat. That's a good segue. Saquon apparently turned down a $12.5 million contract the Giants offered him during the bye week. So he's looking to get anywhere somewhere in this Christian McCaffrey range, which is what Jers put on the screen, $16 million a year.
Mm-hmm.
I do not think Joe Shane, just reading his body language and given the fact they already offered him a contract, which means they have a line, they have a price in mind that they want to pay for Saquon Barkley. I don't see him going too much over that. Maybe they come in the middle, split the difference between the 16 and the 12 and give them 14 or 13 and a half. Maybe they over backload the contract or however they want to do it. But my personal opinion is they tag Saquon Barkley with the transition tag and see if somebody gives them an offer. And they can match it or, let them walk and they'll get draft picks from my understanding. But I'm not that good with the cap, so I'm going to turn it over to Coach. Coach, talk about DJ and Saquon and what you think the contract situations are for these guys. Philly halftime, what's up, man? I'll throw the link in the chat for you. Appreciate you popping up.
Yeah, the link wouldn't work for me. Shannon doing, I don't know.
Yeah, it wouldn't work for me either on Twitter. That's why I couldn't message him. But you're more than welcome to pull up. Go ahead, Coach.
I'm going to start with Saquon. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, if any of you have ever understood about negotiations, you start high on one end, you start low on the other end, and you work your way up. Why wouldn't Saquon start at the top if that's where Christian McCaffrey is at? He feels he's of equal talent to him. And most of us would say, yeah, they're in the same range. One's better than the other, whatever. But the bottom line is they're in the same range. Mm-hmm. What is Zeke Elliott getting? He's averaging about 14 a year? Mm-hmm. We all can agree Saquon is better than Zeke.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And some of the other ones who he's on par with are in the 12 million range. So I get why the Giants. Exactly. Mm-hmm. So you're going to start there from the Giants' perspective. Yes, during the season, they tried, they put it out there, they offered 12. Saquon wants 16. Okay. What they're going to do is they're probably going to end up trying to get somewhere in the 14. And then it's going to be how much guaranteed money, what are the incentives, Is it a front loaded contract or is it a back loaded contract? Plain and simple.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Now Shane didn't come out and say definitively he wants, but we all know that he gives each position a certain value. I
Mm-hmm.
know that we understand it. Yes, he also understands Saquon is a dynamic type of a player. He also understands the marketing because Saquon brings in butts into the seats, brings eyes to the TVs, sells jerseys. So he's not stupid. Plus, ownership is going to be involved in this. Don't think that they're not going to have their say and they're going to say, no,
Mm-hmm.
we're not letting him go. We're going to pay it. So Joe Shane will come up with the money. It's not just what you see in the salary cap. There are other ways to make adjustments to increase the money, to structure contracts, so on and so forth. This debate over, is he worth it or not? I get it. You know what? But in the end, number one, the money ain't coming out of my damn pocket. So if we sign
Right.
him, let's go.
Mm-hmm.
If he goes somewhere else, we'll see him
Mm-hmm.
at the 50 when we meet him, and we'll punch him in the face. And when the game is over, it's all love. Now,
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna show something in terms of Daniel Jones. Just bear with me.
Okay. What's
Uh,
good, Philly halftime? Appreciate you coming to the show.
Thanks for having me.
Mm-hmm. Congrats
so
on your Eagles. I said I was gonna be a man of my word, and you were the better team. And congrats,
bingo.
man. Now, what y'all gonna do? Y'all gonna beat
Oh,
the Niners or what, man?
listen, we gotta show you guys how to beat the 49ers. And we're
All
gonna show
right.
you. We're gonna put
All
their asses
right.
to bed just like we did use, but it's gonna be a closer
Okay.
game.
Let me
Got you.
know if you guys can see
All right.
this.
I got you, coach.
I will let you know
Yeah.
now. The Giant fans came more ready to play than the Giants did.
The players. I agree. Perfectly said, man. Go ahead, coach.
You all see this, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Yes.
yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
These are the top quarterbacks. Okay. I'm not going to sit here and say he's comparable to Aaron Rodgers. The year Russell
You can
Wilson had,
argue
okay,
Russ, yeah,
but
and
based
Kyler
off of the
Murray.
year, but off of his career, okay,
I give you
no.
that.
Deshaun Watson, based off his career, let's not talk about his off the field
Talent
situation.
wise, no.
Talent wise, no. Kyler Murray, you want to say, okay, I mean, okay. Patrick Mahomes, hell no. Josh Allen, no. You want to argue Derek Carr,
Okay, yep.
Dak
Prescott,
Prescott,
yep.
even Matt
Matthew
Stafford
Stafford at this
until
point in
he
his
got,
career,
even
I,
before when he was with Detroit, he was up and down. He has the talent. Kirk Cousins, who he just beat, Jared Goff,
definitely
Wentz.
not.
Look at the
Nope.
money these
Nope.
guys are getting.
Nope.
Look at the money. And
Yeah.
people are sitting here bitching and complaining about, oh, he's going to
Mhm.
get, yeah, I wouldn't pay him 30 million. I wouldn't pay him 35 million. Look, 3 years, 35 million per year. If you want to go 4 years, a total 145 million. The last year is not guaranteed. Put it as a team friendly. You guarantee him the 3 years, well, not even 3 years, 35. Guarantee him 80 out of that 3 years because it's going to be 3 years, 105, and out of that 105 is going to be incentive laden. That's really what you're
Mm.
paying. That's what you're going to be paying off of him, and it's going to come out. It's going to average out to roughly in the. I'm done with it. Let me shut it off. Okay,
Okay.
sorry. It's going to roughly average out anywhere from 32 to 35 million. Stop crying about the money.
Right.
I mean, he's been here for the first time. He's had competent coaching. It now takes his game to another level. It takes it to another level. If you want to say during the 3 years, he's outperforming that, and you want to renegotiate because the market is keeps changing, and that would be
Mhm.
smart business at that point in time. He's still young. He's 25 years old. So in 2 years, if you say he's worth playing and he's worth paying, 40, 45, $50 million, and you want to get ahead of that because the market is pushing it to maybe 60 million, that would be smart business also. But right now, the market for quarterbacks, he's in that market. And if you want to debate whether he's a top 10, top 15, Daniel Jones is within the 15 to 10 range, somewhere in there, based on what he has done this year.
What's good, Koof, man? Appreciate you coming in. And big shout out to my man, Big Blue in the Bronx, Alex, man. What's good with you, bro? Says that's what the QB market is. Expensive, exactly. If we draft a QB, it'll take about 2 more years to get back to where we were this year.
Bingo.
And Richardson will need longer. I agree.
Mm-hmm.
And Anthony Richardson is really the only quarterback, to be honest. Personally, I like in this draft, and he needs to sit. He needs to sit at least a year, at probably 2. So
what happened with Love out in Green Bay and whatchamacallit out in San Francisco? I mean, come on now. They're
Trey Lance.
And they're sitting and they're not even getting on the field, and they were drafted first round. So
I don't even think Love's that good. To be honest with you. When he comes in, he don't look that good to me. But the salary cap is going to go up another. It's another 10 or 15 million.
And we're not even talking about the TV money, because that TV money is going to also help increase it too.
Yes, but I was just talking about the salary.
Yes, and that's my point.
So that 15, your quarterback's going to get 43 to 45 million.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So the thing about it is, though, people are going at arms because not only do they not want to pay Daniel Jones, but they don't want to pay Daniel Jones and Saquon Barkley. So what are your thoughts on Saquon Barkley particularly? Is giving him a Christian McCaffrey type of contract too much? Jeff?
I mean, I actually have no problem with Saquon Barkley betting on himself and asking for $16 million. You know what? Their halftime and Mitch's guy, Miles Sanders, is going to be asking for pretty much the same thing when he goes into free agency as well. Because that free agent, and that's why I wonder with Barkley too, would he gauge the other running backs and what they're going to make? Because there's going to be a lot of other good running backs in this market, like Josh Jacobs, like Miles Sanders. A lot of these guys might be looking at each other and what their contracts might come out to, and not just what Christian McCaffrey made or what Ezekiel Elliott made, and et cetera. So I don't blame Saquon Barkley one bit for asking for that type of money. He bet on himself. He went out there. He played 16 games. Would have been 17 if they didn't sit him. He had a phenomenal season. He stayed healthy throughout the entire season. So asking for $16 million, I don't mind it at all. He should. He's betting on himself. This is probably the best chance he's going to get at a big-time contract coming off a very good year. The only reason why I'd be a little hesitant to give Jones and Barkley big-time money and contract is because I look at what happened with Dallas, with Dak Prescott and Ezekiel Elliott, and the type of contracts they locked themselves in long-term, and the ramifications that's had on the team, because they've had to lose some very good talent over that span and haven't really been able to get over the hump. So that's the only reason I would be hesitant to do it. But at the same time, Jones and Barkley deserve to get paid. Jones and Barkley deserve to get – Jones deserves to get around 35, 40 million. You look at some of those other guys that are making – Kyler Murray making 48. Jones is a better quarterback than Kyler Murray right now. Stafford making about 40 million. Jones is better than him. I'd argue that Jones right now is better than Carr too.
Derek Carr.
38, 39, 40
Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
Jared Goff.
And they're making a ton of money. These guys deserve to go out there and ask for that type of money. I just don't know. Is Joe Shane willing to commit long-term to both those guys for big money and tie up no matter what kind of money we get in the TV revenue or et cetera? You got to think about the long-term effects with the cap, going forward. I think they would probably try to front-load the contracts, if anything, not try to backload it in case, those guys start tailing off, but then you can't get rid of them because their contracts and the money they're making are so big, in terms of cap hits going forward. So, yeah, I have no problem with Saquon. Saquon Barkley should make $16 million a year. The dude's a $16 million a year running back. So I have no issues with that for him asking for that type of money. And Jones for 35, 40 million, that's not a problem either.
I think Saquon is people just saying about this running back thing. I think he's more than a running back. He's part of you. See, you looking at it from just we can just bring in any. The Eagles, you guys, you have to game plan for a guy like Saquon. If you take that away from your offense and you put any old ordinary running back there, it changes the way defenses have to play you.
Yeah,
what you do with a guy like Saquon is you add talent around him so he gets less attention, so he's not getting worn down.
Yep.
And you're not putting as much pressure on him. That's the fear with Saquon Barkley, in my opinion, is the Giants not putting enough players around him and overusing him and him getting hurt and burnt out before he finishes his contract.
Yep.
That's my concern.
I can see that. I can definitely see that. And here's the difference between the Eagles and the Giants. The fact that we have the best offensive line, we can put any running back there and save ourselves some money. So that is why I feel like we should not bring back Miles Sanders. What we could do is what we did with Fletcher Cox. Cut him and then give him a smaller deal, which worked. I mean, hey, if Miles Sanders is willing to take a pay cut for the team, I'm all for it. But if he wants more money, I don't know. Because
he's going to cash in. I think he's going to cash in this offseason.
I think he is too. We have 18 unrestricted free agents to worry about. So
the way.
we do too. 20. We have 20.
I see you, Almighty. Appreciate you pulling up to the show. I'm gonna get to Alex's comment real quick, and then we'll come over to you. Alex says, my opinion, the Giants can't go half pregnant. If they feel that DJ could be better with weapons, extend him. If they feel he has a ceiling, get someone else. A 2-year deal for DJ isn't realistic. Because what if they don't like DJ after a year and a half? Then they got to draft a QB. Shane and Dable's asses are by then fired. Yeah, exactly, Alex.
Yep.
And that's why the thing is the way Shane was speaking. I think that's what they're going to do. They're not going to pity pat around, and the focus is on Daniel Jones. Because he pretty much told you, look, we have a number in mind for Saquon, but we got to take care of Daniel Jones because he's your quarterback. You value the quarterback position first. Whatever people feel about the guy, that's never mind that. You have to take care of your quarterback first, or figure out who's going to play quarterback. So that's the deal with that. Shout out to Wifey. Peace and love.
Yes. I was gonna ask you guys. You guys feel like that Joe Shane was a little odd when he was talking about Saquon? Like he was very, the way he was talking about Dexter Lawrence, Julian Love, Xavier McKinney, even Leonard Williams, Daniel Jones, Sterling Shepard, like those guys, he seemed more glowing. Like Barkley, I just didn't feel like he had that same type of.
Because of the position. That's really what it boils down to.
Yeah, because he's not going to want to give a running. I don't think he's going to want to give a running back 16, maybe even like 15 mil a year because of the position and how, these guys, even 26, 27 years old, they start breaking down. You look at Zeke. Zeke's like, 28, and he looks done. So that's probably why.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, that's, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Nah, I was going to say, how long would you give Barkley? What's the value on a running back length of the contract? Because look, I look at it like this. He's 25. Okay. You don't want to really be locked into him around when he's 30.
No.
So the 3 to 4 year contract, I agree with you, Philly. The 3 to 4 year contract is really all you really want to go there. So if you have to pay a little bit of money to get 3 or 4 years of premium, which you hope is because it's all a bet. We know that, and nothing's guaranteed. 3 to 4 years of what you hope is elite Saquon Barkley, you pay for it.
Exactly.
You don't have to re-sign him after that. If he's 28, 29 years old and you feel like even if he's still productive, you have an option to trade him. So, I mean, that's how you got to look at it. You know what I'm saying? It's not always about the running back and what you paying them, and you got to look at the whole outlook of the team. If the Giants are trying to build on this year and they're trying to really go for a Super Bowl, then it would make sense to build what you got. If you don't get there in 3 to 4 years, you scrap it. By then, you got Saquon coming off your books, Daniel Jones coming off your books, and you go out because if you ain't winning, you're probably gonna be bad, and then you go out and you draft your quarterback and a running back. But this coming year, I think the focuses need to be in the trenches. And Mitch, you know, you guys in Dallas, y'all always draft trenches. Almost every year it's a pick, first or second round in the trenches. We Giants, and they even talking about it right now. And I gotta smack you Giants fans back to reality. Forget about the wide receivers for a minute. Forget about all these luxury positions and things like that. Focus on the lines, because if you want to beat Philly, Dallas, San Francisco, you got Detroit, who about to be a beast. If you plan on competing, all the 3-4 of those teams I mentioned have superior offensive lines and defensive lines. And if you want to compare and compete with those teams, those are the teams I think are going to be good. Not these teams with quarterbacks. You see Aaron Rodgers and Tom Brady, they flopped out. So this is the trend now, especially in the NFC, especially in the NFC East. So you can go get cute and say, oh, we need weapons, we need this, we need that. You need help on the offensive and defensive lines. And the front seven of your defense, particularly with the linebackers, if you want to include them in that.
Yep. I mean, you said it. For the Eagles, the last 2 drafts, we took Landon Dickerson. Was that in the first round, halftime, or the second? I think it was the second, right?
That was the second, and we took that was the
And
second.
we took Jernigan this past year at the second round again. And
No, we took him in the
somehow
first. Right? No, we took him in the first, right?
You took Jordan Davis, didn't you, in the first?
No, we took Jordan Davis in the first.
Oh, that's right.
Cam Jernigan in the second. Nakobe Dean in the third.
In the third, yeah.
I was so shocked that we got Nakobe Dean in third, and he
then we got Nakobe Dean in at third or fourth.
It was third.
I couldn't believe that he dropped that low.
He had a injury concern, didn't he?
Yeah.
They were saying his shoulder, but he was fine.
That's the same way. It's the same way we got Aziz. He dropped because of his injury concern.
Yeah, it sounded like a red shirt for Nakobe Dean this year. Like they knew he was a little banged up. Maybe he just was a little bit behind when it came to learning the system. So I wouldn't be surprised if, if you guys decide to let TJ Edwards or Kaiser White go, that Nakobe Dean is the one that's going to step in for you guys at one of those linebacker positions going forward. Maybe they're just schooling him up for 2023 instead.
I said that earlier. I said that to another stream. I think it was like yesterday or 2 days ago. And I just had to say, TJ Edwards, he's one of my first guys that I want to bring back because of the tackling. And halftime, how bad are we at tackling?
We are bad.
Not as bad as us.
Listen, we're bad.
No. It's not a dig.
Exactly right.
It's not a dig. I'm telling you, we could not make a tackle to save our lives.
Make a tackle. We don't practice in tackling because that's how our coaches say. We don't have to practice in tackling. You sure do. That's how you work on your craft.
Yep.
That guy gets paid to tackle, and he don't practice tackling. Guess what he's not going to do in a game? Tackle.
Yeah.
That's
what happened in the game.
He's going to look like Jello out there.
Well, that's what happened on Saturday. We couldn't tackle you guys for anything. We were missing tackles all over the place, and you guys were getting big plays against us. And tackling is fundamental. It's effort, fundamental. It's being able to wrap a guy up and get him to the ground. And you guys did a better job than we did this past Saturday, and that's a big reason why you pretty much blew our doors off as well, because our tackling was not good.
Unpopular, 100% right. You need to work on your offensive line and your defensive line, because when Kelsey, a man that's about to retire, just made one guy look like a bitch. I mean, he took one arm and one like this. That guy's at 360, and he just manhandled him.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And you can't do that.
And you can't forget about the other side too of the ball, Fletcher Cox.
Yeah.
He's about to retire as well.
Look at Fletcher Cox. Here you go. Like Mitch is saying, Fletcher Cox grabbed 2 guys and pinned them and said, "Hey, Riddick, go get that quarterback." And that's what he did. When you got your quarterback. This old guy is just holding your offensive line. Took 2 of your guys right out. One dude took 2 of your guys. That's 600 pounds. And he made them look like little girls.
You know why I was able to do that? Because you guys have such a great rotation with your defensive line depth that you could keep him fresh going into that game, so he's not blowing himself out and exhausted going into the, playing a whole bunch of reps. Because you have Milton Williams, Jordan Davis, Javon Hargrave. You have a whole lot of depth on the defensive line and the outside linebacker position. You could rotate these guys, and that's probably a big reason why you had all these guys with double-digit sacks, because they were fresh. They can go out there and they can get not a whole lot of snaps and burn themselves out compared to Dex, who was really the real one guy throughout the entire season on that D-line that was playing a whole lot of snaps and played the whole season. Thibodeau missed a lot of games. Ojulari was pretty much missing in action the whole time. Leonard Williams, his first year with the Giants, was banged up, and they had no depth on the outside of the defensive tackle position. So depth, I agree, and the offensive line, interior offensive line help. We badly need it.
Yeah, they're panting. They're going like I need to come out, but I can't. Nobody, you ain't got nobody that can take my place.
You're right,
and that's why I would take a 1st round pick on a lineman. Now, this is unpopular opinion sports. Y'all hit that like button. Forget the wide receivers. Look, if you can get it and coach, I know Coach Scott is watching film and studying the prospects, and I am too. I'm starting on the ends and the linebackers. I'm starting on defense with my film, my draft stuff, man, because this team has to get better. You don't just say, "Oh, we drafted Kayvon Thibodeau in the 1st round and Evan Neal, and we don't need to take another." Because this is how the mentality the Giants fans think. Remember, we drafted Matthias Kiwanuka when we had Tuck, Strahan, and OCU Miura. You know what I'm saying? We took JPP when we had Tuck and OCU Miura. You do not just settle. You don't settle, and you don't say, "Oh, since we took a lineman here, don't take another one." No. And the Giants, especially this year, you are in the position that the Philadelphia Eagles were in last year, because you can take a pick that of basically you're not forced. Like you can go best player available. That's what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? You can go BPA at that spot. And I'm taking the best offensive lineman or the best defensive lineman with pick number 25. You can figure out the wide receiver position. You have trade options. You have 2nd and 3rd round picks. There's free agency. You got bread. So there's different things like that. I'd rather go that route. And even with the linebacker, if you can get a guy like Tremaine Edmonds or David, from Tampa, if you can get a guy like that, you know what I'm saying, with the linebacker position, because we need to build these lines up, because if you don't, it's going to be the same thing again and again and again and again. And that's death. And remember, Leo Williams, there's a lot of conversation here about Leo Williams possibly taking a pay cut or getting cut. You know what I'm saying? He's not getting cut, but
and you got to do it in free agency too. You can't just do it in the draft. You're going to have to do it in free agency, or it's not going to work out for you.
But we got to set our foundation before we go out and pay free agents. You guys establish your foundation with Brandon.
Free agency comes first before the draft. So
right.
I know that. You know what I'm saying?
But you had to make a plan.
You gotta have guys.
Eagles made a plan. They went and got free agencies, and they always get free agencies.
But the Eagles,
they build around.
The Eagles did not go after free agents until the middle of the season, when you guys were struggling with run defense, and you brought in Linval Joseph and Ndamukong Suh. You guys started adding pieces like that. You guys traded for the guy from the Saints. All that happened after the draft. You see what I'm saying? Build your foundation first. You see what I'm saying?
But they did get Hassan Reddick, and that was Reddick was their big acquisition too. Reddick was a
No,
major.
I get what
you going to get a
what
guy,
he's
and
saying.
I just told you about the linebackers, but your foundation
You
has to be
you got to have an
through
offensive
the
line.
draft.
Yeah, no, he's saying draft your core pieces you draft there, and in free agency, and also during the regular season you add other positions because
There you
now
go.
what I'm saying to you, NYG, in free agency, because that's what's going to come up first. I get where you're going in terms of building your foundation, but you're not going to know because you're going to have your free agents taken care of. Because if there's a key free agent early and you don't want to sign him because you're waiting on the draft, you're gonna lose out on that guy. So
Yeah, I
that's
get
why
that.
it's a catch 22.
Mhm.
But once the free agency is done, then you go into the draft. You don't want to build through free agency. You want to say, okay, I want to get maybe one or two pieces here, then
Right.
go into the draft and build your core because that's going to be with you at least for 4 years, and then during the regular season you're going to add on
That's what I'm
you're going to
talking
add
about.
on to whatever you need to do. Yes, that's the way to go. That's smart, that's sound, that's fundamental, and Shane is smart enough to do that. So yes,
That's
you're
exactly what
1,000%.
I'm saying, Coach. You had to put some pieces involved in your free agency to build your team. So when that
Mhm,
rookie that
mhm.
you
It's
just
free
drafted
plug.
gives
Mhm.
him time to develop.
Exactly. And
Right.
the, and
And
the thing is with free agency, you're gonna say, okay, I want to plug this. This guy's gonna be here X, Y, Z. Maybe you're gonna have him for a year, 2 years, 3 years tops. But now the rookie is gonna be here depending on who you bring in for X, at least 4 years minimum. Because this only the first rounders get the fifth year. Everyone else pretty much gets a 4 years. So you're gonna have those guys and you're gonna be investing in developing them more so as a veteran who's already been here and been in the league, so he's going to know a little bit more. You don't have to invest as much time and effort into him because he's a pro. He's already been there. He knows what to do. So, you both are
correct.
right, though. You both are right in terms of, what you're saying in terms of the practical approach. So it's a great point.
But you guys got a
Mhm.
great defense. I said it all year. I like your defense. You guys need a couple pieces. Got to help out your defensive line, and you always got to work on your offensive line every year. You
Look,
can't just sit there and hope for the best. If you see
Every year.
weakness, you need to take him out, get him away
mhm.
from there, because it's going to actually hurt the players in the locker room saying, this guy's the weak link, and we got to help him out too much. If that's the problem, you have to get him out and put somebody in.
And NYG, one thing I wanted to say to you because you said you wanted to draft an offensive line in the first round. Am I correct? That's what you said, right?
I would prefer a defensive line, but if it's an offensive
Defensive line,
lineman there,
offensive lineman. Okay. The
yeah,
point I
I
made.
would take them. I would take an
The,
offensive lineman
okay.
and slide Neil. And if it's a guard or center, I'll take them and plug and play. And if it's a tackle, think about sliding Neil inside to guard.
No, that's fine. What I was getting to is this, okay? Because they're gonna set their draft board. They're gonna rate each player and they're gonna give them a value, and
Mhm.
then see how the draft goes because that's where some guys drop. You may have somebody rated higher and he starts to drop. Now that also goes into, excuse me, do they make a trade to move up because somebody dropped so far, or if two players of different positions are there but they're of equal value, then you're probably going to look at the need. Now I say this, okay, if there's an offensive lineman, let's just say the grading is this offensive lineman has a 78 grade, but a cornerback drops, but they have him at an 88. I'm taking the cornerback. I'm taking the cornerback
Yeah,
because
I mean,
because of the grade. Number one is the grade, and that's what I'm referring to. It also fills a need, but I'm also not trying to reach for an offensive lineman when there's somebody of a better draft grade on your board as a
yeah, you
as an
don't
organization.
reach. Nah, that's not
Yeah,
what I'm
so
saying at all.
and
Not reaching for anything.
too many fans just get locked in a position because
Mm-mm.
that's what we need. No, you take. I am of the mindset of
Mm.
BPA,
That's
best
what I
player
said. The
available.
Giants are in the position
Yeah,
this year to take
yeah.
BPA. I'm saying if I'm the Giants,
Mhm,
and probably when I do my mock
mhm,
drafts, I'm looking
Mhm.
for defensive linemen and offensive linemen or linebackers
And
first.
that
Now, if Quentin Johnson is there at 25, yeah, you take the guy. He's a
No,
difference maker. You know what
exactly,
I
and
mean?
that's my whole thing. It's how do they grade their how do they have their board? Because I really right now I've seen where Chris Quentin Johnson drops.
I've seen
I've
some
seen a
too.
draft where the Giants ended up getting Quentin Johnson.
Some people, a lot of people
Michael
ain't high on
Myers,
this wide receiver class.
yes,
And we're
exactly.
gonna talk about the
Yes.
draft here a little bit later, but yeah,
Exactly. I've seen him take Michael Mayer, the tight end from Notre Dame, Rashid Rice. I mean, I've seen everything. I've even seen what's his name, the tackle Skoranek, I think his name from Northwestern dropped, and I saw someone pick him up. So I'm like, oh wow, this is going to be an interesting draft because the top end, you can start looking at each team and try and figure out. Now, trades are also going to impact it because I
Yep.
still believe because of Chicago. Chicago doesn't need a quarterback, so they are in a position where they can drop down, and probably still get their guy. And someone is going to be desperate enough to jump up and give up the house, and it's just going to start pushing a lot of other players down. And teams are going to get desperate and jump up because this quarterback is dropping or these quarterbacks are going, and Anthony Richardson, because that's the key one. Because I still think
Yes.
he's going in the top 10, and they're just going to push guys down. So there's possibly four quarterbacks that can go in the top 10. Where in terms of grading, for me, two of them should not be in the top 10, but they're now going to be pushing guys down, which is going to benefit the Giants, and then you don't have Miami. So Miami forfeited their draft pick. So to me, it's like, we need to chill, relax. Yes, do our draft boards as fans, whatever. Have fun with our whatever, our mock drafts, whatever. I'm gonna do mine.
Mm-hmm.
Also understand, what, come draft day, it's gonna be on because we really are gonna probably end up with a good player, or we're gonna see somebody who drops. And I also think Shane might. It will not surprise me to see him move up to 20 to go get his player. I just don't. I'm just not going to be surprised if he
Yeah,
makes.
because we got 2/3.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think they're gonna draft 11 players. That's what we're projected to have 11 draft picks because of the two compulsory
Yeah,
comp
we're
picks.
not using all those 11 picks. We're going to
We're
trade
not
some of
using
them.
11 picks, so I do see a trade happening. Whether it's on draft day or not remains to be seen. But there's, I mean, you hear rumblings, man, that they looking to possibly trade for wide receiver or even like you said, Coach, a corner that wants out. So
Apparently Ramsey wants out, but I'm not saying we should get him.
don't want
See, I'm
Ramsey.
looking
No,
at
I
the
don't want. I don't want him anyway.
Look, I've seen the cornerbacks here. There's the one from Utah. He could
Tudo.
possibly be there. Tudo, what's up, bro?
Hey, Tudo.
I think
Massive
the
salutes
Eagles
and
are
respects
going.
to Big Boss 222, Coach Ed, Big Brother Jeffy, and all the diehard fam in the building. Please slap all stinky boys, losers out the door. Forget about
That's what we did to use. It's
Yeah.
all right.
They
See,
did.
you can just smack them in the ass and send them to bed early. And
Not
get
once,
that.
not
Talk
twice.
that shit,
Please.
Tudo.
Only playing.
Yeah.
I like that kid from Penn State though. If that kid Porter
Joey Porter's
Jr. is
not
there,
gonna be No, he's not.
if there's any way he drops though,
Yes,
that's the guy I would love
my
the corner.
cornerback.
Would you trade up to get to him, Jeff?
If he falls to 20, I think about it.
He's not going to be at 20. I don't think he gets out of the top 10. If he does, maybe he's going to 12. I can't see him dropping that. And the Giants would have to give up future first-round draft picks to get him.
Unless he has like a horrible combine, and that's what causes him to drop.
It's 40. I forgot about that. That 40 is going to be indicated. The 40 and the quick shuttle are going to be key to, because if you're running the 4.6, 4.7, that's going to push.
Remember Trayvon Walker? Nobody expected Trayvon Walker to move all the way up to 1. Then he had that incredible pro day, an incredible combine, and he shot all the way up to number 1. So you never know. A lot of these draft experts and team evaluators, they always look at the combine and the pro days. And if this guy doesn't have that quote unquote lateral speed, the quickness off the line, the hand placement, footwork, all that little kind of stuff, the burst off the line if you're a wide receiver or tight end, the quick shifty moves, etc. it could cause you to drop or rise in this draft. So the combine and the pro days could really determine where some of these guys land. So if Porter Jr. has a bad pro day or combine, it's not inconceivable he could drop, and maybe he drops into like the late teens, the 20s. You never know.
Mm-hmm. I'm looking at
then I could see that.
Mm-hmm. I'm looking at a couple linebackers.
That Simpson kid.
And
I want him.
You got and I'm not just looking at like the first round guys. I'm looking at second round, third round guys, possibly too. Got a couple names I throw out there. Coach Jeffy, or even Philly and Mitch, if you guys know anything about these guys, because I'm just now getting caught up on draft stuff, because usually we're doing our draft stuff in October, but the Giants decide they wanted to have a good season. So so we're trying to play catch up now. But talk to me about some of these guys. Trenton Simpson, 6'3", 240 linebacker from Clemson. 68 tackles, 16 pressures, 2 sacks, 2 forced fumbles, a pass defense. Drew Sanders, 6'5", 233, Arkansas junior, 90 tackles, 39 pressures, 11 sacks, 4 forced fumbles, 2 pass defense, and 1 interception. Jack Campbell, 6'5", 246, Iowa senior, 122 tackles, 15 pressures, 2 interceptions, 1 sack, 1 forced fumble, 1 pass defense, and then
that's what I like.
Another guy that's a little bit lower on draft boards is Noah Sewell, Panay Sewell's brother. 6'2", 253 out of Oregon, 3-year sophomore, 56 tackles, 18 pressures, 2 sacks, 2 pass defense, and an interception. So unless they can get Tremaine Edmonds, and even if you do get Tremaine Edmonds, I still think you need another guy. Like I said, let's build these trenches up. So those are the guys that I'm just starting to dive into. I'm doing some film. I was actually doing my Jack Campbell film earlier, and he looks pretty good. He looks pretty good. Don't think he's as fast maybe as some of these other guys, but he plays with really good instincts, man. And that gap integrity that you talk about, Coach, in the run game, he's it, man. The guy.
You play at Iowa. Defensively, you're going to be number one. You're going to be fundamentally sound. Look at what you can call it from the safety position. I mean, think about it. They are fundamentally sound when they play defense. They play tough, hard nosed. They stay true to the rules of their position. So, I mean, Campbell is definitely a very good tackler.
It said you Marshawn Lynch, Coach. So wow, you got Marshawn Lynch with profile.
So is he here so he doesn't get fined?
That's not Marshawn. That's me, too. That's actually me.
So wait, are you here so you won't get fined?
Yeah, I'm here so I won't get fined.
What's good, Breezy? What's good, man? Stick around, bro. We're gonna get into the Nets, man. I want to talk to you about some of these trades and things.
Oh God, I got a lot to say
about that.
But yeah,
what's good?
The linebacker Jack Campbell. I mean,
what up, Randy?
What's up, Randy?
I know. For me, it's Big Ten bias. I get it. I understand. People can hit me with that, but I'm not gonna say he's my number one linebacker.
What about the kid from UCLA? Latu.
Latu, you could probably get late. You could definitely get him in the 4th, maybe later. It wouldn't surprise me. Maybe he could push up to the 3rd, but I really have to look more into his film. I think I saw one game of him with him. So he was all over the place, but I'd have to really look at it a little bit more. Damn.
Coach, I had a question for you.
Real quick, hold that question. Because we have to take a quick break. Y'all hang tight. We have a new sponsor to the show, and it is Wise Consulting Solutions. This is a new business. And my lovely wife is going to be here to talk to you guys about it. So if you could please hang tight for a minute, and we're going to give her the floor, and let's talk about something serious here for a second. Hello, how are you?
What's going on, everybody?
They hear
Peace,
you.
Nisi.
Okay, what's going
Let me
on?
see.
How you doing?
Hey, how are
Hey.
you?
Nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you too. So, I have a business. I have a credit repair business. It's called Wise Consulting Solutions. My name is Catherine Wisdom, but I go by Nisi on YouTube. Nisi, short for Denise, of course. So I just want to, talk about my business and what I do. I've repaired my credit quite a few times in the past. I've had collections, I've had judgments and stuff like that that's prevented me from, trying to get a house or that car that I wanted. So lately I've been taking some classes on consumer law, which have been really giving me some great results with my clients. So I'm trying to get to the point where I want to help as many people as I can to achieve their goals and their dreams, because unfortunately in this society that we live in, credit is king. And your credit profile is where everybody judges you, whether you're getting a loan or a job or anything like that. And it's just unfortunate, right? So the thing that I do, I try to make sure I educate my clients. It's not just about disputing items and sending letters. Like, we got to be responsible and make sure that, you're paying your bills on time and not just doing whatever you want to do or whatever, to get to where you want to be. So I'm going to get into my presentation. Let me see.
You need to share screen.
Yeah.
Y'all hit that like button, man. We're gonna give my wife a few minutes, man, to talk about some curious. This is something just speaking that's helped me. It's helped me with this podcast. It's helped me get the equipment I needed for this podcast. It's helped me get my business going, which is what you see up. It's both me and her business, Go Travels. And so this really works. It's not a gimmick or anything like that. So go ahead.
Can you guys see my screen?
Yeah, we can see.
Okay. All right. So this is my company. This is my logo. And I go, the wise solution for a bright future, because we need to start making wise choices when it comes to our credit. So with the credit system, it's flawed and most reports have errors. So 80% of credit reports have errors and inaccuracies on them. That's something that most consumers, we don't pay attention to because we go through life, having to work and stuff like that. And we don't pay attention to our credit and what's on it. So as consumers, we have rights, and it's important to know how to use them to your benefit so you can dispute with the bureaus any inaccurate items, even if it's your name, you have old addresses, any little thing that doesn't seem right to you or you don't recognize, you need to dispute it because it will negatively impact your credit. So these are some of the laws, right, that I use to dispute with the bureaus. This is just a short list. If you go on Cornell Law under Title 15, that is strictly for consumer protection, right? You have laws for medical, you have laws for bankruptcy, collections, different laws that you can use that is tailored to whatever you have on your credit report to get it off of your credit. If you have a charge off or collections, it needs to be deleted, right? If you have any late payments, it needs to be updated to never late. Those late payments can drop your score anywhere from 50 to 100 points. So it's very important that we get a hold of what's on our credit. So these are some results right here. If you look to the right, that is mine. Okay. I went from a 607 on Equifax to 788. This was just a couple weeks ago. If you see the date right here. All right. And I had 3 items deleted off of my credit. But guess what, guys? Credit repair is not a quick fix. I've been working on my credit for a whole year.
Yes. Yeah.
A whole freaking year. And I just got these items off of my credit and I'm still working on it. It just depends on what's on your credit. Some items will come off quicker than others. And some you gotta be persistent and keep at it, because what these bureaus do, they report inaccurate items on your credit. They don't care. They make money off of your information, right? But it's up to you, to the consumer, to correct these things. So this is where having somebody that is knowledgeable in this credit repair industry to educate everybody to be mindful of what's on your credit, so you can get your situation straight and have a better future. If you want a house, if you want that car for your family, you can do it.
Start a business, anything like that.
Yeah. And here, this is my mother's, right? So she already had high scores, but she still had a couple of collection accounts. And you see right here, 3 items deleted. And here with TransUnion, it went up 44 points. That's like, and it hasn't even been like 30 days. But everybody's results are going to vary. And here are some other results. These are my other 2 clients, right? So even though it's a small deletion, it's something. It's some movement. That's where the consumer law comes in. I don't do anything illegal. You might hear like a lot of negative things about credit repair, like when it comes to credit sweeps, right? That is very illegal. And what's done with credit sweeps is what these fraudulent credit repair companies do. They create fake police reports, and then they report to the bureaus that their client has identity theft with the fake police report. Yo, that stuff is illegal. You'll go to jail for that. I don't do that. I don't cut corners. And when I tell clients, if you want a quick fix, I'm not for you. And that's real. I'm not doing no shady stuff, because I'm not that type of person. Like, we've all been scammed. I've been scammed so many times when I was younger, like it's not even funny. So the law gives you the right to dispute any item on your credit report. We write letters to the credit bureaus about those items, right? This is a process. So every round, you have to wait anywhere between 30 to 35 days, right? And if you get a response, you'll get either a stall letter or you will get results of your investigation. So don't get scared when you see like a letter and it says, oh, we congratulate you for repairing your credit, but it seems like there's a third party involved. They're going to say things like that to scare you so you don't repair your credit. Keep going to the next round and keep it moving. So just like I said, the bureaus have 30 days to verify each item. If they can't prove it, they must remove it. Now, remember what I said when it comes to like your personal information, right? That is important as the client for you to call all 3 bureaus and talk to the fraud department and let them know that you want all old addresses deleted off of your credit profile, and you only want one variation of your name. So you spell your first, middle, and last name, and that is all that should be on your personal information. Because what happens is whatever they have in their system, that's what they're going to verify under what account was under each address. They don't have any contracts that you sign for the loan or the car or the house. They can't do that. They don't have that information. So they only go by what's in the system. So you get that removed, it'll make it harder for them to verify the items that's being disputed. It doesn't guarantee that the items are going to fall off right away. So let me make that clear. But it's going to make it harder for them to verify the disputed items. So once I take anybody on as a client, right after your free consultation, the first step is to order reports and scores from the 3 bureaus. We'll come up with a game plan specifically for you. You'll know exactly what accounts we're disputing and when. So you'll sign up for a credit monitoring service, and it'll update every 30 days. So you'll pay for the monthly credit monitoring, and you get one free credit update. And once you update your credit, it'll show what items have been deleted and which ones haven't. So you'll always know what's going on, and you can always ask questions. So in the program, you'll get a credit consultation, an in-depth credit analysis, credit recommendation, personalized dispute options to fit your exact credit repair, custom dispute letters submitted on your behalf every month, updated information forwarded to you as it becomes available. Now, a few things I require when I take on clients. If I'm giving instructions for you to not apply for anything and don't close accounts, right? If you apply for anything while you're in the credit repair program, it's counterproductive. If I'm trying to get items deleted off of your account and you're applying for things, your credit is going to go up and down. And you're going to get mad at me. Well, why is my credit going up and down? Well, you're applying for stuff when you're not supposed to. Okay, so it's important that if you're not ready for this, then you might need to just hold off for a second, because there's things that as a client that you're going to have to do. Like I said, you're going to have to call the credit bureaus because they're going to ask you for your full social. They're going to ask you verifying questions that only you know. I can't do that for you. That's impersonation. I'll go to jail for that. And we don't do that. We don't do illegal stuff over here. So if I'm giving instructions and you don't follow them after a certain while, then we're going to have to part ways, because this is not for you. And also be mindful, if you guys have credit cards, make sure you pay down to below 25% of the available credit line. 10% would be best. Never spend more than 25% of your credit line, even if you pay it off each month. So let's say you got $1,000 credit card, right? 30%, no more than $300 or even less than that. And even if you can't do that, do something small, like a Netflix subscription where you can put it on autopilot.
Like a gas card or something like that.
Yeah, something small, because if you're on a fixed budget, like, don't spend above your means. Like, do something small. That way you have some type of activity on your credit profile. Because if you close old accounts and you got positive history on that for years, you close that account, that's going to hurt your score too. So yeah, be careful. So most importantly, we'll be sending many letters to the bureaus. Be sure to open all of your mail and forward their response to us immediately. Remember, this process takes time, and you'll know exactly what we're doing every step of the way. Let me remind you one more time. This is a process. You have to be patient. You cannot get your credit fixed overnight, because it took time for your credit to get to where it is now. And I've been in the same situation. I'm still working on my credit. So there's no judgment here at all. I've been homeless. I've had my car repossessed. I've had judgments. I had collections. So I have no place to judge nobody. Okay, so we don't do that here. Yeah. Guys, if
and real quick, this is important information. This is more than just a sports show. And we're more than just about sports. We transcend that. You see what I'm saying? So if it's an issue, you're more than welcome to tune out. But we transcend sports here. We're about helping people, because it's people that don't want to admit they have problems with these things, and or either that or are too ashamed to talk about it. And so this is what we're trying to do. We're trying to open minds up beyond the sports world. And just think about this for a minute. If you ever thought about going to a Super Bowl or taking a big trip or going on the road to see one of your favorite teams, you may not have the money to do that. You may not be in position to do that. There's a lot of fans that I talk to. I'm like, hey, you want to go to the game? They don't have the money. Why? Because they have credit issues. So this is important. It transcends sports. And I just want whoever's in the chat or whoever's, if it's too much for you, you're more than welcome to tune in and come back later after we're done, because this is the sponsor of the show. Continue.
So if anybody has any questions, you guys can go to my website, thewiseconsultant.com, or you can call from the website. It'll show, you can schedule a free consultation and credit analysis. It has the price. Right now I'm doing a grand opening special. So for the first 50 clients, you can check it out on the website. But yeah, this is what I'm trying to do, help people have a better financial situation, so
if any of you guys have any questions, or if there's any questions in the chat, you guys feel free to ask Nisi if you have any questions or any comments or anything like that. We'll open it up. You guys can unmute. Y'all there? Does I lose you?
Yeah, I'm here. That was excellent. That was really good.
All right.
No,
that's good.
I appreciate you for that. That's phenomenal. Thank you so much. Many
You're
people do
welcome.
need this. I mean, there's little things that you just gave. That's little nuggets that was very informative and very helpful. So, and some of you who are in the chat, if you're smart, you'll take advantage of that, because that can help you in the long run. Because
it's free information.
In
Some
America,
people didn't even know that. So
right,
exactly. And in America, credit is key. I mean,
It
growing up, I mean, it wasn't stressed back in the 70s and the 80s when I was young. So,
Yeah,
now
I mean,
guys,
for most of us,
appreciate you, Wells. Appreciate you.
We didn't learn that. It's like you learn this later on in life when it comes to finances
Easy.
or
Appreciate you, bro.
Fixing your credit. So feel like just late to the game. But it is what it is.
And it works, man.
This.
Like no bullshit, man. Like I'm telling y'all to your face, like this shit worked. Like my credit was in the 500s a year ago. She can tell you that. Now I'm above 700. I can go get a $100,000 loan right now if I want to. You know what I'm saying? So the stuff does work. It's not a game. It's not a gimmick. It's just tactics that the government use to, not even the government, but just to scare people, man. It's scare tactics, man, to get you not to get on the ball and take care of what you need to take care of. You want that brand new Lexus. You want to ball out. You want a big house on the lake, man. Just the type of stuff, the information that you need to be thinking about.
Here's a little thing I want
doing this.
I want people to also understand too, in terms of credit. The biggest users of credit are the affluent. They may have the money, but they're the biggest users because they know that banks are going to back them because they have the collateral behind them, which is why a lot of athletes, if you want to be honest, many of them fail or go lose their money because they don't understand that, you have the resources, you have the money behind you. So use it wisely where you have these $1 million contracts. Yes, go out and get you a loan for a house. You know what? Pay it off. It helps build your credit because the banks are going to be giving you. And that's what, going back in days to, you can go back probably as far back as the Rockefellers. And if you really do their history and see what they do, this is what they teach their children.
Yep.
But us on the lower spectrum, we don't know this, because we are not in the game financially. Think about it. There is a small percentage that has half the financial resources in this country. I think it's maybe 2-3%, while
3%,
everyone else,
something like that.
while everyone else is sharing the other 50%. but they're the ones that capitalize on also on credit, because that's also what they do. They use that credit to go out and buy other businesses, other homes, and then they go out and they sell use they rent it or whatever to the general public, and that's what they're doing to turn around and pay back whatever they have to do. They have the money, but now they're not using their money to risk because they're not going to lose it, because if it crashes, it's right there that they're taking the money from what they use with us
Yep.
to invest into their business. So in the end, credit is very valuable. I'm 56, going on 56 years old, and I didn't really understand credit until I was in my mid 40s, and I'm still learning stuff. So
that's where I'm at, Coach. I'm right there with you. I'm just learning about this stuff too, man. But I promise you, if you discipline and you're patient, you will see results, and you will be astonished. I was amazed. Like, I'm thinking to myself, like, ain't no way I'm gonna ever see a 700 credit score. And within 1 year is all it took,
He
because
shot past me.
so, but that's what we doing, man. We trying to help people. Like I said, we're about more than sports, man. We got the travel business, and please go check out my wife's website, Wise Consulting Solutions. If you're a mod, if you want to put the link in the chat, you can do that, and I think we're good to go. If anybody has any other questions, we'll keep the show rolling. My guys good?
Yep.
Good.
I didn't know half that stuff, but thanks for telling me about it.
Yeah,
Thank you very much, Nisi, for telling that to all of us. We really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Well,
Hey, I'm just
information
learning
is
about
knowledge.
it now. I didn't know that kind of stuff.
Um,
You're just talking to a dumb construction guy.
I like this.
don't say
I
that.
like this. I like this fan right here. I'm gonna take a shot at y'all. Y'all know I got to do this. My man Tudo, Kenny. All Philly fans will benefit from this information to repair their credits and their credibility, boss. They should thank you for this.
Hey, there's one thing I need to thank for you guys is that there's one thing, and that's the broom. That's the one thing I need to thank right now.
Yeah,
We're going there again, I see.
Excellent.
You Giant fans are still running your mouth that you got that little.
I can't help it. I can't fucking help it, man. I hate the Eagles, man. I can't help it, man.
The first time we played you didn't.
I don't hate you guys.
I'm already thinking about the off season.
Really?
Eagles
you just gotta
fan.
say, yeah, I'm an Eagles fan. So
Oh, you're an Eagles
be in the
fan?
background.
Yeah, she's an Eagles fan.
Yeah.
Yeah,
She's an Eagles
you got
fan.
a right yo. I feel bad for you, dude. You gotta watch that game with your wife, and she just make fun of you
Look,
all day
I was
long.
like,
Coach had
what are
to
y'all
with his
doing? I'm
brother.
telling him, I'm like, what are y'all doing? Like, y'all just giving the game to us. Like,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
Right, you could. We didn't have to pass the ball.
Yeah. Yeah. No,
Halftime
you
was
didn't.
mad at that we didn't have to pass the ball.
Yes, I
thank you,
was.
Coach.
Please tell. All right, I got it right. Thank you.
There you go. So the link's in the chat. Coach posted the link in the chat, man. Please, if you guys are serious about this stuff, man, go check out the website, man. Even if you just want the information, she does consulting. So go
And I
check
show
it out,
you
man.
guys like my workflow. One thing when you're trying to get these things done, if you're trying to, even if it's not with me, if it's with any credit repair company, make sure they're credible and ask them questions, okay? Because if they can't tell you how they're doing it or show you, cut them off. Straight up.
Cut them off. Facts, man. Good stuff. Earl. What's up, Earl? How you doing, Earl, man? Earl, big wrestling guy, man.
He's a big wrestling and New York fan.
Tudo says, I personally never had to deal with any of this information, but I'm all about learning something every day, man. We appreciate you, Tudo. Thank you for stopping in, man, showing me and my wife support, man. We greatly appreciate that, man. But let's get back into the sports stuff.
Not talk about the game anymore,
You can
please.
stick around if you want, but
Don't talk about the game anymore, please.
Keep on
Nah,
talking about it.
we're
Hey,
going-
I'm late for the show, dude. I gotta stop. I'm late for
Come
the
on, we gotta
show.
keep going, man. We gotta keep going.
Yeah, man.
No, if
Yeah,
you want
man.
to go to basketball, I'm fine with that.
Yeah,
too.
we're going to transition into basketball. It's an hour and a half.
Hold on, I
Um,
had a question for Coach about
Yes, sir.
college. I'm just learning college.
Mhm.
So the corner for Georgia,
Ringo?
I forget his name, but they're
Ringo?
saying the Eagles are going for him.
Are you talking about Ringo? Does that
Yes,
name sound
I
familiar?
think Maringo.
yeah, I heard it. Yeah.
Bingo.
I think
Bingo
that
start?
I think that's who they're going to go with the 10th overall pick. I didn't know how good he was though.
First of all, he plays in Georgia's defense, so you know he's fundamentally sound. He's trained very well. Is he one of the top cornerbacks in this year's draft? Yes. I mean, can he make it into the top 10? Yes. It's going to depend on his private workouts and his interviews and the draft. But to be honest with you, everyone, there's a plethora of cornerbacks. I mean, Alabama has two. We talked about Porter from Penn State. Illinois has one with Witherspoon. You have Christian Gonzalez out in Oregon, and I've seen him. He's a beast. You know, I just want to really see his 40 time. You got Ringo. You got Eli Ricks from Alabama.
Eli Ricks, yeah.
You know, even Garrett Williams from Syracuse. I mean, there is a plethora. Now, I'm not saying everyone is going in the first round, but there are defensive backs that, you know, you can find in the draft within probably the first 3 rounds, and they can be good starters.
I would target one in the third. For the
Yeah.
Giants, I mean, Philly's a different story, but I would target one in the third if I was the Giants, because you still got Adoree, you drafted Fly, you got Aaron Robinson coming back, you still got Roe Williams and some of these other guys on there, man. I think third, I think that's a good spot to try to get another boundary guy to go out opposite of Dory Jackson. Because remember, I wouldn't be against taking one in the first or second either, only because it's something that we just talked about. Adoree Jackson, you know, eventually you're gonna have to replace Adoree Jackson.
Exactly.
So you want to have that room stocked, especially in a Wink Martindale defense, you know, because these guys got to play one-on-one. And if you ain't playing, you can't play man coverage in Wink's defense, you're gonna struggle.
And that helps his defense, and that helps the defensive line. And early in the year, I always said the same thing. The defensive line helps the back end, and the cornerbacks help the front end. You know, we've all heard in certain times, oh, that's a coverage sack. And that's true, because that forces a quarterback to take his eyes off of whatever his first or second read. And next thing you know, you got a defensive lineman right in his face, or you got pressure from the defensive line and they're throwing the ball up, and the DB now is able to go out and get a lame duck ball and make a play on it. So, you know, halftime, if you're going to look at cornerbacks, you know, really study their footwork. Look at what they do with their footwork, their hips. In other words, how do they roll their hips when they transition from going back pedal to turn around and running side by side with a receiver down the field? Their hands, not only catching the ball, but are they able to shoot the hands? And what I mean is, when a receiver's putting his hands up to catch a ball, are they able to get their hands in between his without interfering to knock the ball away? You know, and also his reading. I mean, if he's in a zone, is he able to play his reads? And in other words, you know, if you're playing in a certain zone, sometimes you have to read multiple receivers. So if you're reading 2 to 1, that means you're reading number 2. If number 2 is going vertical and number 1 is staying shallow, if you're in cover 2, if you're in a standard cover 2, then you're probably shooting down to take that. But if you're in a quarters type of a coverage, or your cover 2 allows you to settle a little bit and drop, then even if number 1 and number 2 is going to the flat, or number 2 is going vertical and number 1 stays in the flat, you can get depth to get underneath the pass. So it's, how do they play it? How do their eyes go about reading it? It's a lot of things. And I can sit here and go over it in their mind. What do they do? You know, how do they work with teammates, their communication skills, you know, and the biggest thing, Are they scared shitless when the ball is in the air, or do they not worry about it and they know how to close and recover and make a play on the ball like a Deion Sanders?
To be honest, I actually am starting to, when it comes to the Giants in the draft, cornerback outside is one of my top 3 needs. I actually have interior offensive line, inside linebacker, and cornerback because let's just be honest, Adoree Jackson has not stayed healthy the past couple of years we've signed him. He's missed a lot of time both years. And Aaron Robinson, what is he? The dude has been hurt more than he's actually been on the field. You can't rely on him. And I mean, Flott, that kid needs to put on more weight because he's going to get bullied. He's getting bullied right now by even guys on the outside or in the slot. So he's going to have to bulk up a little bit. Moreau, if you want to bring back Fabian Moreau as a depth guy, maybe, but I don't care if he goes. I don't think Rodarius Williams is going to be here. I think they're going to cut him. I don't think he's going to be on this team.
Yeah, he ran his mouth. You should have said that's what got Tate Crowder cut.
There's one more thing. There's one more thing, I'm sorry, that I wanted to stress on, and I'm glad you said that too, NYG. I'm sorry, Jeffy. The other thing is size. And what I mean size is boundary cornerbacks. I am of the mindset minimum 6 feet, but really 6'1" and up. Because what do you see nowadays on the outside? A lot of 6'4", 6'3", 6'6" receivers. And if you're 5'11", 5'10", do you really think you're going to be making plays, especially if they're throwing up jump balls? You know, so
that's Aaron Robinson. Not to interrupt. I'm sorry to interrupt, Coach, but that's Aaron Robinson. That's what we are hoping he's going to be. He's a 6'2", 6'3" corner. The dude just can't stay on the field. He always is hurt, and he would have been that ideal boundary cornerback that we were looking for on the outside.
Why I want fucking Wooten from the get go.
Yeah,
Wooten. Damn it.
Even Kobe Bryant in the slot he got that size in the slot too, and he's terrific.
So I'm
because you have these bigger, faster receivers, and you need corners that can match that speed and size and quickness, man. Because and the one thing I want my cornerback to do is tackle.
Yes. Yes.
I do not like cornerbacks that don't tackle. Like, and especially again in Wink Martindale's defense, because if you play in one-on-one coverage, man-and-man coverage, you gotta make the tackle. If somebody catches, otherwise they're gonna eat you up with yak.
Hey Philly, I wanted to ask you because you just targeting a cornerback. Does that mean you guys are not re-signing Bradbury? You're letting him walk?
I think we might trade Slay because Slay's got one more year on him.
How old is Slay?
I'll let you know in a second.
He's like 28, high 20s, low 30s.
32.
Yeah.
He's 32. Yeah.
I thought he was 30. I thought he was
getting up
33.
there.
So
still a good corner though.
Yes, he's a good corner, but I think we're going to trade him, and we're going to go for another corner. So we probably will keep Bradbury, and we're going to keep Gardner.
We're just a cornerback factory. That's what we are now. We just let corners go, draft, free agency, trades. Next year, do the same thing.
So that's your disposable position, pretty much, is the cornerback position. Like we are, we've been with defensive tackle. Your guys in the cornerback position, where you just shuffle them in and out.
Defensive tackle factory. You got one on your team, Linville.
Yeah.
So,
Dallas had one of their team too, Hankins.
Yep. We played one in the playoffs, Tomlinson.
Exactly.
Dallas.
Yeah.
Dallas.
I just see that.
Dallas. How does it look, Dak? How you look, Dak?
Oh, the Cowboys fans are upset
Hey, Bombs, man. I've seen so many. We could all laugh about this. I've seen so many Cowboys fans break their TVs on the internet. It was so
I made that a
man.
YouTube short.
That is funny. That is funny.
I seen like 5 or 6 videos. That
Oh,
one
I
dude
found
ran his
another one of
TV
it.
over with an SUV.
Wait, what?
I've seen that one.
I've seen
What?
that one. I've seen a
Yeah.
kid cry like it's since 2016 they haven't won anything. He wants to change teams. I've seen. Oh my God, where do I even begin?
I seen one punch the TV.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that
Punched
was
it,
mine.
then he
That
yeeted it,
was
yeah.
the one I put up. And my guy Cool Cat Connor, he's making a whole compilation of it and into a video. I'll send you all it once it's
You
done.
know
Send it
what?
to me for
You know
sure. I
what?
want to see that.
Oh, I got you,
love
man.
Too
I love their
bad.
misery.
They were talking even worse than Eagles fans were. They always talk, and like they were getting more
They
chirpy now
talk
because they
every
finally
day. I
got
get
that
DMs
win.
constantly.
Mhm,
Guess what? I hope y'all are enjoying that couch too. Again,
mhm.
again. And Dak Prescott.
Hey.
Dak Prescott.
Yeah, I seen that
Franchise
one. Wells
quarterback.
burning
jersey.
Prescott's jersey. Yeah,
Yeah.
They can't
and it was
trade him.
one. He was
which is-
running around. He was like, oh, he was running around, and then it said at the end of the game, he was sitting there like,
Yep.
and he wanted to burn the jersey. And it was like, no, you paid money for that. He's like, they never win. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
They're babies, man. They are. They're
They
little
are.
kids.
They
man.
are.
Old
Babies.
Cowboys said the 49ers are going to come to the Eagles' house and
That's cold.
take over. So
That's cold,
I
bro.
just
Let
said,
it go.
I just said to him, yo, we're going to teach you guys how to beat them because you guys can't do it.
Dude, just ignore Coach on Twitter because
Coach,
all
what were
he
you saying?
does is gain attention and get followers. That's the only fucking reason. And he even told me that. So,
Coach.
Let me let you know if you see this.
Yeah, I
Who
said,
says
go
that?
ahead.
This is one of my boys. I'm sorry.
Can you zoom in just a little bit, please?
Oh, all right. Let me see.
Said it once, said it 100 times.
thank God on a Mac, you can just use a mouse and just go.
Now I have a Dell. That's as large as it's letting me go.
You want to send it
Okay.
to me and I can zoom it in?
Okay.
DM it
No,
to me
you
on
can just
Twitter.
you can just say it. It'll be the
Okay.
just hearing
Yeah,
it
it's
is the
short.
price
It's-
of admission,
It's
yeah.
short.
says- yeah.
Go ahead, Andrew.
Just said it once, said it 100 times. Don't talk crazy about a team losing until your team plays. Bad karma. Now look at y'all, eliminated again. 27 years with no Super Bowl. Lose by 7 or 31. No moral victories. Come sit your ass on this couch with us Giants fans and the same playoff record this season.
Oh,
Yep.
Coach,
And
Coach,
what-
send that
yeah,
to me. Coach, I'm gonna make that into a short
Okay.
tomorrow. Send it to
no
me.
problem.
I'll
send
have
it to
a
you.
laughter there.
I have
That's,
no pity
just,
for
just so
Dallas
you know,
fans.
just so
None.
you know that's one of the coolest. That's my man Juan. I coach with him. You know,
Oh, cool.
brother. Yeah, I mean, he's
That's what's up.
hilarious. If you sit in a room with the stuff that he comes out with, and it doesn't matter what team you with. It doesn't matter. He's a Mets fan. He's a Knicks fan. He comes at you hard, and he'll come at you, but you laugh, and it's stuff like that. And Cowboy fans are always
Yeah,
going
Pookie
at
said,
him.
He seen a dude shoot the TV. I ain't see that.
What?
I didn't
I
see
saw
that
that.
one.
They shot a TV?
I ain't see him shoot one. I seen the one we punched it. I ain't seen him shoot one. That's
What the hell?
Yo, bro, really?
All of
Shot
these
the
are just
TV?
these guys. All of these are staged. You know that, right?
what's good,
Yeah.
Tommy.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're all staged.
Oh,
They're just
man.
trying to get they're just
Hey,
trying to get their
It works.
5 minutes of fame.
They like attention, man. I mean, and it's sad because they never win anything.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh, you gave me a perfect segue. I was gonna say, you know who likes the attention? The Lakers.
The Lakers are ass, man. We're gonna get into basketball here in just
Oh,
a
suck.
second. Funny how all
Rui
ESPN
Hachimura
making
got a lot to say
excuses
about that.
about how Cowgirls don't have enough weapons. Jones would have won with the Cowgirl roster and calling Dak can be Jones's backup. Yeah, man. The Cowboys definitely don't have nothing to complain about. Neither do the Buffalo Bills. Them cats got
Oh
weapons.
my God.
You know what I'm saying?
They choked too.
They
Yeah,
choke
did you
too.
see how everybody on Buffalo was just
Wow.
Diggs? He just left. He packed. He got dressed and left the
He said,
locker room.
empty the
Empty
clip.
Damn, wow.
Yeah, I
Jeez.
saw that one. I saw that one.
My
Yo,
God.
DM it to me on Twitter. I gotta see
What
it
the
again.
hell is
It's
wrong
Coxie
with
on
these
Twitter.
people?
I sent it to you now.
No. I was talking to gaming. I want that clip.
Oh,
I
will
saw
say
it. I got
this.
it. Thank you, Coach.
I will say this:
All right.
if I'm a Buffalo Bills fan right now, I'm sick to my stomach because that team, that team just is. I don't know what it is about Buffalo. They can't get it done. They just absolutely got thoroughly outplayed. Trenches. Cincinnati dominated them in the trenches with backup offensive linemen. They dominated them in the trenches, and I did see that halftime where Diggs was going off on Twitter about
Diggs
that.
left. He left the locker room. He got dressed, left the
He was
locker room,
pissed.
and the coach is like, "I'm trying to give a speech out." He left the locker room. They had to go back, go get him to bring him back in. He's like, "I don't want to look at him."
Yeah,
He
we
was
got
no
it
better
too
than
though.
quarterback.
You can check us out on social media though. That's why we got the website and everything at that up. Yeah, but it's more coming, man. You know,
What
just
happened to Josh
slowly
Allen?
progressing. You know what I'm saying? Getting things going. But Tommy says, much love to the panel, all Giants. We definitely are going to load up this thing like a holiday turkey.
Gobble, gobble.
Man, you're gonna be
Dropping
stuffed
that
like a
gravy.
holiday turkey.
Halftime. That's funny.
Yeah, that's funny.
Shit,
You know what?
man.
I think actually I think the Bengals are going back to the Super Bowl. I don't know if I don't know if Mahomes is going to be anywhere near ready, and that Bengals defense
That's
is starting to
dangerous,
come
yeah.
up. Yeah, their pressure's to load up.
I got a hot take. I'm saying this now. Finally, Burrow's better than Josh Allen. I don't care what anyone says.
Burrow's
hands
terrific.
down.
Burrow's terrific.
I thought that last year.
Yeah.
Because it's something to be said. But I'm saying everybody say Burrow got weapons, but the thing about Joe Burrow, that separates it for me is it's how he play in the playoffs, man.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Josh Allen can't get it done in the playoffs. Justin Herbert can't get it done in the playoffs. Derek Carr can't get it done in the playoffs. Lamar Jackson can't get it done in the playoffs. The only one getting it done right now on a consistent basis is Joe Burrow and Patrick Mahomes. So
soon to be Jalen Hurts.
All these people that want these top quarterbacks, and I got some about your quarterback too. Hurts is a good quarterback, but look, it's not a shade at Hurts or Brock Purdy or Daniel Jones, but ain't none of them considered or what people consider in the upper echelon of quarterbacks. That goes to show you that you don't need one of these unicorn quarterbacks that these fans are chasing. You can get it done if you just build your team in the trenches. All those teams we named that made the playoffs, that did good in the playoffs, at least won a playoff game, they all got what in common? Good to good to elite lines. We're good, you guys are elite. That's the difference.
The Bengals are the only team I would say on the offensive line.
But the AFC is different. That's
I know. I'm just saying, like,
I'm talking about the NFC. Yeah,
the NFC, yes. The AFC,
NFC is going back to old school football.
Yeah,
and I want us to keep up. So
I'm gonna say this about the Bengals and the Chiefs. Last week I picked the Bengals. This week I'm picking the Chiefs. Everyone's talking about Mahomes and the injury, but Kansas City can be physical and run that ball, and they don't just have one back there. They have multiple backs, and they can run. And that's the thing that I think that they can use to help Mahomes because of his injury. Kansas City also has the one factor that Buffalo did not have. They had that elite defensive tackle that can push the pocket on Burrow, because we all questioned the Bengals offensive line, and they played phenomenally last week. But how are they going to handle Kansas City's defensive line? Kansas City's defensive line, I think, is that much better than Buffalo's. And that's where, okay, if they have a smart game plan and get the ball out of Burrow's hands quickly, okay, then I think they have a good chance of really competing. But if Kansas City is running the rock and they're slowing down any chance of a pass rush, and Mahomes can get the ball downfield, and then there's Kelsey, who on Cincinnati can really check him. So I'm not quick to sit here and say the Bengals are going they're going to beat them. I just
Bengals defense is underrated too, though, Coach. And if you talk about making a team one-dimensional, without your quarterback being able to do some of the things he do, that's gonna be tough.
And
Not
the
saying they
Bengals can run
can't
the
do
ball
it.
too. The Bengals
Yeah, I'm
can
not
run the
saying
ball
they
very
can't.
well
Not
too.
saying they can't do it, but it's going to be a tough task to ask a guy like Pat Mahomes, who is predicated on using his legs to extend plays,
But
to
that's
do
why
that
the
on a
run
high
game.
ankle sprain.
But that's why the run game for him
You
comes
just
into
load the
play.
box up and make him throw and keep him in the pocket
But
and make him
okay,
beat
and
you
that
that way.
Yeah, but he
and
can do it. He can do that stuff. He can
I
sidearm
take
it.
my chances.
He can sidearm it. He can sling it sidearm.
In the
50
pocket,
yards.
Mahomes is a lot better outside the pocket than in the pocket.
Yeah.
We
But
know
the
that.
thing is,
Keep him
I'm
in the
going to ask
pocket
it
and let him
again.
beat you. If he can
I'm
beat
going
you
to
in the
ask
pocket,
again.
good shit.
Who do they have on the Bengals defense that can match up with Kelsey?
I don't know.
That's the biggest thing right there.
That's
And if
one
they're
guy though.
running, if they're running RPOs or if they're getting physical, if Pops is being physical and running nasty, yeah, you're gonna load up the box. And if they run the RPO off of that, that's set for Kelsey.
Mhm.
That's
You
set
running the
for Kelsey.
RPO. Why would you bite on the RPO if Mahomes ain't healthy?
And I'll counter that too. Who
No,
on the
it's not.
Chiefs defense can stop Chase?
That's
Chase
gonna be on
Boyd
the
and Higgins and
right.
even
That's gonna
Mixon
be
too.
on the
Don't forget
coaching.
about Mixon. Mixon has been
Yes.
running the ball really well.
Because
That
I see what
Bengals
coach is
offense-
doing. I see what you're doing because this game is going. If Cincinnati come with a stupid game plan, they'll lose this game. If they play how they should play and do what I just said, stop the run and make Mahomes beat you in the pocket, they'll win this game. Now, if they don't do that and they
But
play and they do,
you asked me about the RPO, and you said how when he's on a bad wheel. The RPO is not predicated on the quarterback running. That's the read option. The RPO is you fake the run. It's play action.
it's play
You
action. I
you
know,
fake
but that's
the
what I'm
run.
saying.
You fake the
If
run
you
and you bring if they're biting up off of the run, you just throw the pass right behind him. He don't have to leave the pocket. He
But
doesn't, and that's what I'm getting
my
at.
my point is, if they're one dimensional, then you're going to.
That's any team. Yeah. Yes.
That's what
you're
I'm
right.
saying, Coach.
Yes,
If
and
Hit
the
'em.
same thing is
Hit
with
Mahomes.
Burrow. I think the same thing with Burrow. Like you just said, who's going to match up with Chase? I just said, who's going to stop? Who's going to stop Chris? What's it? Chris Jones? Who's going to stop him? He can play on the edge. He can play up the middle, and he can push that pocket. So and Buffalo didn't have. If they had what's his name who was out on the injury, I would have thought differently. But if Jones can push that pocket, and that I wonder about that Cincinnati offensive line. This ain't Buffalo's defensive line. So and that's it. Is it going to probably come down to who has the ball last? And is it going to come down to both quarterbacks? Yeah. I don't think Mahomes is as bad as everyone is thinking. I think they're going number one, they're going to shoot that leg up. Number two, they're going to wrap it heavy. So when you wrap it heavy, I'm telling I played in college with two badly sprained ankles. I walked around campus on crutches. I could not practice, but come game day, they shot me up and wrapped my legs up so well. And that's the thing with Mahomes. Now, I'm not saying he's going to be elite like he normally is, but he's still going to be mobile enough to get outside the pocket and make plays. So
I will say this, though.
It's going to be a great game, though.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good game.
The Bengals defensive line is really starting to come on now, and
True.
I can turn it the other way. Is that Chiefs line, which has been solid, are they going to be able to hold up against that defensive line with Hendrickson, with Hubbard coming off the edge? And those guys are starting to get pressure now on the quarterback. And all you got to do with Mahomes right now is hit him and hit him and hit him. Even if you don't get him to the ground, you got to hit him, and it's going to make him feel maybe a little bit more unsteady, even up the middle with B.J. Hill and D.J. Reader. You hit him up the middle, you hit him on the outside, and that's what that Bengals team is starting to do now. They're getting pressure, and put your hands up and knock some of those quick passes down, which a lot of people don't do anymore. Knock the passes down and create some turnovers. That's how the Bengals can get them on defense, because they got terrific players on the outside too. And you're right about Chris Jones on the defensive tackle position. That guy is a dominant force. But how do you counter that? You run up the middle, or you're right when he's coming up. You open it, try to run it by him with Mixon. Mixon is going to become a bigger weapon than people realize in this game. It's not just going to be the three wide receivers. Mixon is starting to come on now for that Bengals offense, and that's just going to really open things up for this Cincinnati Bengals offense altogether, because they're running the ball a lot against Buffalo. Mixon was a big reason why that offense was able to expose the second and third level of that Bills defense because they were opening up enough holes and Mixon was getting that yak after he was getting hit. And that was able to get Higgins and Boyd and Chase open on some of these big plays. Even the tight end, Hayden Hurst. You can't forget about Hayden Hurst. He's become an X factor on that offense too. So, I mean, it's not just, the wide receivers. Their running game with Mixon, he's a terrific back. He's a top 10 running back. Could even argue top 5 when he's going. And then Hurst has become an underrated weapon. And Burrow, that guy's just got that moxie to go out there and lead this team. I mean, I would put a lot of faith right now in Burrow right now, especially over a banged-up Mahomes. You can shoot up that ankle all you want. But if he gets hit, you don't know if Mahomes might be a little bit, iffy on trying to move around with that ankle. He might be a little bit cautious. Especially if you get pressure on the other side of the middle.
Jalen Hurts, and you hit Jalen Hurts, but you just couldn't do nothing. I think Coach is right. I think everybody's putting too much on Patrick Mahomes' ankle. Nobody's really saying, hey, look at – and Andy Reid's going to have a game plan for it, too. He's going to have a game plan for it.
That's why I think the advantage is
saying, this is going to happen. This is going to happen.
The coaching.
Good point.
Andy Reid's look what he did for the Eagles all them years. Put us always in the playoffs. You know what I mean? We didn't have the great team that, with the wide receivers or nothing. He got us there. He has a game plan for this. I mean, this is.
I'm gonna be honest with you though. Before I get to Tommy's comment, because I did want to touch on this Kafka situation real quick. I think whoever comes out the NFC is probably going to win the Super Bowl, and it's going to kill me to gut to see that be the Eagles. But I do think the 49ers lines and the Eagles lines are better than the Chiefs and the Bengals. And if they can, whichever team that gets to the Super Bowl, if they're going to be able to control the line of scrimmage, and they're going to make a fuck who's out there catching passes for the Chiefs or the Bengals. So that's just my unpopular opinion.
I thought you said NFC. I'm sorry.
I said whoever wins the NFC, if it's you guys or the 49ers.
I think you said AFC. I'm sorry.
No. I think
no way.
That's going to be the team that's going to win the Super Bowl, in my opinion. I felt like that if it was the Giants. I mean,
you're right because it's going to be defense wins Super Bowls.
Exactly.
And great offensive line play, which both the NFC and the NFC teams have compared to the AFC.
Yeah, Bengals line is ass.
Kansas City and Bengals game is going to be a great chess game.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think it's gonna be. I think it might be the best of the two games. I'm really looking forward to that one, especially it being a rematch of last year in the AFC Championship in Kansas City. So that's going to even make it even more special going forward because Kansas City's thinking about what happened last year, but
and that's the thing. Remember, Kansas City is Buffalo has a problem with Kansas City, but now you got a new sheriff in town, and is this going to be Kansas City's thorn in the side? Is it going to be a Brady Manning type deal where they go back and forth, Burrow and Mahomes and Josh Allen?
Bengals have dominated them. The Bengals have won the last 3 or 4 matches.
That's what I'm saying. They
own the Chiefs.
They're a problem for Kansas City, just like Kansas City's a problem for Buffalo.
Exactly.
I got one for you guys. Is the Bengals going to be the new Buffalo Bills? And what I mean is go to the Super Bowls like 4 or 5 times and not be able to get over that hump.
That's actually funny you said that because Randy said that on MK Headlines today.
I could see that.
I didn't hear that. I wasn't around, so I didn't hear him say that, but that's what I think. I think they're going to be the new Buffalo. If
they don't fix the lines, then it ain't happening.
Well, they got the defensive line. They just don't have the offensive line right now.
The offensive line. That's why I can't trust them. I can't trust them with the offensive line, no matter how good Burrow and Chase, Higgins, Mixon are. I can't trust the line.
That's why you got to get that ball out quickly, and you negate Chris Jones, and you get it to your playmakers out immediately. Get that ball out very quick, and let your playmakers break tackles and make big plays. That's how you counter a pass rush.
So
Mike Kafka, real quick. Let's
really well. Wow.
Let's get back on topic here. Heart of the city. Y'all hit that like button, man. Appreciate the turnout, man. 10, 15 in the chat. Kafka, Mike Kafka, second interview with the Houston Texans. Does he get a coaching job? And how would you guys feel about the Giants potentially being in? Because we're talking about the Jets too. The Jets are still looking for their OC. They got about 6 candidates up. So the Giants lose Kafka. Who, first of all, 2-part question. Eagles, y'all can chime in if you want to, but I'm gonna kick this one to Coach and Jeffy for the time being. Who would you replace Kafka with? And do you think that hurts us continuity on offenses, particularly with Daniel Jones and him possibly having another offensive coordinator?
Go ahead, Coach.
First of all, I don't think he's going to get a job. I know
Second
you got
interview.
I understand that. It's just when you say that, just for some reason in the back of my head, and I'm not saying he's like this former head coach,
because Tommy's killing them in the chat. So
it screams Joe Judge in the back of my head.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, the guy has just 1 year as a coordinator. Now he does have that over Judge, and even though Judge was special teams, he did have the offense for 1 year. So I'm not saying completely. It wouldn't surprise me. The man is smart. He knows the game. I mean, he relates well with the players. Guys buy into what he's doing. He's a little bit too predictable, but again, it was his first time calling plays. So, but I just can't see them doing that the way it is. I just can't. I just can't see him, being a head coach right now. Now, after next year, and he has another good season, yeah, I could see him continuing. But right now, no. And I hope I'm right with this as a Giants fan. I'm being selfish. I hope I'm right because I want him back to, to develop the continuity, because especially if DJ's back, it continues. And he knows how DJ works and DJ knows how he works. So it's almost, you're in each other's mind, because of meetings and everything else. But if he does go, I really haven't even thought about that. I mean, would you want to go with an experienced play caller? Because who on the offense, would you replace him with? A
Would you
receivers coach?
promote Shea Tyranny, the quarterbacks coach?
I get.
Talk to the Buffalo Bills offensive coordinator going to the Giants.
Be enemy.
Oh, you mean Ken
Buffalo,
Dorsey?
you
Ken
talking about
Dorsey.
Dorsey?
Oh.
No,
He's getting.
That's what I heard. I don't.
Yeah, he's getting head coaching.
Yeah, the head coach, and
talk
I don't
now.
think they. I don't. It depends on his contract. Would Buffalo, because he's an OC, that's a lateral move.
They blocked it last time. They blocked it. That's why we ended up with
So
Kafka.
I don't think he will be able to come here unless the Giants are giving up draft picks for him.
Yeah,
And no
that's a
disrespect.
lateral move.
Yeah, no disrespect. I ain't giving up a draft pick for an OC.
No.
Hell no.
He's gonna want a head coaching job over an OC
Yeah.
too.
So, and once they'll say he does well, and then wants to leave after that. So you gave up draft picks. No, it's not worth it.
But he was just saying because your coach is from Buffalo, and the your offensive coordinator would come from Buffalo.
Excuse me?
That's what you're going to do is try to take over.
Yeah,
take over the Buffalo situation.
Yeah, it's just like I said. It's a lateral move, so Buffalo is well within their rights to say no, and then you'd have to offer up draft picks, and then if he does well, like I said, he's going to want a head coaching position if he's offered, and you wasted all of that. So that's me.
I
That's
ain't gonna
how I
say
look at
that,
it.
Tommy. I don't think they look. I don't think the Giants are really sweating Kafka. I think the guy they want to keep is Wink Martindale.
Yeah.
Because like you said, Dable can transition to play calling, or he can elevate Tyranny into that position, and then go get another guy.
To be honest,
makes sense. Go ahead, Jeff.
To be honest, I don't want Dabo calling the plays. I really don't. I'd rather him concentrate on being the coach.
That's
I don't want him to
worst
be
case scenario.
Yeah,
You know
I don't
what
want
mean?
him calling the plays. And in
That's
terms
worst
of
case scenario.
in terms of Kafka, I mean, he's getting a second interview with Houston, so obviously he's a serious candidate to get the job over there. And what's been the common trend of the NFL recently? The young, hotshot offensive coordinators that have been getting these head coaching jobs, i.e., Mike McDaniel, Kevin O'Connell, the Sean McVay. So I actually do believe, and I had that feeling even during the season. Kafka fits that mold of that young, hotshot offensive coordinator that a lot of people are praising, thinking he's going to become the next great head coach. So I would actually not be shocked if he gets a head coaching job this offseason because teams are going to bank on that. In terms of, I got an intriguing one for you guys. This one might catch you off guard a little bit. What about Davis Webb? Davis Webb apparently is interested in transitioning into being a coach. And he's actually he has a lot of knowledge when it comes to football and like the game of football. And he could be a guy, maybe not the OC, but maybe you could make him a quarterback's coach and you can elevate Shea
quarterback's
Tierney,
coach.
your OC.
Make him the assistant quarterback's coach.
Give him a year. Quarterback coach.
I make him the assistant quarterback's coach. Give him a year. That's if you keep Kafka. If you don't keep Kafka, then you play musical chairs. You move your quarterback coach up and you slide him in that position.
Well, that's assuming if Kafka goes. Yeah.
If Kafka goes, okay, I'm with you.
Yeah, if Kafka goes, then if Davis Webb is serious about that, I'd make him the quarterback's coach because the guy's been in the league for a long time.
I wouldn't mind that. I don't think
he knows Daniel Jones from being here with him for a whole year, so he could be a good, knowledgeable veteran guy. And Shea Tierney, let him get a shot as the OC. Because, I mean, who else are you going to promote? You're going to promote the running backs coach? You're going to promote the wide receivers coach? He's done a solid job with the guys we had. Tight ends coach? It's probably going to be Tierney, if anybody, if you want to go in-house.
Who's out there, for argument's sake, that's a veteran OC that could come in and fill in that role, too? Because that's where I was looking. See, that's the things I was looking at who are the veteran play callers.
Chad O'Shea, I think, is a guy.
Yeah. Joe Brady.
This is who the Jets are. So I'm just gonna go by who the Jets are chasing. Because I'm not really like I said, we're not used to being in this position. Having had a playoff run.
They're thinking of Nathaniel Hackett too.
Hackett, Marcus Brady, Chad O'Shea, Brian Johnson. These are some of the names that are being floated out there for the Jets. Even Cliff Kingsbury, who got fired by the Cardinals.
No, he said he took a one-way ticket out to Tahiti or something.
Thailand or something.
Thailand, yeah. He's
not coaching next year.
He's not coaching next year.
Thailand?
Yeah,
was Arizona that bad? My man
he's just burnt. No, the thing about it is, burnt. Yeah, he's burned seriously because it's a lot, man.
Is it that hard to coach Kyler Murray?
No, it's that hard. It's that hard to coach. Period.
Yeah.
Yes. And don't forget, he went from college to the pros, and sometimes you
flew out the country to get away from them dudes.
Sometimes there's a lot of people that do that. That
I know,
take a
Coach.
year off to. I thought you were serious. I'm sorry. All right, you got me. You got me. Touche. You got me with that one. But what? Let me ask you guys this then. If that was the case, what about Byron Leftwich then?
That's true. He's on the market. He got fired by the Bucks.
It's got to be somebody that fits what Brian Dable's trying to do.
Yeah,
because it's really Brian Dable's system.
Yeah, true. Fair enough.
Yeah. Do you really trust Brian Leftwich?
No.
I don't know.
Brady was running that offense.
I mean, he wasn't that good of.
I think a lot of that shit was on Tom Brady.
Okay. Before Brady got there, didn't he help improve Winston after Winston got the surgery in his eyes?
He's not a bad coach, man.
Yeah,
and he was getting head coaching. He was getting head coaching opportunities last season. I would take him, but before I take Todd Bowles.
Would you use Tony Romo?
Hell no.
All right, guys, I'm gonna hop off. Thank you for having me on.
Appreciate you, Mitch.
I'll talk to you all later. Fly, Eagles, fly.
Man, get the hell out of
here. Get that crap off here.
Hey,
Fucker, he tried
You
to
don't like
slide that in there every time he get off the panel. He tried to slide that shit in. I'm cutting that shit out my live stream, dude. Getting that.
I gotta start learning how to do that too.
No way.
Oh man, but let's get into some basketball, man. We've been talking about football for 2 hours, and I know it's heavy conversation. We can circle back around to it, man. But I do want to get into these trade rumors.
Breezy, where you at?
Brooklyn.
You guys got me wrong. I don't
We
know
gotta get ready for
basketball.
we gotta get ready for that battle for
Oh,
who runs
yeah.
the city. No,
Who runs the
Guys, I'm gonna
city?
jump off since you're talking about basketball. I don't know nothing about basketball. I just know football.
It's all good,
You
man.
know baseball halftime.
Appreciate you coming up here,
I don't
man.
know basketball. I know baseball and I know football. I can do hockey.
We're gonna do some hockey, man. We're gonna do some hockey. As soon as this football stuff calm down, I'm definitely gonna be getting some hockey segments in here, man.
Yeah, as soon as
so
the Flyers
if
start
you...
winning games and having a good team, then I can start doing that. I feel the Flyers are like the Giants right now.
Right.
Have a good one.
Appreciate you coming on, man.
Have a great night.
Thanks for being a good sport, man.
Yep,
for real,
have
man.
a good one.
Peace, man. Philly halftime, Mitch Kofke. They Eagles fans, but good content creators. I support all content creators, even from other teams, because sometimes you got to step back and take a different look at your team from another team's perspective. So it is good to have some of these guys come on the show sometime and get another team's perspective on your team. You know what I'm saying? Because we're so into our team, we don't see how other teams look at us. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times that's where we get caught up, man, and get a little bit carried away, as myself sometimes does. But I don't
NYG, you hear the news about KD earlier? You got the update about
2 more
KD,
weeks.
right?
Yeah, 2 more weeks away, and I've been saying that they probably gonna hold them out to after the All-Star break.
Yeah, I think
which is
so
fine. Nets have won 2 in a row. Gritty win versus Golden State. Got a chance to catch that game back on the replay. It was a good win, man. They came all the way back. They was down 17, I think, in the first half. Was able to hang in there, man. Down double digits as late as 5 minutes left in the game, I believe, and we're able to come back, man, and pull off that win. So you like to see that from the Brooklyn Nets, but there are rumors. There are rumors going around, and they are hot and heavy, and looking for a big man. Pause. But you got Podol, you got Ibaka. I've even heard Kyle Kuzma, John Collins, and then this new one, the guy from Minnesota,
Nas Reed. Yeah, Nas Reed.
Nas Reed. So he's the new one, the new guy that they're targeting. So they're trying to get some front court help, which they need. So the Nets, they just got to keep afloat, man. Until KD comes back, man. I think they can do that. Good win, like I said, beating Golden State, and then even what was it? Utah?
Yeah, they beat Utah and Golden State. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So but what you think about these rumors, and who will be the guy you would target if you had your choice from all the guys I just mentioned?
Well, the guy I would have targeted is Kuzma, but
what's
it
good,
seems
Bookends?
Like
appreciate
Bookends.
You, man.
Oh, well, heal up, Bookends, bro. Just be careful, man.
Get well.
Yeah, wrap that up and feel better, bro. Seriously, but
get that hand wrapped.
Yeah,
sure.
Get that hand wrapped up, bro. But I heard that Kuzma is actually off the table. Washington did trade Roy Hachimura, so he's going to be. They're pretty much, when they traded him, I think they're going to try to keep Kuzma. So I'm not even thinking about Kuzma anymore unless we blow him away. So if it had to come down to it, I obviously would. The first guy I would want is John Collins. I just think John Collins would be a good fit at that offensive, at the 4 position offensively. It's just he's going to cost the most to get. How much resources and players we have to get rid of. We're going to have to get rid of a Cam Thomas for him. We have to get rid of a first and second round pick if we didn't really even have any. But I
We
mean,
don't.
and then also, what salary we're going to give up? Well, I mean, we tried Joe Harris. They debunked that. We didn't get rid of a Seth Curry or Patty Mills. So, I mean, I don't mind Nas Reed. The one thing I like about the Nas Reed interest is that he is a big man. He's 6'9", about 245. He's he's not a a traditional center, but he is a guy that's had a decent play when he's gotten his opportunities. They just have a lot of front court players over there in Minnesota, so he really hasn't had a lot of playing time. But obviously, due to injury with Karl Anthony Towns, he's gotten his opportunities and he scored.
How's his jump shooting? Because I haven't really done any film study on him. How's his jump shooting?
He's okay. He's more of like a banger towards the basket, if anything. So I mean, that's probably.
I want a guy that can step out, hit a 15, 20-foot jump shot every now.
Apparently, Claxton's doing that now. Claxton's now scored 20 points per game out of nowhere. He's done it the last 2 games. We're talking about Claxton can't score. He had 24 points the last game, so Claxton's starting to become an offensive guy. But
that consistent jump shooting. Yeah. Go ahead, Coach.
About the most important thing about Nas Reed. He's from Jersey.
Yeah, that is true. He is a Jersey guy.
Okay.
And he's also an unrestricted free agent. So if you try to trade for him, he actually is an unrestricted free agent. He's been in the league for 3 years. So if he does end up not working out, you can just let him go. So at this point,
the Knicks need a player like Bradley.
No, we don't need Beal. We have enough people like Beal.
We need
no
a big
guards.
guy.
We have enough guards.
We don't need Bradley Beal.
But I wouldn't mind about Nas Reed. I mean, for a rental, he's still 23 years old.
Good night, Wells, man. Appreciate you pulling up to the show, man. And bless you too, my brother, man. You have a good night, man. Get some rest.
I just don't understand why this team just doesn't trust Day'Ron Sharpe. I don't know why they just don't give Day'Ron Sharpe a chance. Like this kid's shown some ability. It's just there's something about him that they don't like. They just play him 1 or 2 games and then they sit him on the bench most of the time. So, I mean, what I heard is that they're going big game hunting. So they sounds like they want to go after the big fish. When you think of the big fish, John Collins is that guy. It's just, what is it going to take to pick up a guy like John Collins? What are you willing to give up? Are you willing, NYG? Are you willing to give up Cam Thomas, like Seth Curry, and a first-round pick for John Collins? Are you willing to do that? It's going to take something like that to get him.
I think you got to let Cam or Day'Ron go. One of them's going to have to be a part of the deal. And if you're taking on a big guy, it should be Day'Ron Sharpe. Because remember, and Breezy made a good point. If you lose Kyrie after this season, you're going to need a point guard.
Yes.
And you already got one on the roster. I mean, he just needs to be developed. So I keep Cam around if you're going to go get a guy like John Collins. So as far as Seth Curry, it wouldn't kill me to lose Seth Curry. You want Joe Harris in the deal, but if they won't take Harris, it's going to have to be Seth. You're going to have to keep Joe around, but you got one of them too. Still got a 3-point specialist on your team. So
I got another guy too.
I take it. I do that deal.
What about a guy like Mo Bamba? Because I didn't even know that Jonathan Isaac missed over 900 days of basketball, and he apparently just returned to the Magic recently, and that apparently Mo Bamba is out of the rotation. He could be a guy that could be available, and I think he's like around 7 foot. Would you maybe?
And that would cost you less.
Yeah,
I'm assuming than taking John Collins. Yeah, so
the
less the Nets have to spend, I'm for that because we don't have no draft picks.
No, we don't.
We can't afford to give any more away with the little bit that you do have, which is mostly second-round picks. Yeah. You can't afford to give any more of those away. I mean, golly, you got to keep your draft picks at some point. So, if it's a little bit of a cheaper, because remember you're gonna have KD coming back.
Yes.
So whatever guy you do trade for, he's gonna have to fit in beside KD and Claxton.
Mm-hmm.
So. You don't want to give up too much of your depth on your roster because the Nets have a pretty solid team depth-wise right now. We just need a little bit more to get over the hump of Boston. That's pretty much everybody's chasing right now.
You don't think we're unbalanced a little bit? A little bit? We are very guard heavy.
Right, but we do have a solid roster, is what I'm saying. Like, you know,
Yeah.
we have depth. We can't get the job done. But you know, we're gonna struggle against the better teams.
Yes.
So that's where we need to upgrade at, you know. So I want to give away as little as possible, honestly, if you know we're gonna make a move. But like you said, we're unbalanced. So yeah, the guards are the ones that should be on the block, which we talked about: Seth Curry, Cam Thomas, Joe Harris.
I'd
So
actually, I'd actually, honestly, I would rather trade one of Seth, Joe, or Patty, and Patty Mills too,
Patty
because
Mills, I forgot about him. Yeah,
I want to get some. I want to try to see if he
one of
can
them.
open up an opportunity for Cam Thomas to play. I want Cam Thomas to get a little bit more playing time,
Me
and
too.
he's sort of blocked right now with having Seth Curry, Joe Harris, and Patty Mills all there. So I would want to try to trade away one of those guys for a big, and then that way Cam Thomas could get some playing time. And I'm going to say this too. Royce O'Neal has become a closer on this team. This dude is hitting some big shots to win us games. I think he's done it 3 times already this year where he's hit
That's
the
why with
game-winning
Tommy
shot.
saying don't make no sense, because Kyrie, we're not asking Kyrie to guard the best player on the other squad. That's
Ben
why you
Simmons and
got Ben
Royce
Simmons
O'Neal.
and Royce O'Neal for. So
Mm-hmm.
Kyrie is doing what he's supposed to do, and that's scoring the basketball. Yeah, he can be a bit inconsistent at times, but for the most part, I mean, Kyrie's the reason we're able to stay afloat in the Eastern Conference. So Kyrie, I'm not trading Kyrie.
No.
Not trading Kyrie. I'm not getting rid of Kyrie Irving. But yeah, he needs KD. It's 2 of them. You need 2. You need 3 stars in the NBA, man, to win a championship. We know that.
Claxton's emerging as a star right now.
The days are changing of the old, you know, one superstar teams. But which had been changed with LeBron's silly ass coming into the league with all that shit, man. But fuck the NBA up, in my opinion, with that decision and all that dumb stuff, man. But honestly, the Nets trash case the whole team. Well, I mean, if Katie's the whole team, we would have lost to teams like Golden State and Utah. Look, we not beating Boston, Milwaukee, or any of the top teams in the East without KD. I get you there, but to say the team is absolutely trash without Kevin Durant,
we got depth. We're just lacking in the front
I have to
court.
disagree. You know what I'm saying? I have to disagree. You know what I'm saying? We're not beating Boston. We're not beating Milwaukee. Not beating Philadelphia. But you know,
NYG, I got a serious. I'm sorry,
beat the Cavs probably. Go ahead.
I was going to ask you a serious question on this one, and it's regarding Nick Claxton. Would you say, right, it's a 2-part question. Do you think Nick Claxton is emerging as a star player right now in the NBA, and where would you rank him amongst, like, the top centers in the league?
He's top 10 for sure, I'd say. I mean, who are you? Give me some names. Who are we talking centers?
Jokic, Adebayo,
Embiid,
DeAndre Ayton, you know, Brook Lopez.
I put him up there with Brook.
I'm trying to think of some more. You want to throw Jakob Poeltl in there. Jared Allen.
I put him up there with Jared Allen right now.
Okay, I'm trying to like come up with some centers off the top of my
Nick
head.
Claxton, what's making Nick Claxton elite right now is his defense. The guy's in the conversation for defensive player of the year. He's definitely gonna make an all defensive team.
Yeah, but he's also scoring too. He's scoring like 15, 20
that's an elevation
in
that's an elevation in his game.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So when you're talking about centers, the first thing I look at from a center is, can you protect the paint? And Claxton's one of the best in the league at that right now. So yeah, he's elite. At his position, he's playing at an elite level. So yeah, I would definitely put him up there top 10. Top 5, maybe that's stretching it. Because you got guys that do play both sides of the court. Like you just named them, Jokic, Embiid, you know, whoever else, man. But
I can argue he is playing both sides of the court. He's scoring points. He's getting,
he's coming along, but he's not at that level quite yet. I'm not gonna put that pressure on Clax.
Yeah,
he ain't at that level yet.
He's like 6 or 7 right now in the league. Like
he's in the conversation.
In that 10 or 5, probably.
He's in that conversation for sure.
Right, thank you.
Most definitely, man. Clax he's having a good season, man. You know, and we definitely want to build on that and put somebody in the paint next to him, so you're not burning the guy out, man. We hope to make a playoff run, right? So I don't want my guys getting tired down the stretch, man, because they're not getting no rest. You know what I'm saying? And Clax has been it for us at that spot, man. Because like you said, they don't want to play Dayron Sharp for some reason. And I forgot Markieff Morris, is he still even on the team? So
No, he's just like tied up to that bench. But I will
I
say,
don't know.
whatever big they get, I want it to be, if they're gonna try to get like a 4, I want it to be somebody that's gonna fit and have good chemistry and be a good fit with what Claxton's skill set is. Because you look at Minnesota as an example when they traded for Gobert and tried to make Gobert and Anthony Towns' skill sets mesh together, and that has not worked at all. So you don't want to just get another big name in here and hope that him and Claxton mesh. You want to get a guy that has a different skill set than Claxton, so that way they don't overlap one another, and it just is a good flow between both players in that front court. If it's a 4, of course. If it's a 5, a backup 5, then you're fine with it. But if you want to get a 4, that's it's got to be somebody that has a good flow and a good meshing with what Claxton does on the interior.
Mm-hmm. And what do you think it is? Collins? Is that the guy? That's what it kind of sounds like. You want a guy. I want a guy that can space the floor a little bit. You know what I'm saying? I don't want 2 guys sitting down in the paint clogging up the lane.
No, yeah. Collins can hit the jump shot consistently.
He can hit a 15, 20-foot jump shot, can he? I thought he could.
Yeah, he could do that. He's more of an offensive guy than I believe he's a defensive guy.
That's the guy I want, yeah.
Which is good, because then Claxton can concentrate on the defensive side. And Collins can be your offensive guy down low. So Collins is the guy I want the most, but I just don't know if they're going to be able to pull it off.
I agree with you. Let's get into the Knicks now. They got some trade rumors going up. Did they play tonight? I think they did. Right? What's the score, Coach?
Carolina's up 6. Oh no, you said the Knicks. Sorry. The Knicks won 105-103 against Cleveland at the Garden.
That's a big win. That's a great win for them tonight.
Especially after coming up their last. They were on a 4-game losing streak. 2 of those losses to the Raptors. It wasn't looking good. So still not looking overly great. Standing in 7th spot in the East at 26-23. They're only a game and a half in front of Atlanta and 2 games in front of the Pacers and 3 in front of the Bulls. So, but then again, they're only a game behind the Heat. But, that last week was brutal if you really break it down, because, losing those games, and then you got the Celtics on Thursday, and then you guys on Saturday, and then host the Lakers on next Tuesday. So,
damn, we play the Knicks Saturday. Damn, I should go to that game.
I wanted to call that game, but I'm gonna be doing.
Is it in Brooklyn?
Yes.
Damn, I should go.
Yeah.
I need to hit Breezy. Breezy, where you at, man? Inbox me. I should go to that game.
It's also on ABC too, so if you want to catch it there,
I should go, because I haven't been to a basketball game this year.
Coach, what happened to Mitchell Robinson this time? How did he get hurt again?
I don't know. I heard he was hurt, and I was just like, okay, not being funny, I'm kind of used to it.
Yeah,
he always gets hurt every year, so but he is our best low post defender. And he, he's big, and he does change the context of the offense to a certain extent, even though the offense is just a putrid, for the most part. But so far, I don't know, Carolina. I know you're watching the game too, right?
Oh nah. Checking. I'm just looking at the scores.
Yes.
Of the NBA scores, but So Knicks, I got one for you. It looks like the target for the Knicks is because we talking NBA rumors, trade rumors. Y'all hit that like button. I hear you, Tommy. I hear what you're saying. I'm not ignoring you, bro. Yeah, we were better, but you're not gonna get me to come up here and say that Katie and Kyrie and the Nets are trash. because the way I see it is KD ain't winning the championship by himself, and neither is Kyrie. They both gonna have to do it together if it's gonna get done. And that's the same way you could say about most teams in this league right now. Look at the Warriors. Soon as they got back healthy, what they did, they went right back to winning the championship. Them guys wasn't shit though when Steph and Clay were hurt. So it's the same thing. And guys get hurt. Can't get mad at KD for being hurt. Same thing with the raggedy ass Lakers. I mean, they stay hurt and they don't win. You know, they got a bad cast of characters over there. You know what I'm saying? The Nets, I think, with the James Harden trade, got rid of that bad cast of characters. And I think we got the right cast of guys right now. We just need time to gel on the court, man. So we'll see. We'll see. Still a lot of season left to be played out here. But OG Anunoby, the thing is they're looking for 2 young players and a first rounder for OG Anunoby. Would you do that deal? And which 2 young players would you let go?
Catch-22 because I get it, but is he really worth that? I mean, I was listening to Knicks Fan TV. He was actually on Bleachers Report. He was on Bleachers Report. In a group chat talking about that, and there was a mixed bag with it. Because the talk was Obi and Quickly and a unprotected first round draft pick for him. And then you slide Grimes down to the second unit, put him at the small forward because Barrett is having a hard time guarding bigger wings. So move him back to the 2. But then again, he's not overly quick, so he can be beat with quickness. But at least you still have some help. I heard the trade talk. I mean, it's a catch-22. Quickly is playing well this year, but the past couple of years he's been inconsistent. So, and I get it. I mean, Toronto wants him because Van Fleet might be going, so you can, in a sense, put Quickly eventually into the starting lineup. Obi, he's just cock blocked by Randall. That's really what it boils down to, because Knicks fans said the same thing. Randall should be the one that's going. Randall should be going because you had an eighth round.
That I agree with Tommy. Nash he was a big problem. Glad he's out of here. Go ahead, Coach.
No, Julius is holding back Obi because Obi, can develop into something. If you really put the time and the effort, and it comes back down to what do I always talk about? Tibbs and developing young players. He has a hard-on for veteran guys. That's really what it boils down to. Oh, why would you do that? I'm sorry.
What they do?
Carolina was at the free throw line. There's about 20 seconds left. They hit the first one, and they were down 68-67. Missed the second one, battled for the rebound. It was going out of bounds, and the kid from Syracuse hit it in play, and it was a Carolina player that was on the line. But it was a Carolina player who caught it, picked it up, and laid it in, and now Carolina right now is up 69-68 with 17.7 seconds left. But they're reviewing the play, so. But that's why I said, why would you do that? Just let it go out of bounds. If it's off you, then you can play defense.
Right.
Exactly.
So, but as far as Obi and Tibbs, Tibbs is the one that's. Oh no, it was in. It looks like it was in. Tibbs is for me. Tibbs is always going to be the problem. His rotation. How he's using guys. The 9-man rotation. He's stubborn with going with that. He doesn't want to play Cam Reddish. Cam Reddish could help them with one of their biggest issues with wing defense. There are moments when Cam does get hot, but he just don't want to play him.
And I got something else for you. There's a rumor that they want to get rid of Cam Reddish for Grayson Allen.
Yeah, exactly. That was the other thing, and it was just like everybody
trade him to the Bucks. Oh,
but everyone said no. You don't want Grayson Allen. He's too dirty. We
He
killed that.
is. He
We
is.
killed it, and it's for what?
The way he said it though, he was like he's too dirty. Like
Yes.
well, what?
No,
Well,
he's
what?
not
None
dirty.
of that
He's
dirt.
too dirty.
Yeah,
Too
keep that
dirty.
over there, son.
Yeah. So it's
Yeah.
like, no. I mean, they were talking about that. They were talking about Gary Trent Jr., probably getting him, because of his
Randy
offensive
wants to get
ability.
him the hell off his team. Like Randy wants to. Randy's a Raptors fan, so he's like been bashing Gary Trent Jr. the entire season about the dude being underperforming pretty much this whole time. And the Raptors look like they're going to fire sale because they got a lot of guys as free agents. So I think they're like Anunoby, Van Vliet, Gary Trent, even Siakam. You never know if maybe Siakam could be a guy that could potentially look to trade.
Ooh.
I wish we could get him, man.
Yeah,
Man, I wish
Siakam would
we
be
could
a
get him.
perfect player for the Nets. He'd be perfect next to Claxton, but we can't. We don't have the resources to trade him. We have to. Yeah, we didn't need like multiple first-round picks, and Toronto would never do that.
Getting back to
we don't have the picks.
No.
As far as OG,
thanks, James Harden.
That's why it's like a catch-22 for me. It's like Obi and Quickly. I mean, you really don't know. I don't know about his offensive game. I mean, what is he averaging right now? I think he's 15 or 16 a game.
Anunoby. Let me see.
He's close to 20, isn't he? This year. He's had a terrific season.
He is averaging 17 a game, it looks like.
Okay, so it's not too bad. He's more of a defensive guy, though.
Yeah.
That's a charge, and that might be a flagrant one. Ooh.
Yeah, he's having 17 a game, 43 games played, shooting 45% from the field, 36% from three-point line, almost 6 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 steals, and almost a block a game.
Yeah,
Pretty good player.
You might have to give up those 2 players.
I'd do it.
It's better than giving up Grimes. Or, better to give up Quentin Grimes, though, Coach. If it's
you guys got the resources,
you got the first-round picks.
You got the picks.
It's not
and the young guys.
It's not about the picks, but it was just that you're giving up Quickly and Obi. If you had said Obi and Deuce, even if you said Obi, Deuce, and a first and a second round or something to that effect, or even if you said 2 first rounds.
Julius Randle, hell no.
I don't want Julius Randle. No way.
No.
Sorry, Tommy. I don't want him anywhere near the Nets.
No. Nope.
Sorry, Coach.
No, that's all right.
With all due respect, Tommy.
It's just you're giving up 2. To me, those are 2 good. I really don't want to give up Obi. I'll be honest with you. I mean,
there's no way you could trade Randall. He's playing good
basketball.
He's playing
and don't nobody want him. Like I said,
yeah,
I
know that. I know that. I know that. Yes, I get it.
Jared Allen, was a good player. Dinwiddie and all these guys, but look, man, Clax can be better than Jared Allen.
Clax is playing better than Jared Allen right now.
So I'm not even mad at that right now. Randall would play well off Kyrie. And what's KD gonna do when he comes back? Because Randall he's a ball dominant player. He can't play off the ball.
That could get off.
The Nets need guys that can play off the ball. Pause.
Mm-hmm.
So he looked like, oh damn.
I don't like that. That's not a good fit with this team. Randall would not be a good fit, especially with his ego. Yeah. It would clash with Durant.
Locker room would be disastrous. Yeah.
Exactly. Great point right there. The disaster would be a disastrous fit.
That's part of the problem with Randall. He feels that he's an elite player when, you know what, there's a pecking order. Let's be real. You're not even you're not, to me, you're if you want to say you're in the third tier on a team, a good team, you're a third option.
He'd be the fourth player on this team. I'd put him behind Claxton. He'd be the 4th best player on this team with the Nets.
So, okay, so there you go. That's my point. But Tibbs has just got this thing for him, and he loves him, and he loves sucking his dick for some reason. And he just
pause, Coach.
No, I mean,
I gotta pause you on that way.
No, that was good. Coach.
I don't normally pause you, but I gotta pause you on that.
I like when Coach goes unfiltered.
That's how I feel about that, man. It just Tibbs is the reason why this team is not good.
I hear you.
I agree,
We're just
though.
not.
He is a
We're
problem.
average team. And it's not even just me. I'm sitting there. I'm listening. Like when I sit and I listen to Knicks fan TV,
Hmm.
I mean, he's in there, and he has all the news media with him, and all the top celebs in New York. You know, when you got Spike
Hmm.
Lee and Charles Oakley and Chuck D all come clamoring to get it, and Fat Joe, come on, man. This man knows his game. He knows his stuff, and he said it. Tips is the problem.
KD ain't mixing with Julius Randle. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
No, neither with
Mm-mm.
Kyrie.
Yeah, Breezy, what's up, man? I know,
Mm-mm.
I
See
What's
us
know.
up,
on
Breezy?
size.
But yo,
Yeah.
that's
Sometimes you gotta pause, coach, man. You gotta-
that's how I feel. I'm sorry. It's just it's
uh,
just yo, bro.
all right, Koofman, man.
Have
Have
a
a good
great
night,
night,
brother,
Coop,
man.
man. You're
Appreciate
gonna
you
have
coming
to.
by, man.
Unfortunately, you're gonna lose
Yeah,
Toppin. I hate to say it. You're going to
yeah.
lose Toppin. He's
Look,
going to be gone.
yo, I heard that the
Hartstein,
Clips
yeah. I heard he's on
what
his
you
way
call
out
it, the
too.
Clips want Hartenstein back. The
Mhm.
Clips want him.
Let him have him back.
Exactly.
Let him have him.
Exactly.
Trade him for a bag of
Exactly.
peanuts.
Yo, no, yo, I'll give you a second round draft pick, and I don't want anything back. Just take him. Just
Yeah,
take him.
it's a
That's
horrible
how
fit.
and
Wow.
it's not
Breezy, what's good, bro? They go to the link.
it's just exactly your brother's is
And
a
if
thousand
Alex want to
percent
come
right.
up, you can hit the link too.
It's
You come up
Alex,
talk
hop
some
on
Yanks,
here.
man. If you want
And I'd
to,
like to
bro.
hear Alex talk some
And
Knicks
pick your
too.
brain about the Yankees too.
Yeah, Breezy, I said it and I meant it. And y'all want to clip it and blast it, whatever. I don't care. That's just how I feel. And
Man, I
so
like
deuces.
Toppin too. I like a lot
Like
of
I
those
said,
young
that
players on that
Tibbs
Knicks
and
team.
all his schemes is not sustainable for this Knicks team. It ain't. I don't think so.
So what's the
Hop on,
final
Alex, and
score?
let's talk some Knicks. I saw your
Okay.
podcast that you did with your brother and Donald, and you got
Mhm.
you're talking a lot of Knicks stuff. So Alex is very tapped in when it comes to the Knicks as well.
Oh, I
So he could
know.
probably
Mhm.
give some good, very good
I
resources.
watch Big Blue in the Bronx, man.
Yeah, me too.
With
Mhm.
him and his brother and the whole crew over there, man. Go check them out, man. Go sub to Big Blue in the Bronx, man, for sure, man.
They're terrific.
Definitely, man. Yo, and like I said, I got to meet Alex, man. He's a cool dude, man. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying?
Wow.
Yeah, good vibes, man. Good vibes, man.
It'd suck
I
if they have
mean
to trade Toppin, though. I think it's just a matter of time, unfortunately, that they're going to have to trade Toppin because I
think
just
Because
about
of
don't
this.
see it
Randall,
working.
man.
Think
Because
about
of
this.
Randall.
Yeah.
Exactly. And think about this. Okay, it's fine. They lost. Sorry. Think about this. You're then if you trading both of them, you traded that whole draft. Oh no, you still have whatchamacallit. You still have Grimes. I'm sorry, back up.
Yeah.
But you trade both your first round draft picks from that draft.
Mm.
I mean, it's like uh, I just I get it. I just kid, but you know, is this kid also going to is he that good? You know that, and if he is he going to supplant? Then who's he supplanting in terms of because is it RJ? I mean, who's going to be number two? Because of course, his Julius is number one. So does that mean
Brunson?
Brunson is number two now? I
Looks
mean, number
like it.
three. I
Mm.
mean, after what he's been doing all this year, really, you know, I know he's been injured right now, but you know, for the most part, he's been the whole team. You know, not even Julius. So, you know, I mean, you bring this kid, you bring OG in, you know, he should be fit into the number two, but I mean, do I say that he could end up being the number one option if it's like that? I don't know. I mean, but then you're giving up so much.
Yeah.
I look at it as giving up so much. I mean, but I know the Knicks have to do something. And also, is this kid a superstar? Because what do Knicks fans always clamor for? They want a superstar. They want a
Yeah.
superstar.
Mm-hmm.
They want a
Right.
superstar. And you're giving up two young talent and draft picks. And is this kid really a superstar? But then again, look at what Donovan Mitchell clamored. So it's like, oh damn, which way do you go?
Coach, I have a question for you.
Hmm.
Do you think that Quentin Grimes could be a player that could develop as like an offensive player? You know, more of a dynamic offensive player when given the opportunity because of the upside that he has and when he has had a decent amount of playing time, he has been able to score pretty consistently. So could he develop as one of those guys?
I always thought he could have been. I mean,
Okay.
he was definitely to me he was more than a 3 and D. Like you know, it's
Mm.
kind of like they're trying to make him a 3 and D, but You know, yeah, when he went to Kansas, I mean, he had the little chip on his shoulder, and all this and that, and ended up leaving to go to Houston, but he was developed properly, and he was an offensive threat at Houston. Everything that I saw, he was an offensive threat. So I'm like, okay, this kid's gonna come in, and he's gonna develop his game. But I'm always go back to the same thing. We're not developing these young guys right. We're just not. And that goes back to the head coach.
Mm-hmm.
It just goes back to the head coach. I mean, quickly at times he plays good defense, but his offense, look, when he's on, his 3-point shooting is immense. But there are those times when he's not. He's like a John Starks. When he's flaming, and when he's not, he's not. But it's Grimes can be that to me, he could be that type of player if you develop him right. And then you also have a lot of players who are playing the same position. I mean, Barrett is really a 2 guard. Grimes is a 2 guard. Fournier is a 2 guard. When you really
think about him too. You got Fournier is just sitting there.
He got $18 million on his contract.
Exactly.
Sitting on the bench.
Yep. And then you got Derrick Rose.
That's another one. Yep.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, you could. The thing with trading quickly is that you could trade quickly, and he could be a guy that maybe that opens up opportunities for Quentin Grimes if quickly is involved in a trade, and that can give Grimes an opportunity to be like the guy stepping as a 6th man, if anything. If you want to throw him on the bench, if they get a guy like Anunoby. So, Alex, how you doing, bro?
It's actually Luca, but what's up, guys?
Oh, it's Luca. Okay, I didn't even see it for a sec.
Slid in there on me, man.
Damn, Luca.
My bad.
All right,
Twin magic type thing.
It's all good though, man. Still welcome to have you, man. What's good?
Yeah, Jets fan up here. We can talk about the Jets.
Yeah,
the OC
we can go a number of different directions, man.
Yeah,
but what's up?
I'm gonna start off with the Knicks. I'd say I'm I'm actually quite impressed with the victory tonight. I'm impressed that we closed. We actually closed out a game. This is a top 5 team. I would think in the NBA. You got Donovan Mitchell, obviously. I think obviously the Hartenstein block was great. Mitchell, I think, choked a little bit, but again, I'm not going to deny his talent. The way we just closed down the stretch was really good. Quentin Grimes looked good. Julius Randle hit a big 3, but to me, I don't think he's a guy you build around long term. So if we could if anybody wants to ask me any questions regarding the roster of this team, I'll be happy to answer.
Yeah, I do. What do you do with guys, some of these veterans? Because I know a lot of people talk about the young guys, but just mentioned a couple of them. Fournier, Derrick Rose, and then you got Julius Randle. What can they do with some of these veterans who don't seem to really fit where they're trying to go?
I'm going to start with Hartenstein. I think he needs to go. I think Jericho Sims should be the backup center unless you can somehow swing a trade, maybe trade Cam Reddish to the Milwaukee Bucks for a guy like Serge Ibaka. Is he Ibaka from like a couple of years ago? No, but I think he's a better backup center than most anticipate. So ideally, maybe you have like Ibaka start at center or Jericho Sims and then have Ibaka back him up. As for guys like Fournier and Rose, I think ideally you would have them all gone. Obviously, Derrick Rose, I think the Knicks should do him justice and trade him somewhere else. I think he deserves that. I think he's benefited the Knicks. He basically was in the running 2 years ago for 6th man of the year, and he was a huge contributor to that playoff team. He's most of the reason why they were there. They were just, a little more, they were marginal before they got him, and it was a steal of a trade then. Obviously, the contract, the $14 million over 4 years each, not great. Fournier, you got to trade him too. You might have to, trade some assets for people for a certain team to take on that contract. I don't know what I would trade him for, but to me, for the Knicks, I want an upgrade at the wing position, a backup center, and possibly backup point guard, because this 9-man rotation to me might work out for defensively wise, but offensively, it's not that great. Deuce McBride is not giving you anything offensively. We are too small at the wing position. RJ is a 2-guard. Grimes is a 2-guard. Miles McBride is supposed to be a point guard. He's 6'1". Quickly to me, is not a point guard. He's a combo guard. Somebody needs to run the offense. We need a veteran that runs the offense on the bench. So you have that. To me, ideally, Gary Trent Jr., OG, and Anunoby are the trade targets off the wing.
Now,
What are
what
you
would you
giving
be
up?
willing? Yeah, I was about to ask, what would you be willing to give up for a Gary Trent or an OG Anunoby?
To me, I think you can only get one of them. Obviously, I know Gary Trent is planning to opt out of his contract, and I think he will earn more money in free agency. So, a 1 or 2 firsts, possibly. I mean, obviously, you don't want to give up that much, but I think the need is like kind of dire there. You're not really going to. There's not really other avenues to go to upgrade the wing position. I get the youth movement and all that. That's completely fine. But these guys are just too undersized. Plus, let's just say this team makes the playoffs. How are you going to well, in general, if they either make the playoffs, well, or these upcoming matchups, like how does Grimes stack up against the Jaylen Brown? How does Grimes stack up against the Jason Tatum, Deuce McBride? They're gritty defenders. I get that. But they are just too small. They don't have length. They don't have size. Like they went up against the Wizards the other night. Kyle Kuzma, I'm not a huge fan of him. He's very lengthy. He was playing the small forward position, and he was rocking it from downtown. He's what, 6'7", maybe? I'm not sure the height, but just a lot of teams have this size advantage over the Knicks, and I think that's a concern. And now I'll say this as for Julius Randle. I don't think the Knicks are trading him at the deadline. I think they see that they can maybe build around him. But to me, like, let's just say the Knicks make the play-in or the playoffs. I think right then and there, you judge if you can build around him. But honestly, as my humble opinion right now, Randall does not really contribute to a winning team as a number one option. To me, he has a lot of skill, he's a lot of talent, but he's not that smart of a basketball player. And to me, it doesn't help that a system which the Knicks run, the read and react offense, which seems very outdated, is enabling all this ISO play. So a lot of people coming out here and saying, Tom Thibodeau is the reason why they're this 6th or 7th seed. No, I actually disagree. Did he make some good moves? Sure. Like, obviously shortening the rotation for defense, taking Evan Fournier out, putting Quentin Grimes in the starting lineup. But to me, it's been the ISO ball of Jalen Brunson and Julius Randle. They've been allowed to just do one-on-one ball, and they've succeeded. But I don't think that's sustainable.
I agree. I don't think you win with ISO ball. It's that same shit James Harden and Russell Westbrook played in their prime, and you see neither one of them was able to get a championship. You can't win with your number one player as an ISO player in the NBA. You need another guy.
The playoffs, you'll have to be able to, move the ball around a lot more. Instead of just playing one-on-one, it's going to end up backfiring on you.
Even as Unpopular Opinion Sports just said, James Harden was once obviously one of the top scorers in the NBA. He's now facilitating for the 76ers. He's averaging 11 assists per game, but when he's asked to shoot, he can shoot. We need Julius Randle to kind of be that guy. I'm not saying he has the talent of Harden, but you know what? If he's a guy that, when he's asked to shoot, he shoots, and when he's asked to move the ball, he moves the ball, and when he's asked to play defense, he plays defense. I'm all for that. This team needs to adapt team basketball.
Yeah, and they can play team basketball when they want to. I've seen the Knicks, man, really get it in, man. I watched the few days game. I remember watching the game y'all played against the Bulls, and I was like, man, this team is humming. They were moving the ball. Guys were getting open. Guys were cutting, finding open lanes and space out there on the 3-point line. So this team can do it. It's whether they can do it consistently enough to win, especially in the playoffs. And with a guy like Julius Randle as your number one option, I don't think that's the problem with the Knicks too. Is RJ Barrett? What is he?
He's very inconsistent.
See what I'm
very
saying?
Inconsistent.
And you paid this guy though.
He has to be your number one. He should be your number one at this point.
And he's not even your number 3. Is he your number 3? Because I'd say Brunson.
It's so hard, man. It's so hard, man, because
Randle.
Like the problem with the Knicks is, well, obviously Randle, you could say by the stats is the number one option. He's averaging nearly 25 a game. Brunson's averaging 21. RJ's averaging 20. Barrett is when the Knicks, let's just say, they're playing in the game and Jalen Brunson and RJ Barrett are getting hot. Tom Thibodeau does not stick with the hot hand and consistently runs plays with them. So that's the problem. That's where you see a lot of this inconsistency. In my opinion, long-term future, I don't see where I don't see a team where Jalen Brunson, Julius Randle, RJ can all share the ball. It doesn't happen. It doesn't work a lot when all those guys are trying to get at least 20 shots a game. It just doesn't work. RJ Barrett, he has the tools, he has the skill. He is just not consistent. And, there's a lot of things that are inconsistent with him. His defense, he's put on some muscle this year, but his reaction time on defense is slower. His handle is like a high schooler, maybe even worse. It's just so choppy when you see him dribbling up. It's not consistent. It's not fluid. Even a guy like Cam Reddish, his handle and his game is more smooth than RJ. RJ, his three ball is still a work in progress. There's just a lot of again, he has the talent and the skills. He never puts it out consistently. Randall can't play in this type of team. He needs to be a second or third option, not a first option. It shows absolutely. I would agree with that wholeheartedly. And unfortunately, the Knicks do not have a superstar. And one of the things I've criticized the Knicks over for the past couple of years is the lack of aggression with the superstar. Not put aside Donovan Mitchell. It's like they're not trading up for guys with high upside. They're always going with the safer pick. Like this year, they traded out of their first pick, which I thought was ridiculous. I thought they could have grabbed the guy like AJ Griffin. He would have been a good fit next to RJ. Benedict Mathurin. I was also a fan of Jalen Duren. He's doing some good things in Detroit. And Jaden Ivey was my guy. I was like, this guy has star potential. He has some elite quickness. Defense needs work. Passing needs work. But if he's not your primary facilitator, he can be awesome.
It was like that at Purdue. I mean, that's exactly spot on with him. I did want him, too. I mean, I get he went early, but
yeah,
do you feel what I said earlier? The issue really is Tip and his overall coaching and the lack of development of the younger players.
I think whenever Tom Thibodeau is coaching your team, there's always some sort of ceiling, and I think there's a ceiling with this team, even with the talent and the coaching. To me, he hasn't adapted to the NBA. Obviously, the Knicks are shooting more threes per game, but that's not really saying much. Like his offense is outdated. It's read and react. It enables the ISO ball that the Knicks play consistently. He doesn't adjust. He plays favorites. Obi Toppin was shooting well from three-point land tonight, and he only played 10 minutes a game. 10 minutes tonight.
There you go.
And I think it was also in Toronto. He hit like 5 threes. And was it 3 or 5 threes? He barely played the rest of the game, and that's a problem. Like I get Tibbs didn't like the selection of Obi Toppin, but he's like spiting him for no reason.
Exactly.
And at this point, just trade him. If you're going to spite him, like this, you get rid of him.
No, I get it. You have to, but that to me, that's the problem because.
But why would you trade? Why would you trade Obi Toppin, knowing for Tom Thibodeau, if you're going to get rid of him? Why would you? You see what I'm saying? Why would you make this roster? What you need to do is figure out if you're going to keep Tom Thibodeau or not. If you're going to fire him, then that's when you start making moves based on the coach that you bringing in because you want him to bring his guys in.
Is Leon Rose on the hot seat though too? You have to think about that as well. The GM.
I don't know. I'm not a big fan of his. Some moves are great, some moves are not. But there's nothing that really sticks out. To me, the only thing that sticks out are all the bad contracts he signed. Derrick Rose, Cam Reddish. Good point here. Knicks are not buying into Thibodeau and what he doesn't relate to players. I saw an interview. I think this was Nate Robinson when he was with the Bulls. He's like, I'm a fun guy. I like to, party in the locker room and stuff. I like to play my music. But Tom Thibodeau is very army-like. He wants all silence.
I remember him
and I was
saying
like,
that.
that's weird. I was like, I'm like, wow. So I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of him. I'm not a fan of Tom Thibodeau. Will I give him credit for certain things? Absolutely. But it's just I just don't see a future with him in the Knicks organization. Like if you want to build with the kids, you have to go outside the organization, get somebody like a Quinn Snyder or a Kenny Atkinson. Those guys have coached in the modern NBA.
And Kenny Atkinson will be a perfect fit for
Atkinson would be a terrific coach for you guys.
He's really good with young guys.
Will he leave Golden State though? I mean, didn't he just turn down a head coaching job?
He did. He did turn a head coaching job in
Hey,
Charlotte.
you gotta pay him. Yeah, and
So
Charlotte. So
I don't think
Knicks.
James Dolan's going to have a problem with paying him. He's not a cheap owner. I'll say that. But I think, get a guy like Atkinson. Maybe Johnny Bryant works out. I don't know. He's more of an unknown. But give me somebody who relates to the players but also holds them accountable. And Tibbs has the double standard with his vets. He loves his vets. And there's just that double standard between him and the young players. It's just not good.
Sam Cassell. All right, Tommy.
I've heard about him. Definitely an interesting name. So
well, that'd be a really good pickup. Sam Cassell was one of the more respected basketball players when he was out there for many, many years, no matter where he played.
The little egghead, man.
The Nets. I love Sam Cassell on the Nets.
Just give me a coach who runs a modern NBA offense, because I was watching the Grizzlies and the Kings. They're they're the top offenses in the NBA. You saw a ton of ball movement, ton of off-ball movement, guys cutting to the rack.
The Kings, they good.
Mike Brown is doing a terrific job with the Kings. They are really good.
They're not great defensively, but you know what? I'll give Mike Brown this. Like, he knows when, Tibbs always yells at the players when they do something shitty, but when it comes to Mike Brown, I feel like he's that guy who knows when not to yell and knows when to yell, and he also knows I can teach this player to not make this mistake once again. I can teach them. These players also make their mistakes, but I can teach them. And the players are clearly feeding off. I mean, Domantas Sabonis is having a good year. De'Aaron Fox is going to be an all-star. They've got really good role players. I like their guard
Monk
depth.
was a tremendous pickup, getting to play with Fox again. That's really helped out his career. And then that Keegan Murray, the kid, I think
he's
Keegan Murray,
very good.
He's really good. He's been a huge draft pick for them.
He was very pro-ready. And he's to me, he's I don't want to say, well, he's more of a jack of all trades, but he's lining up from outside. He's, very efficient, and he plays defense. So you obviously like seeing that. Kevin Huerter's having a really good year. He's shooting.
Harrison Barnes.
Yes, I love Harrison Barnes. I wanted the Knicks to go after him last year, but I obviously wasn't going to happen. But to me, that's right now how the Kings are playing and the Pacers are playing. I'd say that was kind of an even trade almost. We love Halliburton and all, but Sabonis, that team is playing really well.
He fits better with their team.
So I think they're going to be a top 6 seed. I thought they were going to be a play-in team, but they're really good. They're really well coached too.
KD was never going to the Knicks.
No.
That was never going to happen.
You don't think the Hawks miss Huerter right now? The Hawks would really love to have Huerter back on that team. That was a bad trade for them when they let him go to when they let him go over there to the Kings, because he's fit in so perfectly with that lineup. Just the construction of that Kings lineup has been beauty to watch. And Fox, that dude's a terrific young player.
I think he's got a lot of. I think he's awesome, but overall, the Hawks, they're I think in free fall mood. I don't think they like the coach. I think McMillan's kind of a walkover, but they're bad defensively. They're not great offensively. Trae Young's putting up 27. That's cool, but he's only shooting 42.4% from the field and 31% from three. So it's, he's taking a lot of bad shots. He's taking 20 shots a game. DeJounte Murray's having a good season, but there were times where he couldn't stay healthy. DeAndre Hunter's injured, but he is a very good role player. So I can't really diagnose the problem except they didn't want to play defense. You watched the game against the Knicks the other night. They just didn't care. I mean, yes, they have the offensive weapons, to make up for that, and the Knicks don't, but they just had no interest in playing defense.
Well, and Alex, we were just talking about Luca. We were just talking about a guy over there on the team, John Collins.
Yes.
John Collins apparently wants out. I think he wants out of there. He's been linked to the Nets a lot in the past year and a half of potentially going over there. So that's another guy right there that's been disgruntled. And he's already had issues with Atlanta in the offseason where he was hoping to get traded, and they ended up hanging on to him, hoping that they could get something from the trio of Collins, Murray, and Trae Young, and it just hasn't worked out. So, I mean, that could be an interesting player they could try to sell off at the trade deadline as well.
Yeah, I think he does fit in well with the Nets. I think they've got some cool role players. Yeah, he brings leap, he brings size. I think he can somewhat shoot it from the outside, although the percentages will not rectify that. But I think he would be a solid addition for any win now team. I think there's a lot more. Once he gets the ball more, I think he'll be better.
Yeah, I just need some. I need a guy to come in there, man, that can hit a consistent mid-range jump shot for the
Yes.
Nets, because you don't want Claxton and another big guy that's just both of them just clogging up the lane. Like we need
Yeah.
some space
100%.
in there.
I like what
So
Minnesota has right now with Anthony Towns and Gobert. It's just a
yeah,
horrible fit between the
it's
two
a
of them.
bad fit.
And they traded 5 first-round picks for the guy. I think Gobert's
Yeah.
kind of overrated because
think
he
so,
does
too.
well in the regular season. He wins these defensive player of the year awards, and then in the playoffs, like I remember, it was 2 years ago, I think, against the Clippers. All they did was run small ball fives, and he was completely maxed out. Like he couldn't go out to the perimeter and defend whatsoever. They were just driving by him. Terrence Mann absolutely owned him, so I think he's vastly overrated.
I think DeAndre Ayton over there in Phoenix is overrated too. That guy got exposed a lot when they played in the playoffs last year. He was an issue over there with the two, and I'm still surprised that the Suns re-signed him after all that stuff that went on during the offseason. So, I mean that was a weird fit too. But if the Nets could get a guy like John Collins, I think it'd be a really good fit with a guy like Claxton, and it would give them that sort of low post scoring. They give them that mid range shot. And he'd be a guy that really would fit that offense good, and you could maybe trade away a Seth Curry or a Patty Mills, and maybe a young player like if you want to trade a Cam Thomas. I don't advocate it, but if that's what it's going to take, I think it would be it would be worth it because the Nets are in win now mode. They have to win.
Course.
The Nets have a window that's closing within the next couple of years, so they have to win.
Might be closing after this one because let's talk about it. Is Kyrie coming back?
I think he is. I think Kyrie.
You think he'll be back after this season?
Yes, I do. I believe he will be back after this year.
Is KD gonna be happy, or is he gonna want out again after that?
I think that Jacques Vaughn's the coach now. I don't think he's going to want out. Jacques Vaughn has transformed that defense. They were
I can agree with that.
Piss poor with Steve Nash, and Vaughn's completely turned around. Vaughn's even a guy I like more than Tom Thibodeau.
Jacques Vaughn has been good. Jacques Vaughn has been really good, man. And with a veteran team like that, you know what I'm saying? And I always said this to Jeffy when Nash was the coach, man. Of course, I wouldn't want you guys to take on a guy like Steve Nash, but if the Knicks and Nets actually swapped coaches, it would be better because Tibbs is good for a veteran team. You know what I'm saying? And guys like Steve Nash and Kenny Atkinson are better for developing young talent. And this is the problem where we're at now is our young guys aren't getting developed now since JV came in. Now Cam Thomas is on the bench. Day'Ron Sharp's on the bench. Kessler Edwards, some of these other guys.
They're in the G League right now.
Right. So we're not getting the development, that our guys need, our main prospects like Cam Thomas and Day'Ron Sharp. And it's the same thing going on with the Knicks. So the difference is we're in win now mode and you guys are still looking to get there.
Nets can't get Cat. They don't have the resources.
No.
We can't. We can't get anybody.
No.
The only player we can get is guys like John Collins. I mean, that's stretching it.
Yeah. I mean, and also we have to be real. Ben Simmons has got to do something. Ben Simmons, I will say, he seems to be the punching bag for all NBA.
How has he been, honestly?
He's been solid on defense. He fouls a little bit too much. He's not really scoring at all, but defensively, he's doing a good job. He is getting the ball to his teammates a lot. He's just sometimes very hesitant to shoot the ball. He's afraid at times to drive it to the basket. He makes ill-advised fouls sometimes. He's inconsistent, and he's not really giving a lot on the offensive side, but he is distributing the ball very well, and he is playing very good defense. So I will say that about Simmons.
That just got heavy.
Yeah, I don't think Simmons is an issue, but he's not a part of the solution either. No. You know what I'm saying? But he's what we got now, and I mean he does give you elite defense. So but
as does Royce O'Neal too.
When KD is out or Kyrie is out, he gets exposed as we starting to see now because he doesn't give you the offensive production, and guys leave him open. And when you don't have that other guy that can score on the floor, you need a guy like Ben Simmons to step up, and it's like he doesn't have that turn it on, turn it off switch. Like you were saying with James Harden, how he can score when he needs to. Simmons don't have that.
No.
Right.
He's one dimensional pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
That's
definitely. I'm looking at your depth chart right now. You guys really don't have a backup center. I know you guys have said that Daron Sharp doesn't get much minutes. So I guess you would have Claxton at center, power forward would be John Collins, then you move Simmons, maybe move Ben Simmons to the bench, or how would that work?
I would move Simmons.
Bench, yeah.
Yeah, I put Simmons on the bench and then
put KD
roll
at the 3, and then you can go Royce and Kyrie, or you can go Royce and Seth or Joe Harris.
Yeah.
I mean Kyrie and Seth or Joe Harris.
How has Joe Harris played coming off of injury?
He's been inconsistent. All our shooters have been inconsistent. Seth is on sometimes, and he's off. O'Neal's been on and off. Harris has been on and off. That's the biggest problem with the Nets.
Watanabe, Patty Mills.
Watanabe, even TJ Warren. Warren was cooking before. He's had a few bad games recently, but yeah, the Nets shooters, other than Kyrie Irving, have been very inconsistent on and off. Claxton has actually been our second best scorer when that's not really his game. He's more of a defensive minded center, but he's had to score more points recently because nobody else is doing it, is putting up the points consistently. Warren was, but he's getting exposed a little bit now too because he's more of a bench guy, a secondary scorer rather than being, a primary guy that they need, because without Kevin Durant, you're losing 25, 30 points per game. So these guys they're not doing very well in terms of elevating. They can't elevate their offensive game overall compared to when you had KD there and you could at least play off of his strengths. So that's the biggest issue, is that we're not getting consistent offensive play from any of these guys other than Kyrie and to a degree Claxton.
Simmons, you can't do nothing with him, Tommy. That's the thing. He's not tradable. Otherwise he'd be getting shopped right now. And that's the reason you don't hear Simmons' name in any trade conversations, because if we could get rid of him, they would. But you can't do nothing with him. He's pretty much untouchable right now. So if we can get some,
they want to get rid of. Yeah,
Harris in the contract is the guy you really need to go. But even he's hard to trade, and that's the problem with the Nets. They don't really have trade pieces, and they don't have draft picks. So making a deal is so difficult when you in a position of where you don't have the young players that teams coveted, and the other thing they want is draft picks. And you don't have that either, so it's kind of hard to make a move.
That's what the Knicks have, though. The Knicks have a lot of good, young, talented players that would interest teams, and a ton of draft picks.
Yeah.
It sucks because I actually like Joe Harris. When he was a free agent, obviously you guys re-signed him. I wanted him. I was
like him too.
To be honest, I would have taken him over Evan Fournier because Fournier plays no defense.
Oh yeah.
To me, when they signed Kemba Walker and Evan Fournier, I bought into the offensive upside. Maybe Kemba Walker does some solid scoring. The defensively, awful. To an understanding, people say, you obviously got to have offensive upside. Like the Knicks lacked shot creating. We still lack that somewhat. But that's as much as, I shit on Tom Thibodeau, as the general manager or the president, whoever does the transactions, you got to kind of match what the head coach is looking for. As much as I don't like Tom Thibodeau's outdated philosophy.
No, I like Joe Harris a lot too. I mean, he's been with this team he's the longest tenure guy on the team. He was there when, Atkinson came in with LeVert, Allen, Dinwiddie, D'Lo, part of that team that sort of brought back the excitement back to Brooklyn, and in a way helped us get Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving to come over here before, Sean Marks got a little bit too trigger happy and trade away the entire team for, James Harden. So, I mean, Harris is a good player when he's on. He's one of the best 3-point shooters in the NBA. It's just, I wonder if he's just that ankle. He's not fully back from that ankle, if he's still not healthy, because he's been so inconsistent scoring wise. I mean, there's some nights where he can go for 18, 20 points, and there's some nights where he scores 2 or 3 points. So he's just not as consistent an offensive player as he was before. And it could just be that they're so guard heavy. I mean, you got him, you got Curry, you got Patty Mills, Royce O'Neal is there at times, Cam Thomas. There's just so many different players that could do the same type of they have the same type of role on this offense, so it's like very muddied on that guard position. So maybe it's just like they're overlapping one another, and that's why, especially since we're unbalanced in a way, we don't have a lot of front court besides Nick Claxton, because Markieff Morris doesn't even play. Day'Ron Sharpe has been, fluctuating between the G League and the Nets roster. They really don't have any true front court guys. Watanabe's cooled off. TJ Warren is pretty much a bench guy. He's more of a 3, if anything. So they really need to try to find a way to trade off one of these guys. And maybe if Harris is still here, it could open things up and make them a little bit more comfortable in the offense. If like a Curry's not here, if a Patty Mills is not here, because I'm not tied to any one of these guys. If the Nets decide to trade Harris, Curry, or Mills, I'm fine with it. I'd like to open things up more for Cam Thomas, because I think that kid does have some offensive ability. And I agree with Breezy. The kid can light it up. I have to wonder if just the rest of his game is just not there because they just don't play him. They rather play the veterans over him. He
plays, what I noticed, he plays a little out of control sometimes.
He does. You're right, he does.
And he just needs to calm down. And he needs to get better with his ball handling and his court awareness.
I agree.
That's where I see with Cam Thomas. His shot is getting better, so he is improving. But ultimately, I think it's his court awareness and he has to learn how to run the offense. You are the point guard. I know Breezy wants to say, but look, when you play basketball, I want my point guard to run the show. He's the quarterback of your team. You see what I'm saying? So if you have Cam Thomas as your backup point guard, you need him to run the offense. And I don't think he's ready to quite do that right now on a consistent basis. That's what I see.
Also, I was thinking with the Knicks too.
Yeah.
And this is a guy I would actually have entertained trading before he got hurt. And that's Mitchell Robinson, because this dude, this guy, he has so much talent.
Coach got something to say about him.
He's an elite defensive player, but this dude, he's like the Sterling Shepard of the Knicks. The dude, he's a good player, but the dude never stays healthy. He just has something always pop up with him every single time, and the Knicks just give him opportunity after opportunity after opportunity. And I believe they're like a player exception or something. If they got to a certain date that it could have been able to trade him, and it wouldn't have been as much of a cap hit if they let him go. So, you can't do it now because he's going to be hurt when you go into the trade deadline. But that's one guy I would have actually entertained trading, is a guy like Mitchell Robinson.
It says like the lack of receivers for the Giants.
What I have to say about Robinson is obviously he was very important to this team before he went down. Obviously the Knicks have declined defensively because of, his, impact on the team. There's no doubt he is like a big impact, obviously, because Tom Thibodeau loves his rim protectors and all that in the system. But my problem with Robinson is there's such a limited ceiling because he doesn't really have an offensive game. All he is an alley-oop threat and a putback guy. Sure, he's gotten better offensively with the offensive rebounds, but he's, to me, like, even he's not like a guy who cuts to the basket. Like, I see like I was watching the Golden State Nets game. Like, I saw Claxton have a little bit of a handle and going right to the rack. Mitchell Robinson doesn't display that. Now, I don't know if that's Tom Thibodeau, kind of, preventing him from doing stuff like that, or another area that Mitchell Robinson struggles in, he cannot hit free throws whatsoever. And that's been a big problem.
Claxton. So it's like the same thing. Claxton is horrible at the free
He does struggle with free throws.
He's bad. That's why we have Hacker Claxton now on the team.
Yeah, Robinson is shooting 50.6% from the free throw line. Like, to me, I was a huge Jalen Duren guy. I didn't think the Knicks would have to re-sign Robinson because, to me, center is like, if you don't have an elite center is easily probably one of the most replaceable positions in all of basketball. I know it's a positionless league, but Duren was like, he had the traits. He was a okay free throw shooter, alley-oop threat. He showed some mid-range game. So I was hoping the Knicks would get him, but unfortunately they traded that pick away to get rid of the Kemba Walker, Alec Burks, and Nerlens Noel contracts.
While I got you here, Luca.
Yeah.
And I apologize for calling you Alex.
It's all right.
But Jets, man. Talk to me about this Jets offensive coordinator situation. Because as I was telling Coach and Jeffy, we might be in that position too if we lose Mike Kafka.
Yes.
Who would the Jets targeting, and who would be your front runner right now to take over that offensive coordinator position?
Before I get into my offensive coordinator, my favorites, I'm just going to say one quick sentence. Offensive coordinator with the Jets cannot be talked about without the quarterback because we need a dire need for quarterback. We obviously know that. But if my preference is, you want to match realistic with, what you really want. Who I really want is Todd Monken from Georgia. I don't think he's coming out of college for a job that possibly lacks security. And if you were to talk to Todd Monken, you would have to give him some important position, like an associate head coach job, and get some sort of pay raise. So I think that's a big factor. I also like Frank Reich. I think he's done a lot of good for the most part. I know he was fired in Indy, but I think he's a solid offensive mind. Nathaniel Hackett, I am not bought in on whatsoever unless he brings Aaron Rodgers. But even then, I'm not a huge fan of him. I think it was a disaster what he did in Denver, especially with the offensive play calling. Not that it was all his fault, but with Russell Wilson, he does share the blame. Hackett's never had a really successful offense. The only one he had was in 2017. Who was the front runner? Who was the face of the offense? Leonard Fournette, best rushing attack in the league, and Blake, the passing attack was 17th, and obviously, Blake Bortles was limited, but I'm not a huge fan of Hackett. I also like, I don't know, this is kind of an out of box name. I like Dirk Cutter. He was good with the Falcons a few years ago. I'm not sure if he's revolutionary, but I think he can do well with the talent. Whatever he's got. Dirk Cutter, I named him. Brian Johnson, the Eagles quarterbacks coach, I like him as well. He's not experienced play caller in the NFL. He did call plays in college when he was at Florida for 1 year. He had Kyle Pitts, Kadarius Toney, Damian Pierce. That offense was ranked second in the SEC. So that's another candidate. And my other candidate is Pep Hamilton.
Pep.
Pep would be nice over there.
I like Pep.
The Jets.
I definitely think. Now we're not gonna lose without. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying there's a possibility we lose Kafka to another team because the Houston Texans are bringing him in for a second interview. So normally when you bring a coach in for the second interview, it's considered to be a serious interview at that point. See, a lot of teams, they bring you in for a token interview and they move on, but the guys that get second interviews are actually in serious consideration. So that's the only reason I'm bringing up Kafka. Honestly, in my heart of hearts, I'm with Coach. I do not think he leaves. I don't think it's a smart career move for him. I think another year in this offense under Brian Dable will really cement himself and getting him the experience, because Kafka made a lot of mistakes this year.
Yes, I agree. I was watching a lot of Giant games, and to me, obviously at the beginning of the year, you guys were you were a lot run heavy, and I feel like Saquon towards the middle of the season got burnt out a little bit, and they were too run heavy on first down, and we saw a lot of that where you would put Daniel Jones in third and long. Now that changed over the course of the season, where you guys started to make the adjustments. You passed on first down a lot more, which was a little more efficient for your offense. Daniel Jones showed his true colors, but overall, if I was a Giant fan, I'd be meh with Kafka. I think he had an all right season, but I also didn't like his performance in the divisional round game against the Eagles. I know everybody had a bad game, but they were ranked. I know this is the playoffs, but they were mid-tier in rushing defense, and I don't think the Giants took that game seriously, and I don't think they took the Eagles' run defense as a weakness. So
he ran the ball 9 times with Saquon Barkley. So.
Yeah, you can't do that.
Nah.
Luca, I was going to ask you too about the quarterback position. Yes. Are you 100% in favor of Aaron Rodgers? Because there have been rumors about Aaron Rodgers potentially being linked to the Jets. And what does this do for a guy what does it do for Zach Wilson? What is going to happen with Zach Wilson? Is there still a future with him with the Jets, or is this guy pretty much on his way out of New York?
I don't think he's completely on the way out. I mean, it would be best if the Jets traded him because I think, to me, he deserves to be in a small market. But in terms of Aaron Rodgers, I would love him here. I know he's not the top 5, top 2 quarterback he was a couple of years ago, but he's still, in my eyes, top 10, top 12. And I think, to me, with him and finishing the pieces around him, like shoring up the defense, filling in the safety holes, filling in the linebacker holes, getting, finishing up the offensive line too. I think, I don't want to sound, out of touch, but I think with Aaron Rodgers at the helm and a better roster this year, like all shored up, I think the Jets could possibly be a Super Bowl contender. Possibly,
I do too.
The problem is I don't have confidence in this head coach. I do not like Robert Saleh. I personally, to a lot of Jet fans' disagreement, I personally thought he should have been fired this year because it's not just the 6-game collapse. It's how, obviously, a lot of people said before the season it's going to be about next year. The Jets are going to make their stepping stone. They're going to be relevant this year. They're going to be in meaningful games in December. But once those meaningful games in December happened, they just kind of decided to shut the lights off. The game against the Lions, his clock management was terrible. If you guys don't remember, there was a first down play to, I think, Garrett Wilson, and he took 25 seconds off the clock and then ran their next play. That was an element of that. He should have benched Zach Wilson in the second Patriots game in New England. Zach was clearly out of sync, and I think Robert Saleh should have manned up and said, you know what, we're in a playoff chase. I'm sorry, Zach. I got to put your pride away. You got to put in Mike White. You have that. Robert Saleh in his press conferences is horrible. He constantly finds every excuse to justify losing. Oh, we played a good team. Superstar injury. Brees and AVT were hurt. All these different things. He just loves to justify losing, and it's kind of a sentiment and a statement of how, as I said again, how his players play down the stretch in meaningful games. When you're wearing, Halloween costumes and Christmas costumes to the Jacksonville game Thursday night in a game it was a must win, that says something. When you saw I know, if you watched it, if you didn't, the Seahawks game, that was a train wreck. Because the first play of the game was Kenneth Walker running 68 yards right up the middle. The defense lost their edge. I think they're top 10. I don't think they're top 5. I think, and also another thing, testament to Saleh, at the bye week, I seriously think this. There are some Jet fans agree with me too. They didn't attack teams. When the Jets hit their bye week, the team studied the film, and they said, you know what? We're not attacking their elite corners. We're going after the linebackers, and we're going after the safeties. Jordan Whitehead is a weakness in coverage. So is LaMarcus Joyner. As much as people hate to say it, C.J. Mosley is as well. He's more of a tackle linebacker, good for run stuffing. Quan Alexander was okay. Quincy Williams is not that good. So I think they didn't adjust, and they didn't find what was truly wrong with the defense, and that's a testament to him. So we'll see.
I don't want to make excuses too for the injuries or anything, but that Brees Hall injury and Elijah Vera Tucker injury,
killed you.
Monster killer. The Brees Hall one was a killer because they were so much more balanced, and Brees Hall was bringing that dynamic running game to that Jets offense to balance out when you had like Garrett Wilson. I don't know why they didn't use Elijah more. I did not get that. That kid is so dynamic too. Corey Davis he gets hurt all the time. He's solid as a number 3, but he gets hurt way too much. I love your tight ends. I love Uzama. I love Conklin. I even think that Rucker could develop into a solid tight end, but that Brees Hall injury was a monster killer on your offense because you guys, Michael Carter, I think he's a good number 2 running back, but he's just not fit to be a number 1. You had to trade to get James Robinson, who ended up getting benched, and then you had Zonovan Knight and Ty Johnson going in there, as you know, guys, to try to fill in. But let's just be real. Brees Hall is just a different type of dynamic player.
He's a home run hitter.
Exactly. You don't even know what he's going to be like coming back next year, coming off an ACL. It's probably going to take him at least, another year until he's maybe back.
Like Saquon Barkley.
Exactly. You might have to wait until 2024 until you get the Brees Hall you wanted before. So that's a monster injury to have.
Yeah, definitely. Listen, I agree with that. I think the running game, how they used it early on, covered a lot of issues with Zach. And that's the problem, with these. I call them the Zach lifers, the Zach truthers, whatever you want to call them. Like, the problem is, like, there are some fans that are still mystique that, Zach Wilson's still a good quarterback because he won. He went 5-2 in the first couple of games. That was actually Brees Hall, Michael Carter, and the Jets defense that basically led him to those victories. I'm not going to deny that Brees Hall was a big injury. He was an awesome pick. I didn't think the Jets were going to select him, but AVT was also a big hurt as well. But to me, it just says a lot about the development of Zach Wilson. They had to like the running game obviously helps. They're supposed to run a system like they do in San Francisco, but Shanahan to me can only run it, and Matt LaFleur, not Mike LaFleur. Mike LaFleur was terrible, but some people can't even admit that either. But to me, once Brees Hall left, all the opposing defenses against Zach Wilson stacked the box, make Zach Wilson beat us. And that's what he struggled massively against. Yep. The only team that the running game, namely, was successful against 2 weeks later, because they struggled. They struggled against the run, and the Jets ran it down their throats. Zach Wilson didn't have to pass much. And we thought it was like our expectations are so low for Zach Wilson. We get so happy when he throws for like 200 yards. It's unreal. So,
do you think though that Aaron Rodgers would be a good fit in New York?
I think he would. I think, like, to me, I know there's some concerns, obviously age, obviously, his, he does things on his own accord. But to me, like, why wouldn't he want to make a last-ditch effort to win it all, especially in New York? Like, the Jets brought Brett Favre to do that. They brought him in. They were, you got to remember, they were 8-3 to start the season. Until Brett Favre got hurt, they were 8-3. And when he got hurt, the team collapsed. Now, that's not entirely on Favre. Maybe the defense was there too. But I think, Aaron Rodgers is going to want to chase that. I think he's going to want to chase that for, his legacy. But again, to me, like, my top options for quarterback, I'm not a Brady guy, not because he destroyed the Jets all the years I watched. It's because I think he's more past his prime than Rodgers is.
He's cooked.
Yeah, he's finished. Jimmy G doesn't do it for me. He's not going to get, fans to buy tickets. He'll get them to a playoff spot, but that's about it. Derek Carr, I think, does the same, but I think he's better than Jimmy G. Although, Carr does have his weaknesses. I don't think, like, my issue is it's awesome to be in the playoffs consistently, but who is going to clash with the top of the AFC? Mahomes, Burrow, Allen. I think Allen is more flawed than Burrow and Mahomes, but who is going to compete against them? To me, it's either, like, if you really want to win a Super Bowl, Lamar Jackson. I don't think he's coming here. Or
that's the guy I want.
Aaron Rodgers.
That's what I want for the Jets.
Yeah.
Lamar Jackson.
Can you afford Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah, what's your cap law right now going into the offseason?
It's like a very small positive number. I can get it to you right now. The Jets have to make some cuts regardless.
Corey Davis, I get rid of him immediately.
Oh, I completely agree. There's some Jet fans who...
Is it worth going after Lamar? I mean, given the price and given the age and everything in consideration, is it worth going after Aaron Rodgers or Lamar Jackson? Because remember, you're gonna have to trade for either guy, and you're gonna have to pay either guy.
Yeah.
Right, especially if the Ravens decide to transition or franchise tag Lamar Jackson. If you want long-term, possibly sustained success, Lamar Jackson. To me, it's with Aaron Rodgers or Lamar Jackson, it's splitting hairs. I could take either, honestly. So for the Jets cap number, they have negative $2 million for next year, but you could make a ton of cuts. Like, you could cut Carl Lawson. That'll save you. He's what, $15 million this year? Corey Davis, John Franklin Myers, Jordan Whitehead. There are cuttable players on this
cut
team.
CJ Mosley?
That might be, you know what? If you do that, yeah, I would consider it, because post June 1st, he's like a $17 million cap savings. And
the Giants go after him?
No,
Do you
because
know?
there's so
Don't
many
like him?
things. There's so many things.
Because
Like
he
I'm
played in
looking at it.
Baltimore, didn't he?
Yes,
Yes, he did.
So
He is.
He's up
I
there in
think he,
age.
Well, I'll say this, I did a mock off season with the Jets. I think it was about a week or two ago. We made all these cuts, and the Jets we went up to when we made after these cuts, the Jets were at like 70 million in cap space. So you get Aaron Rodgers or Lamar Jackson. I'm gonna say like Lamar Jackson. I'm just gonna throw out a number: $45 million per year for over 5 years. Then you still have some money to sign a draft class and keep it, and draft your draft class and maybe get some role players, some depth. But I
Don't
think
you have
it
to
could be
sign
had.
Quentin Williams too? Isn't Quentin Williams a guy you're going to try to sign up long term?
That's true, but the Jets also have 100 million in cap space next year.
Okay.
So that's 2024. But again, I think it can happen. I think Lamar, like money wise, I think it can happen. And there are a lot of teams out there that manipulate the cap.
And I think he's going to get traded. It feels like they're going to transition tag him and look to move him.
And I will say this too. I will say I was going to talk about Joe Douglas too, because I was going to ask you how you feel about Joe Douglas. He started out rough in his tenure with the Jets, but he hit some home runs lately. I mean, Elijah Vera Tucker, that's a home run pick. I love Garrett Wilson. I think that kid is that kid's going to be a monster at wide receiver. He's terrific. Brees Hall is terrific. We already know how good Sauce is. I even thought Jermaine Johnson was a good pick. That pick you got, the other defensive lineman, I forgot his name. He's pretty good as a depth player. Yeah, he's not bad as a depth piece. I thought Joe Douglas has actually done a pretty good job. So, I mean, if you do have to make some cuts of some key veterans on the team, I think I would have my trust that Douglas can be able to draft some good replacements to fill in, have some younger players come in and fill in some of those roles, as well as, have enough money to, sign in some good veterans coming in.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. In my thoughts, and I was going to say, there are, for some reason, I don't believe in this. Some Jet fans are actually justifying keeping Corey Davis because they don't believe there's much of a market out. Well, there's much of a wide receiver market out there. But to me, in my eyes, Garrett Wilson's your one, Elijah Moore's your two, and whoever you bring in is your three. You could draft a receiver if you wanted, or you could sign a guy like Alan Lazard. Maybe he had a good connection with Aaron Rodgers. I know Lazard has a drop problem, but he's mostly healthy. He's a big body guy. We need a big body guy that's consistent. What is Lazard, 6'5", I think?
Yeah, he's a big guy on the outside. He can go deep too.
Yeah, a big guy who can go deep, stay consistent. That's what we're looking for in this offense. We don't know what scheme, obviously, but overall, Joe Douglas thoughts, I'm in the middle with him. I'm not overly praising him. Some people want to extend him, which is kind of questionable, in my opinion. But there's also some people that want to fire him. I'm not on that bandwagon either.
What about?
I
just thought about something. Not to cut you off, but didn't the Ravens fire Greg Roman?
Yes.
What do you think about bringing him in with Lamar Jackson?
Pass.
No part of that.
Pass all the way. I do not like Greg Roman.
I threw it out there.
I don't want to say he killed Lamar Jackson. He didn't, but I think Roman's offense is. I'm just not a fan. He utilized the running backs and the tight ends. Roman's not a fit for the Jets because they have good tight ends, running backs. We get that. What about the wide receivers? If you think the wide receivers were pissed off when LaFleur was here, boy, they would be pissed off if Greg Roman or Nathaniel Hackett walks to the building. So that's obviously an issue. But overall, Joe Douglas, I think, is solid at drafting. 2020 was a bad year for him. Obviously, everybody makes the excuse he was with Adam Gase. I think there's a lot that people decide to blame on Adam Gase rather than Joe Douglas, which is
the Becton draft pick has killed you guys. The Becton one has been a killer on your team. Yeah, besides Zach Wilson.
I agree with that sentiment because Becton was a boomer bust pick, and he's been a bust. He was good the first year, and he missed a couple of games due to injury issues. Second year, pretty much out for the season. It's weird how they handled that injury, they said it was originally 4 to 6 weeks, but a lot of people who I knew went to that Carolina game where he got hurt. They said, you know what? It looks like he's going to be finished for the year. He was. Then, per a good friend of mine who actually knows somebody in the Jets building, Mekhi Becton went on a crash diet in the last month before training camp. So he's not taking care of himself. So that's not a help. Denzel Mims, I think first year showed some flashes. Second year struggled because the Jets wanted to play the tough love game, and he struggled with penalties, a lot of mental mistakes. Ashton Davis is trash. Jabari Zuniga's on the practice squad, or he's perhaps elsewhere. No, he's actually in New Orleans. He's on a reserved contract. I thought there were better edge rushers at third round, 79th overall. P. Ryan's cut. James Morgan was, I will always question that pick. Cameron Clark retired early, unfortunate. Braden Mann sucks. Worst punter in the NFL. Bryce Hall.
You want to have our guy, Jamie Gillen? Because he's not much better.
Like Jamie Gillen, to me, is like this much better than Braden Mann. There's not much of a difference. Bryce Hall was a solid draft pick, but I think he's more of a reserve now that Jets could trade. Obviously, 2021, Zach Wilson's a bust right now, as of right now. I thought the Jets made some mistakes with development. I could get into that. AVT's awesome. I love him. I think he's a future All-Pro. Plus, he's kind of a Swiss Army knife. You could put him at tackle or guard, and he'd be equally successful. More of a guard, in my opinion.
He's phenomenal as an offensive lineman. He's so good.
Yeah, he's so efficient. Elijah Moore, I think he's a victim of Mike LaFleur's misusage and a bad quarterback play as well. Like, when Mike White and Joe Flacco were playing quarterback, he saw a lot more reps.
He's terrific.
I think he's a very twitchy receiver. He plays well in the slot. The problem is Mike LaFleur, played him too much out of position. He was he had him running fade routes. He had him running wheel routes outside of the slot on the outside. It just doesn't make sense. Moore is short and he's twitchy. Use that in the slot. And another thing that I could blame Sal LaFleur, the whole Elijah Moore situation.
Oh my God, yeah.
That was so bad. First of all, obviously the Jets love to keep their matters in-house. We just found out what happened, recently with, what he said, what transpired when he told Mike LaFleur to go fuck himself and all that. But
we thought we had that with Kadarius Toney.
Yeah, he said, I think it was after the Green Bay game, he's like, your offense sucks, go F yourself. But to me, after they tried making amends with Elijah Moore, they spited him. They made him inactive week 7, A. B, when he returned against New England and the other games, it's just like they gave him limited snaps, which I thought was ridiculous. Because if you wanted to trade him, maybe next year, I don't think we should trade him because it would be terrible asset management. Like, if you wanted to possibly put him on the trading block next year, you would boost his value, but the Jets don't want to do that anyways. Jamie and Sherwood, not much of anything, just a role player. Michael Carter, the second out of Duke, is awesome. I like him. He's a very good corner.
He's a good slot corner. I like him a lot.
Jason Pinnock is obviously with you guys now. I thought it was a bit of originally at the time, I thought it was a mistake cutting him because I thought he would be a very good depth player. Hamza Nasruddin's kind of unknown. Brandon Eccles is a solid role player. Jonathan Marshall is kind of a TBD. But 2022 was like an A-, A+ draft class for Joe Douglas. But I will say this, with his draft class and his trades, free agency's been, I don't want to say a major bust, but there's only one or two players in my memory while Joe Douglas has been here that these players have overplayed their contract value. Like DJ Reed has got $10 million a year and he's putting awesome numbers up. He's overplaying his contract numbers. Connor McGovern, who maybe you guys have interest in, I'm not sure. I could give you a little details on him because I know you guys need a center.
That's the center, yeah. I looked at him, yeah.
Feliciano's obviously been bad for you guys. McGovern was earning $10 million. I would say around the same. But there's a lot of free agents that have disappointed. Carl Lawson hasn't been that impact player off the edge. Maybe it's the Achilles injury.
He got hurt, yeah.
Yeah, and he got a separate surgery. I think it was around this time last year, and that kind of pushed back his process. So I'm in the middle with cutting him, but if you want to trade up for a big quarterback, you're going to have to cut him, make some room. But if for a little scouting report for you guys, I like McGovern's traits, but to me, he's too inconsistent.
Like Feliciano. Just like Feliciano.
Yeah.
Feliciano for all that we kill him for, he is excellent in the run game, especially at pulling on those outside runs. But in pass protection, he just gets pushed back too much.
Yeah.
I don't
Too
think he's as
much.
bad as Feliciano. I think he's solid, but again, the inconsistency is there. So, like, to me, he would fit, and he has, like, the good traits, obviously, the athleticism, the moves, and, like, obviously, to me, he fits in, like, a West Coast wide zone run scheme. You guys are not running that, so I don't think, he's a target for you guys. So that's that. Let me ask you the guys this, because I am interested in this player. I liked him coming out of college because he played for my, favorite college team. Julian Love, thoughts?
I love
Good
Julian
player.
Love.
Good
He's a
player.
good player.
Good solid player.
Plays a
And
lot of positions too on the
I
team.
think if you guys offered him a contract, you could get him away from the Giants, because I do not, for some reason, I just got this weird feeling that they're not going to be able to get, or somebody's going to leave. Somebody's going to,
Yeah,
if
you
it's
can't
not
re-sign
Barkley or
everybody.
Jones, it's going to
Yeah.
be Julian Love. I don't see them giving all three of those guys huge contracts. Could they make it work? Of course. Do I think they want to make it work? I think Shane is being smart with the cap, and I think there is a huge reason they drafted Dane Belton as high as they did. They like this kid, and I like the kid. And I think he can slide into Julian Love's spot.
Yes.
So I'm with Jeffy. Me and Jeffy both been lockstep with keeping Julian Love, but something's telling me if a team like the Jets comes along and gives him a big deal, the Giants ain't going. They're gonna let him walk. So
Yeah, you guys only have. Yeah, I was gonna say you guys only have like $45 million. You got to re-sign Jones. You got to re-sign Barkley. So it's again, you can't re-sign everybody. To me, as I've seen a lot of Giant games this year, he is solid in coverage. Although the Eagles game wasn't,
it was a bad game for him.
It was a bad game.
He's a great open field tackler too. He's
good
one of
open
our better
field,
ones.
Good locker room leader.
Is he good in run defense? I think I've seen some solid reps from him in the run defense. Like
he's okay. Yeah.
But
he's
I
a
think
good player. He's an
all around solid, and he offers you versatility because he plays special teams. He can play if in a pinch, he can play a slot cornerback. He can play strong safety, free safety. So he's very
play the
versatile.
outside. He can play everywhere on that secondary.
Can he play in the box?
Yeah.
Yes, he can. He can play everywhere.
Yeah, he played in the box. But yeah, we usually put McKinney in the box against those running backs. That's not Julian Love's strength, but he's not going to embarrass you there. Put it like that.
Yeah. So to me, I would cut Jordan Whitehead. Obviously, LaMarcus Jordan is a free agent. So I think I looked up his average annual value his projected average annual value per spot track. It's about $9 million per year. I wouldn't have an issue with paying that over like 3 years. He's a young player, solid. Obviously, you guys said he's versatile. We draft a safety too, but I think he's a very solid player.
I think he fit excellent in your secondary because you guys have elite players. The problem with us is we don't have the kind of talent you guys have in your secondary. So Julian Love sometimes gets exposed because he's really like one of our only guys out there. When Adoree Jackson and Xavier McKinney got hurt, it was Julian Love. He was the only guy, and he was getting exposed because he was asking to play out of position.
Yeah,
that's
you got Sauce, you got Reed, you got Michael Carter. He'll fit real well there, I believe.
If you mix your cornerbacks with our safeties, you'd have an elite secondary.
I would agree with that. I would.
We have really good safeties when they're all healthy with McKinney, with Love, with Belton, even Pinnock. And you guys have terrific corners. You got 3 guys that could start on any team. And but I want to ask, I want to go backward quickly with the one thing with the Jets I was a little bit confused with on offense.
I see you, Breezy. We on the football, man. But I appreciate you coming up, pulling up, man. I'm not ignoring you. I see you over there, man.
But
go ahead.
The one thing I was confused with the Jets is they seem like they didn't know how to use their offensive playmakers at times. Like you said with Elijah Moore, why are you lining him up primarily on the outside? This kid could be dynamic on the inside, and he's a perfect, like a counterbalance for what Garrett Wilson could do on the outside. And then I don't know what you guys were doing with CJ Uzama. I mean, it just seems like you guys had no idea what the hell to use with him in offense. Conklin, I loved. I thought that was a very underrated pick. And then even Berrios just seemed to have a very off year. And I like Denzel Mims. I've always liked Denzel Mims since he came out of Baylor. But I just think your team, like you said before, you had no idea what the hell to do with Denzel Mims. It's like you guys had all these good playmakers at wide receiver and at tight end, but you had at times Mike LaFleur had no idea how to use these guys. And I can understand why you see Garrett Wilson slamming his helmet, getting angry on the outside. You see Elijah Moore getting frustrated. Denzel Mims wanted to request a trade. It just seems like that the offensive coordinator and the coaching staff had no idea how to put these guys in the best position to succeed.
Oh, I agree with you wholeheartedly, Jeff. And that's the problem with LaFleur. I think that's one of his bigger downfalls. Obviously, don't believe the beat media. He was fired. I'm my wholeheartedly opinion because obviously, maybe, how the beat put it was that he pursued other opportunities and it was a mutual parting of ways, which I think is ridiculous.
Yeah.
But I think Woody Johnson stepped in and said, Robert Saleh, get rid of LaFleur or hire somebody, to be his assistant, but that would kind of be undermining LaFleur. So I think they just got rid of him wholeheartedly unless LaFleur saw the writing on the wall and said, I don't want to be on the hot seat next year. He's supposedly going to be like the OC for the Rams or possibly an assistant. But LaFleur, this whole offensive, coordinator process with the Jets is one of the reasons why Zach Wilson has failed. Because when they brought in this whole staff, obviously Robert Saleh, all of them, it seemed like he kind of hired his friends instead of, I know this is a common trait with some head coaches.
Joe Judge.
Brought him some of his friends. Mike LaFleur was the best man at my wedding and all these different things. But LaFleur never held the offensive coordinator position at he held it at the college level of Davidson. I don't even know where the hell that is. He had never once a major college and an offensive coordinator at a major college. B, never a major offensive coordinator calling plays at the NFL level. So mix a rookie head coach, rookie offensive coordinator, rookie quarterback, and you're bound for disaster. Plus, Greg Knapp, who was supposed to be the offensive assistant, fortunately passed away.
Yeah.
But Robert Saleh didn't add a veteran assistant to replace him, which is mind-boggling because you're obviously you're trying to mold a young quarterback. Calabrese, who was the quarterback's coach and still is, I'm sure he'll be fired once the new staff comes in. He was a quarterback coach at Wagner. Wagner's 30 minutes for me. It's Staten Island. That's not a big school whatsoever. And he went from Wagner to the NFL level. Like, how the hell does he get a raise of that type of position? I don't understand that. And so you have that. At the end of the season, at the end of his rookie season, they bring in John Beck, his professional quarterback coach, his personal quarterback coach, and they bring in Matt Cavanaugh. So then they fire Cavanaugh at the end of the season. Cavanaugh's not coming back. Beck's not coming back. And they don't bring in a veteran assistant for 2022, which has harmed them till right now. So then we brought up the idea, LaFleur was in over his head. Solid to me. When you're a CEO head coach, you got to check on both sides of the ball. You got to know both sides of the ball, in my opinion. Yeah. So that was just questionable. They should have, to me, you should never mix rookies, and rookies. I know when you're a rookie head coach, but hire veteran assistants or offensive coordinator. Do somebody who's done it before. And that's why some Jet fans were like, maybe we should have hired Brian Dable or Doug Peterson. Yeah, Jets running game offense went down, so they're yeah, exactly. That's completely true. So they completely mishandled that offensive coordinator process. And now we're stuck in a position where the offensive coordinator job is not very attractive because you give all these there's a ton of offensive coordinator jobs available. There is uncertainty with Tampa because we don't know if Tom Brady's coming back next year. Probably isn't. Chargers, you get to work with Justin Herbert. That's a treat. I don't know if Brandon Staley would be on the hot seat. I think he should. I thought he should have been fired after that game against the Jaguars. That was the complete disgrace. Obviously, there's a head coaching vacancy in Arizona. Colts as well. I don't know what other offense. Oh, that's right. The Commanders. I don't know. I guess you're working with Sam Howell there unless they get a veteran quarterback. But to me, the Jets' job is not the most attractive. The only thing that is attractive is they have a lot of weapons. And potentially this staff could be on the hot seat. Joe Douglas could be on the
That's
hot
the
seat.
thing,
That's
Luca,
the
because
biggest issue.
Rob Saleh is still there, and any
Mhm.
offensive coordinator coming in really only has basically that 1 year, because
Yes.
if the coach goes, you're going to. So
It's not attractive.
it-
And
Would
we're
they
dreading
promote
it.
somebody? They promote somebody within the coaching staff if they have to as an offensive coordinator.
Oh God,
or?
no. Oh, God, no. They're all inexperienced though.
But
Like
that's going to be a problem because
it is.
if it's a 1 year, if it's really a 1 year audition, and you're basing everything on your head coach, because if the head coach ends up getting fired,
Mhm.
who with good experience wants to come into this situation, whether you have the talent or not? Because it boils down to, well, right now, if he's going after the year, I'm going, so I might as well sit out the year if worst case scenario.
Exactly.
Yeah, like a guy like Reich. Like I think Reich's going to
Mhm.
get another head coaching position, but if like the Jets contact him, I don't think he's going to be wanted because you want stability, especially after like if you're in a position like Reich where he got fired, he wants some stability to rebound his career. Um, Robert Saleh's not going anywhere. He changes the culture they play for him, and the scouting is great. Disagree with he changed the culture because obviously you have the excellent draft class that they just had, but that culture went out the window as soon as the losses started to come. 6
I heard
losses
some things about
The Elijah Moore
Zach
thing
Wilson
alone.
too.
Yeah.
There was a report, and of course they retracted it, but there was a report saying that he wasn't like he was kind of an a-hole in the locker room,
Right.
like he wasn't a good
Mhm.
teammate, So
Like to me, yes, that has been deemed false, but no teammate has ever come out to
and
defend him.
said exactly.
They're wearing
To me,
they're
that
wearing
says
Mike
something.
White shirts all over the place.
Of
Right.
course, because I think he's lost the locker room effectively.
Yeah.
And it's going to be hard to rebound from that, especially in this kind of market. He didn't do himself, first of all, he's playing bad A. B, he didn't do himself any favors when he said after the second Patriots game, did you owe anything to the defense? Do you think you lost the D? Do you think you owe anything to the defense? He's like, no. And then he made excuses like, oh, it was windy out there. Meanwhile, Mac Jones was completing pass after pass. I'm pretty sure he had a very high completion rating. So
Yeah,
I
it's
don't-
ridiculous.
disagree, Tommy. I don't think the Jets have the right head coach. To me, if the Jets were a big boy organization, which they're not, I would have went all in this offseason on Sean Payton. That's how
Yeah.
Sean
Yes.
Payton definitely. I don't think he would have came, but you know what? You got to make him say no. You got to spam the phone lines, do whatever, schedule all these kinds of meetings, get a big boy in here. Sean Payton, successful track record. And there was this false narrative that was put out by somebody that said, oh, he was never successful without Drew Brees. That's BS. He had a team last year with Taysom Hill and Jameis Winston at quarterback. They were 9-8. And he's been successful even with the Giants. He was
Right,
a
I
very
was
good
gonna say
offensive
that.
coordinator.
Yes, he was.
So
yes.
he has a good offensive mind. He's an analyst and he sees what's going on, so he can learn a little bit himself. So Sean Payton, effectively, if I was like, I still would do it right now. Like I'm going to be honest, if you told me that Robert Saleh and Joe Douglas had to go for this guy to come, we'd do it in a heartbeat. Because that, to me, I'm not saying he's Parcells. That would be a Parcells-esque move like the Jets made in 96, 97, when the culture was complete crap and they decided to bring in a big boy. And I think Sean Payton would work out here. And I think that would be an attractive market for the quarterbacks. You could honestly go either way with that if you wanted, but honestly, it would be attractive for veteran quarterbacks. A, B, he helps Zach Wilson. He is a proven offensive mind who will bring in a veteran coaching staff. Like it's been mentioned that he would bring in Vic Fangio.
That'd be a terrific defensive coordinator, yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
The thing is, you guys got the Bills and the Dolphins in your division, both who have dynamic offenses. And I talked about this earlier, and even in on Twitter. I see a dynamic going on here between the AFC and NFC. The AFC seems to be loaded up on quarterbacks.
Of course.
They have all the upper echelon guys. Even some of the guys we're talking about, Aaron Rodgers and Tom Brady, could end up in the AFC after this offseason.
Yes.
So they're loaded with quarterbacks. The NFC seems to be transitioning back to old school football. You have these dominant running games like San Francisco, Philadelphia, and even our running game, the Giants and
more
Cowboys. Yeah, it's more going back towards that way of style of football. So if I'm the Jets looking at the landscape of the AFC, they got to get themselves a top-notch quarterback and a head coach to pair with him. Otherwise, they're going to be treading water again next year.
Sean Payton and Aaron Rodgers.
I would love that.
Sean Payton and Aaron Rodgers. That would be a gold right there. And with the weapons they have, you ask Sean Payton right now, he would take over as the head coach. You give him the control of that team. You bring in Aaron Rodgers and look at all those weapons he got at his hands. And I would also, you need to fix up that offensive line, namely the offensive tackle position. Dwayne Brown isn't it. I mean, George Fant is a solid backup. You can't trust Becton. I think one of the biggest problems that you guys made, I love Sauce. I think that was a terrific pick. You guys put too much faith in Becton coming back healthy.
That's true.
And you did not go after Kwanu or Neal, even though Neal wasn't that great this year still, or Charles Cross. So, I mean, I thought that was one of the mistakes, even though Sauce is terrific. And he's like the second coming of Revis, it looks like, at that cornerback position. You still mismanaged the offensive line at that tackle position. Because when Becton got hurt and then Elijah Vera-Tucker, got hurt during the season, your offensive line was a sieve. And I don't even think Lincoln Tomlinson had that good of a year at left guard.
No, not at all.
There.
Not at all. The Jets cannot get out of his contract till about next year. When I think he signed a 3-year deal, but you can't get out of the contract till about next year. Obviously, center position's a hole. Right guard, you probably fit in Elijah Vera-Tucker. Left guard is Tomlinson, whether we like it or not. He was very underwhelming this year. He got blown up a lot. Tackle remains to be seen. Obviously, I told you guys about Mekhi Becton, was on a crash diet. And I don't think at any indication next year, at any point, should he be the starter coming into training camp. That would go terribly wrong.
No,
you cannot trust him.
No.
Max Mitchell, I was drafted in the 4th round. He looked like a solid tackle. Got hurt, and now he has blood clots. But to me, he's like a possible option at right tackle. But there's also the injury concerns with the blood clots, so you don't know where he is. But to me, 1st round pick, even though I don't know if we'll have one or not. We'll see how this quarterback search goes. Left tackle, Paris Johnson. Right tackle, ideally, probably Mike McGlinchey.
So he's a free agent?
Yeah.
McGlinchey, yes.
He'd be a terrific pickup for you guys at right tackle.
Let me ask you this, because you said Paris Johnson. Why not Pete Skoronski?
I haven't done a lot. I'll be honest. I haven't done a lot of draft, analysis, but I think Paris Johnson's like the safe pick because I think he fits. We're going to be picking at 13. I think the value from what I've seen is better. Like Skoronski is more of, I guess, mid to late 1st round pick.
He's the number one tackle. He's the number one tackle on many boards.
Yeah,
I have him as the number one on my board with Paris Johnson and then Broderick Jones close behind him.
Yeah, definitely. Listen, I'm open to doing more draft research, but Skoronski, we need a damn left tackle. We have not had a bookend tackle since DeBrickashaw Ferguson.
Here's Skoronski. He reminds me of whatchamacallit, who the Chargers took also. He was from
Rashawn Slater?
Yes.
Slater. Wow.
He reminds me of Rashawn Slater. So do your research. I give it to you. You're going to see Skoronski. He can play pretty much all 4 positions on the offensive line, and he can play it very well. So, and he dominated in the Big Ten.
Is he a 1st rounder?
Yes. Skoronski is a 1st rounder. I said for me, he's my 1st tackle off the board.
Oh, he's the top guy. Yeah, because that sounds like a guy I want on the Giants, just a guy that's versatile that can play tackle or guard. Because if we have to move Neal into guard, I want a guy that we can kick out to tackle.
If the quarterbacks weren't going to get pushed up, I think he's probably the 2nd or 3rd pick in the draft.
Yeah, because the Jets need to get offensive line help badly. That That was also a big reason why that offense really started to slow down too, is they couldn't protect their quarterback at all. They were running for their life.
I will
Yeah,
say
to
this,
me,
Luka. I think you
go
are
ahead.
going to get John. I think you are going to get Paris because I think he's going to get bumped down because of the quarterbacks, and I think
Yeah.
Skoronski. I really think Skoronski's going to go first as far as
Yeah.
the offensive tackle. So
And
Yeah,
Clear
I'm
State
looking.
to go and tackle. They're going
Yeah.
offensive line first.
Yeah, I'm
All
looking
right.
at NFL Draft Buzz. He does seem to be the number one offensive lineman. Paris Johnston's obviously second. So as for center, I would draft John Michael Schmitz out of Minnesota.
That's who I want.
Yeah.
Oh boy, they know that's who I love. I love
I like that
Schmitz.
kid. He's nasty, and I like that.
But there are a lot of centers you can get. I mean, from Arkansas to Michigan to Georgia, Van Pran. I mean, there's going to be
Yeah.
quite a few centers. So, but Schmidt, yes, he is that number one for me. Um, he's a faster, bigger, stronger version of Gates when he was physically healthy. I mean, he plays to the whistle, to the echo of the whistle. I mean, sometimes he pushes the envelope, but I don't care. That's what I want. That's exactly what I want. And he can move. He can move 340-pound nose guards by himself. So, if I could get him, I'm sorry. I know a lot of fans are going to want the receiver, the cornerback, the linebacker.
I'd
Nah,
rather have Lamar. Actually, if I'm a Jets fan, I go for Lamar. He's younger. He's got the better upside. And I mean, you're gonna have to trade to get either one. So
Right.
might as well spend a little bit more money to get the guy with the better upside and the younger guy and the guy that's probably gonna be around a lot longer than Aaron Rodgers. But then again, I mean, I wouldn't be mad because the Jets they're good pretty much. The quarterback is what really, and we talked about this a lot on this show, Luca.
Yeah.
The Jets is the quarterback, man. It's been the quarterback the whole season, man.
Always.
I watched this team and they're good on both sides of the ball, but it's the quarterback. They got the receivers, they got an elite defense, they have running backs, they got pieces on the offensive line. They have tight ends. It's the quarterback, man. It's the quarterback. So unless they can do something about that position, and then given what I just told you, all the other elite quarterbacks in your division and in your conference, you can't trot out Jimmy G, man.
No.
You can't do that, man. So they got to go get a guy, man. And I don't know if there's anybody in this draft. Talk to me about the draft. Is there anybody in the draft you'd be interested in, Luca?
Obviously I mentioned Paris Johnson. Peter Skoronski is a good mention. I was actually looking at his draft. I'm looking at Draft Buzz. It does seem like he's a better right tackle, but the problem is there's such a stale left tackle market.
Look, I just put in a private chat video for you too.
What about from the quarterback position? Is there a quarterback you would want to get?
If I'm going to be honest with you, the only way I'm drafting a quarterback is a successor to Aaron Rodgers. That's possibly it. I'm not trying to draft a quarterback whatsoever because obviously not only the Jets have had no luck with it, but it would just be.
Yeah, I just don't. It's like again, yeah. You did it with Darnold. You did it with Wilson.
I know, but the Saleh and Douglas, their jobs are in the hot seat. They're not going to draft a quarterback because they would try to buy time, but they really can't. So that's obviously a point to be made. I know a lot of people. There are some Jet fans in between that one Anthony Richardson, but to me, he's a project, but I don't think he deserves to sit as long as like he would with the Jets, like however long he's going to sit. Like I think
he's good. This kid is good.
He's good. Definitely.
No, this Skoronski is really good. His technique, his hand placement, his quickness off the line. This kid is really good.
And he went up and he controlled Hutchinson last year. And what's his name from Purdue?
Karlaftis.
Yeah, he's really good. I can see why he'd be number one right now on the draft boards. And I haven't really done a lot of draft stuff yet too, but this kid he's got a pretty good total package overall in terms of his offensive line skill set.
All right, so we're about 4 hours in. What I'm gonna do at this time is we're gonna kick it over to Coach's Corner. I'm gonna let my man Breezy get in there, man, and say his piece on the Nets. He's been waiting over there patiently, and then we're going to close it out with Coach's Corner.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, I was gonna say, I'll let you guys have the rest of the stream. Thank you for allowing me to come on and talk about
Thanks
my
for
Jets
coming
and
on, man.
basketball.
Thank you for
real,
coming on,
man.
Luca. You
Come
really
on
helped
more
out the
often,
show a
man.
lot,
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
man.
you and your brother. Get
you
both
always
you guys
welcome
on at the
here.
same time.
Right.
Yeah, definitely. That would be fun. That would be fun.
Yo,
All right.
and I missed you at the game. I met Alex though, but I
Yeah,
think
I was
you
working that day.
wasn't there, man. But hopefully next time I get to meet you, man.
Hopefully, maybe we all could go to like the Jets Giants game next year. Obviously, they're playing at
Absolutely.
MetLife.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah, definitely. So
Right.
I'll catch you guys later.
Yo, hold on. Yo, just before y'all dip, I just want to say I wasn't just waiting to talk. I was actually enjoying the conversation. You know what I'm saying, shout to y'all. I even pulled up. I see your wife, Nisi. She do the credit report. That's fire. I want to know more about that.
What's going on, Breezy? What's going on?
What up, DC?
What's
What up, Popular? What up, Kid? What's good, man?
What's good, man? How you doing, bro?
I'm good, Ken. What's going on, man? How you doing?
Not much, man. Talk to us, man, about these Nets, man. What's good, man?
Right,
What's on your mind, man? Peace, Luca, man. He had to roll out, but we still gonna rock out for about 10 more, 15 more minutes. But let's talk.
Shit, I mean, shout out to the panel, salute the channel, shout out to dude who just left. You know what I'm saying? I was listening to the conversation.
Yeah, that's Big Blue in the Bronx. They do something similar to what we do. And they took his brother's a Giants fan, he's a Jets fan. They do Yankees content and they do the Knicks as well. So
yeah. So hold on, play on words or whatever. I want to give you credit. I remember in the beginning, we get in conversations of, just doing kind of like a recap of the Giants season, just kicking it with you again. Like I said, I became a fan watching the show. I'm gonna get into some of that shit real quick, but I just want to, kind of recap that because you was pretty much on point. I think you did call it 9-7 or 10-6.
9, I had them 9 wins.
Yeah, you was correct on that.
Yep.
See?
Yep. Appreciate you, man. You paying attention, man.
Man, heart of the city, man. We like vowels in here, man.
Man.
Facts. We flowing, man. We flowing. But yeah, I feel like again, man. Shout out to Coach. Y'all was on point.
Talk to me about the trade. These rumors, man.
I like Nas Reed on the team. I ain't putting no who in no conversation. I'm not even gonna say his name. You know what I'm saying? We in the city, you know what I'm saying? We don't even whisper his name in trade conversations. Don't it get quiet, you know what I'm saying? That's how I was on my page. So yeah, Nas Reed, he sound good for the team, but for what though? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But for who? You feel me? Because I know Minnesota, that's a big piece for them, right? Nas Reed, he's not no slouch. He averaging 10 and 6, and he plays strong. Like he know what he doing out there. Like the player that we want Day'Ron Sharpe to develop into, he's that now.
Yeah.
So I don't know, man.
So do you let Sharpe go or what?
I'm
with you. I'm trying to keep Cam Thomas.
Trade. Yeah.
But you got to let one of them guys go, man. And if you bring in a big man, you should swap out a big man if you can. Yeah, but a lot of times that's not how it is, because if a team got a big man that they can afford to lose, more likely they need a guard. So
right. But still, hold on, they got D-Lo, so what they trying to do then? If you mean they need a guard, they got Anthony Edwards. Maybe he's just gonna get the starting spot. My thing is,
know their situation.
Hold on. And again, I'm gonna be honest. It sounds nice putting Cam Thomas in any team on any team. You know what I mean? And again, they even spoke on it, the commentators I mentioned, and they talking about how, he'll be averaging 20 plus on any team. He's a hooper this, and then he's a hooper that. They asking Jock Vaughn, pressing him like, yo, why you ain't giving him minutes in a post-game interview? Like, yo, what, he did like, yo, we need Cam to do this and that. And, he kind of spoke on him well and say he was a hooper at the end of it. So I'm saying that to say, Nas Reed, he looked good on the team, but I'm not putting Cam Thomas in no trade conversation just for the simple fact that I'm not fanning it out here. It's the fact that, Kyrie is scoring 38 and 20 and 38 and 48 in his last 2 games, but let's call a spade a spade. What people don't understand is that the chemistry really come from Duke with Steph Curry and Kyrie. This shit supposed to work. With Kyrie Irving and Steph Curry, that's supposed to work. It worked with Duke. They trust me, they only played 1 year together because Kyrie played 1 year in Duke. It was supposed to work in Duke, and it's gonna work for the Brooklyn Nets. Putting Steph Curry more minutes than Cam Thomas, I'm not mad. I'm saying this is the only team it happens for. Now I know he in that mix where they discussing it. You know what I'm saying, like, but nah,
you're gonna have to let one of them shooters go though.
Listen,
is it
hold on.
Is it gonna be Joe Harris?
All right, so we in the stats.
Or is it going to be Seth Curry? Or is it going to be Patty Mills? One of them guys going.
Patty Mills, man. Trade Patty Mills.
Yeah, I'll get rid of Patty Mills first.
Might not be the one that they want, though. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on, I see LYG Jeffy. He did a vlog on it. I missed it. I ain't see it. I seen he did it though. But who you got in the mix, man? I don't got Cam Thomas in it on there.
I don't want to trade Cam Thomas. Trust me, I would like to trade either one of Seth, Joe, or Patty to get more minutes for Cam Thomas. That's why I think we're over flooded at that position. You get rid of one of those guys, it can open up minutes for Cam. So
I think they
I'll get rid of Patty. Patty is the one I go.
Yeah, I think they serve a purpose. Like, I think they getting it together. Like, I seen how Royce O'Neal and Joe Harris, all the obligation ain't on them. You don't need Joe Harris. And I said this on my other stream. Like, I don't think Joe Harris is uncomfortable anymore as a shooter because all the shooting doesn't rely on him. He's around Patty Mills. He's around Royce O'Neal. He's Seth Curry, Kyrie Irving. You feel what I'm saying? He's around jump shooters, you know what I mean? Because of that, the pressure is off of him, and now he's playing well because of it. Like, he's knocking them down like we know him. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Harris
like, he fell in love with Joey.
What you think about Podol?
I think who they want for Podol. I'm serious. I don't care who it is. Nick Claxton is way too impressive again. I want to stop real quick and just give Nick Claxton his flowers because he deserves it. Everybody keep asking for a big man this and a big man that. Meanwhile, in the association, Nick Claxton slapping shit regular. I mean, big blocks. Yo, they asked him in the post-game interview, like, hey, Nick Claxton, why you how do you know that Walker Kessler, that block you did? Oh my goodness. He was like, oh, well, I figured he'd do that because he only had a few seconds left. So when he put the shot up, I slapped his shit. Now, he ain't say it like that so eloquently, but I'm just saying he knows the game. He knows basketball. He's a smart basketball player, smart defensive player. He in post-game interviews with the softest R&B voice asking for D-Boy.
He said an R&B voice.
Yo, listen to Claxton. R&B voice asking for D-Boy. He said, yo, I think I should. He said this earlier in the season. This wasn't like the other day. He ain't been playing like that. I seen KD even tweeted like, yo, 33 been locked in all season. Yeah. Like, yo,
should
man.
Be an all-star this year. Should be
but okay, so if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I get it. But here's the thing, though.
We don't need somebody good.
You want to get the guy some help, though. I don't want to burn this guy out.
No, you're right.
And I want him to do what he does best, which is I call him the cleanup guy, Mr. Cleanup. You know what I'm saying? He does the dirty work. I want him to stay in that role.
Right. It's only like 2 players in the association that say that D-Boy, when you're discussing him in that conversation, that could play the 1 through 5 on defense. It's him and Bam. And both of them been playing good. And the last time I know, we beat Miami. So case in point is Clax got the up on him too. You feel what I'm saying? Like all of these players that we saying that we need, like Nas Reed, yes, he's great for the team. But for who? Like Joey, the way he playing right now, I'm saying in these conversations, the Brooklyn Nets have the advantage. You feel what I'm saying? We just won these 2 games. Look, Sean Marks, he what he do? He didn't miss, bro. He's saying how it's supposed to work. Look, Kyrie and Ben Simmons without Kevin Durant is supposed to work. That's enough for it to work. This is enough for it to work. Don't tell me this ain't gonna work. I think that's the understanding between the GM and the coach. And the coach had been waiting, sitting, looking at all of these different coaches in front of him, all of the stuff that went on with the media saying that Ime should get the job. What did he do but show up? You feel what I'm saying? Before
we got to figure out a way to beat Boston.
I was going to say that we can't beat Boston right now.
We are not beating Boston with the roster, bro. Now, all them other teams in the East, I'm right there. I'm right there with you. Yeah, I'm not.
Boston has owned us.
We play them soon. We play them soon.
But okay, Celtics, we got that. That's an issue.
Yeah.
They own us. They've beaten us like what 6 or 7 times lately in a row.
And as you said, that's somebody in our division as well. That's somebody in our division. That's somebody in our conference, and that's somebody that we've notoriously struggled with. So I need the Nets to upgrade this roster, or you're gonna get the same result. You know, I'm insanity doing the same shit, expecting a different result. So you gotta change this roster and upgrade this roster, and where you do it at is with the rebounding. You know what I'm saying? To get on par with the rebounding with them, because outside of Clax, there is nobody really doing that for us on a consistent basis.
I'm gonna keep it real with you. If they trade Cam Thomas, I'm gonna blame it on Ben Simmons, because we're asking for a big man. He like 6'10". Like what?
He ain't no big man though.
But that's my point. It's on you just cause you 6'10", just cause of that. Like, nah. What do you mean? Like everybody looking around the room like, yo, we need another 6'10" guy. We asking for a big man. You don't feel no pressure? You don't never want to go in the interview like, yo, I'm tired of the Brooklyn Nets asking. I'm tired of the fans asking for a big man. I'm a big man. Like he needs. I want to
stretch forward.
Yo, send him a
gotta be able to shoot though.
Send him a chopped cheese and send him some butters, man. Please.
Even Royce O'Neal can shoot, and he's a defensive.
He's our closer. He's
our big shot guy. You need a guy that can shoot.
Look. Think about what you said too. Like Royce O'Neal. When we needed somebody in the paint that besides Claxton, besides Kevin Durant, to help, it's Royce O'Neal.
You're gonna get swallowed up against Boston, bro. Come on, man.
But then listen. I think with Boston, what they did different that how they got better was Brogdon. I ain't gonna cap. They got Brogdon and that shit there. I think we need as someone to guard him. Or we need somebody to guard him, because I think what happened is when I seen them, you know what I'm saying, putting pressure on the rim, is with Brogdon is that they don't wait. You know what I'm saying? They run and they fast.
With this
you know right
here that Tommy put in the chat.
Sumner's had less minutes lately.
Wanna need less minutes.
I would trade him Sumner. They want to trade us Nas Reed. I'll trade him Sumner. Sumner and a draft pick. You know, Minnesota gonna be with the draft pick. They with the shits. Like,
what draft pick are we giving them though?
Be second. He's a free agent after this year, so
we don't have no draft picks. That's what I'm saying. This is what makes this tough.
Yeah,
you know, and I'm with you, Breezy. And I said this earlier. I don't know if you was listening.
What?
I don't want to trade that much. Because we don't have that much to trade.
That's
you see what I'm saying? So
this supposed to work.
I want to give up as little as possible, but we do need an upgrade. You're not even playing Markieff Morris. The fuck you signed him for?
No. I think he could get more minutes, but I think that Jacques Vaughn, you got to realize how his roster rotation dramatically changed after Kevin Durant. He didn't really know where to go. You know what I mean? I think what he did was stick with the roster that he had minus Kevin Durant, and we was losing. You know, Kyrie was cold. He didn't get in his rhythm, and I seen Kyrie. You know what I mean? And he adamant about being the number one option if he have to be. You know what I mean? I think he tried the 1-2 with Ben Simmons, like, you know, big man. You know what I'm saying? 1-4 type of 1-5, whatever you try and do. That didn't kind of work. He kind of just jumped in his own, like not jump, but like, you know what I mean? He got in his own bag. You know what I'm saying? And I think, that's mentality. I think Kyrie Irving got like swerving Irving got a mentality like, yo, you got the bag. I'm trying to get the bag. Like,
yeah, I like Kyrie, and I argue with some people that said, you know, Kyrie wasn't a closer. I mean, Kyrie he's a 2. You know what I'm saying? But he can close. We seen Kyrie close. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like he can't do it. It's just that consistency is something when you don't have your best player on the court. You know what I'm
Yo, I'm
saying?
telling you, but
Everybody's going to be inconsistent a little bit because Kevin
And
Durant
TJ
is
Warren's tail it off,
game
and Warren
changer.
was on fire
yeah.
too.
Listen, listen. I want Day'Ron Sharpe to play
Everybody's
at
playing a different role now. That's why they're inconsistent.
Exactly.
Yeah, but that's the thing. When you got a coach and he faced with that for the first time, this is where he, not put up a shut up, but this is his opportunity. But
And he made a good adjustment.
But
he
to
did.
me, I think I think he could sell the ship in high waters. You feel me? I feel like he could swerve all of that ice glaciers and all of that. You know what I'm saying? We going to, it's a ship named Champion. It's a championship. I really feel like he in a situation right now that is vital. KD right before trades, all of this looming with trades, he gets injured, right? It puts him in a position where you either win or you sink or swim. You feel what I'm saying? This is what it is. And I think he's handled the pressure, especially with Kevin Durant on the floor. And he's readjusted. And if we would have lost that second game, that would have meant something. But we won it. And that means something as well.
That Golden State game was a character game for me, man. Because I told Jeffrey I went back and watched that, and they could have easily folded in that game.
Yeah, they were done by 17 at one point. That was really a great job by that team.
And they came back and they hung in there, man. They was able to pull it out in the fourth quarter, man. That was impressive, man. That's a testament to Jacques Vaughn.
I'm telling you right now, too.
If
we get down to like the last key shot, I want that ball in Royce O'Neal's hands. Because that guy has become the big shot player for this team. He reminds me of what Joe Johnson used to do back in the day when he would hit those clutch shots.
Yeah, I remember Joe.
Royce O'Neal hits clutch shots. He did against Miami, too. And when he lost Durant, he hit that big shot to win the game.
Yeah, and I think that's the name of the game with the Brooklyn Nets and why they can't play with us for real. If you double team Kyrie Irving, you're going to pay. Royce O'Neal going to make you pay. Seth Curry going to make you pay. These guys, they hit big shots in the fourth quarter.
I think the luxury with the Nets is they do have those options of shooters.
That's the thing. Kyrie Irving, he's in a situation where he expects the double team in the fourth quarter.
One of those guys got to be hot, though.
But that being said, like I said, I think it's supposed to work because of the camaraderie between Seth Curry and Kyrie Irving. Think about it. They brothers and the whole thing. Like, yo, we can get a chip together. We can You feel what I'm saying? Like, I think it's something there for real, bro. Like, they try and win. Like, yo.
Breezy, in your honest opinion right now, bro. Breezy, in your honest opinion right now, when we go into the trade deadline, would you, and take your Nets bias out, would you think that this team currently constructed can come out of the East to win a championship?
Currently constructed, yeah. But again, I ain't gonna lie, the big man and helping Nick Clax is heavy for the simple fact that for the first 3 seasons that Clax was on the team, he's played equal that game in this one season or more or less a few games. You feel me? Midway in the season. But again, we've never seen as fans, we've always clamored to see Clax play, and this is what we was talking about. All of the stuff that we said that he could do and how fans, only the Brooklyn Nets fans, for real, not a lot of other fans was jacking that he was nice because he ain't getting no minutes. But the minute, if you're a fan, you seen the minutes he got, you see his potential. And then Spencer Dinwiddie used to speak wild high of him. So I think it is a well-constructed team, but I would like to see Kevin Durant and how you say Nick Clax get in there. And again, as far as characters concerned, I think we've developed that with Clax, and he's like the character of the team. You know what I'm saying? Soft-spoken, but still leads the league in blocks. You feel what I'm saying? So it's like he's a player that, in my opinion, I contrast to Giannis because of the physique. When they pulled up as rookies, they was all like slim and slender. You know what I mean? They put some weight and muscle on. Not to say that Clax is the biggest guy, pause or whatever, but he's put muscle on. And again, we keep asking for a big man currently constructed. When it comes down to big men, he is one of the better big men in the league. You gonna name 10 more centers that's better than Nick Claxton?
No, I
Like
can't.
if we're just talking half, it's 30 teams. Like he's in the better half. It's just arguments.
Yeah.
He's top 10.
We said that top 10. You know what I'm saying? I think it's a few guys that offer a little bit more offensively, but he's an elite defender right now. Like you said, he's in the Defensive Player of the Year award, and you know, in basketball, I'm not the type of dude that just looks at a player's offense and how many points they scoring. You know what I'm saying? We seen guys like Dennis Rodman, Anthony Mason, you know,
Exactly.
come in and be elite rebounders and defenders. You know what I'm saying? And never score more than 10 or 15 points a game. So I ain't worried about how much he's scoring. This guy's elite, and he's an ascending player.
Let me ask you something. I'm asking because it's kind of related to football too, right? But you can understand what I'm saying. Like stops excite me too, man. Like to see us get a stop, like to stop the team from scoring, like to block a shot. Like that's one of the most exciting shit to me about Nick Claxton is that they look like they got past the guard, but they really were going right to a lane called block party. And Nick Claxton is the president. Like he's going to slap that shit, and we're going to go the other way. Like he leads the league. He ties Sean Bradley record 12 blocks in a row for 12 games in a row. Excuse me. He had 12 games in a row, 3 blocks, 12 games in a row.
Well, the reason why
they're playing basketball, bro, and now he like you look at what you said, Jeff.
Well, I was gonna say it's not even a big I want necessarily, and NYG and we were talking about it. I wouldn't even mind a stretch 4, like a guy that can score in the mid range and give so Claxton, who's been putting up points in the past few games, he could concentrate more on the defensive side because we really don't have a guy at that 4 that can really hit that mid range jump shot from about 14, 16 feet. Markieff Morris ain't it. Ben Simmons clearly isn't it. If we can get that guy in there, it's going to make Claxton not have to go out there and be, let's just be real. He's had a score right now at the 5.
Yo, I like Twin, but I don't think he can run up and down the court with Boston. If we talking about Boston, we can't get past Boston. Like we could beat every other team, but we gotta play Boston in the playoffs. I don't think Morris could. You were as a coach, how would Jacque Vaughn fit Morris in that situation? Because I've seen him get in games, like specifically the Pacer game where he had to play, right? Yo, he was getting busy. Like he gave us like 13 points or something like that. Like, I'm like, why you don't do that every game? You know what I'm saying? But again, he a veteran, so more so he there for locker room and he tough. And I'm saying you want him around. You know what I mean? Everything that went on in off season or whatever. Like, you know what I'm saying? You just want him around. You know what I mean? Shout out to Twin, man. But he's a good basketball player. But I don't know how much he'll be on a team. You look at Nas Reed and how available he was. To me, he looked like an available player. I always heard his name. He's a good fit. These guys are good fits, man. I can't front, man. I just don't want to. I just do not consider Cam Thomas in that trade conversation.
I'm not giving up Cam Thomas.
Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. When you think of consistency of Seth Curry, he's notoriously known for not giving you 82. But again, a lot of these players don't give you 82. You want Cam Thomas just there, just in case you need him to score. Maybe Kyrie, he want to.
How you think Jacque Vaughn feel about Cam Thomas?
I think he a hooper.
Because to me, if Ed Sumner's getting minutes over him, and Ed Sumner, he ain't knocking nobody's socks off. So
it's serve a purpose.
That's something that I'm paying close attention to.
His role, he knows his purpose, like his role. That's what I mean by purpose. Like he knows his role. Like Ed Sumner got a good role with the team. Like he'll hit the open 3.
But he's playing minutes over Cam Thomas.
No, but what I'm saying,
Cam Thomas should be your backup point guard. And there's a reason why he's not on the court. I think, we talked about this earlier, and we'll go a couple more minutes, and I'm gonna start to wrap this up. But Cam Thomas, to me, sometimes he plays a little out of control. He needs to calm down a little bit. He needs to get better with his court awareness, and he needs to overall get better of just running the team as a point guard. He can score. Don't get me wrong. I know he can put the bucket.
No, but that's it.
The ball in the bucket. But as a point guard, I want you to run the offense. And I think sometimes he struggles with that, and the coaches don't trust him on a consistent basis to do that. He's got to get better. That's what I think why he's not getting the minutes.
Nah, I was going to add to that. I think it's that, and that Ed Sumner just had better defense than Cam Thomas. Like
That's true too.
And they didn't need a scorer. Like we got Kyrie Irving and Kevin Durant. Like we don't need you to score. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, if you can facilitate, you're gonna get the minutes over Ed Sumner. But Ed Sumner, both of them could facilitate. Like they're just gonna get a ball and swing the ball around. But the truth is, knowing your players, knowing that what he could do, like how they got to the NBA, like what they really do without having a role. I think Cam Thomas is necessary. I think there's going to be some nights we're going to need him to play because Kyrie Irving is just not going to be available. Maybe he's taking a rest, or maybe he had it. And then a reason why, like a piece. I don't know, man. He's a piece of cake. You know what I'm saying? Somewhere peacefully eating a piece of cake. You know what I mean? Like I don't know, man. Like I don't know why he would take the day off, but if he do, Cam Thomas would be there to score the ball.
9-0 this Saturday. What you feel about the game before we get out? Well, we're gonna do Coach Corner. What you feel about the game, man? Real quick, man. Knicks Nets, man. Saturday. I'll talk to you in a minute in the back chat. But yeah, Knicks Nets Saturday. How you feeling?
Me?
Yeah.
I just feel like
think it's 9-0.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I feel like it's 9-0. I feel like and the reason why I feel like it's 9-0 is because it's not about them being rivals right now. Like y'all just gonna be part of this win streak. We got a character win last game, and we appreciate you guys being the Cavaliers. That was nice. Yeah. So you again, like I said, y'all a good team. Y'all just the second best in the city. And I appreciate y'all. Like I don't know, you guys made me the villain.
Hey, if you ain't first
around the city,
like if you ain't first, you last.
Nah, but for real, I feel like if they come to compete, and again, like I said, they gotta come across the bridge. You know what I'm saying? Like the Barclays, y'all might have to walk across the bridge after the game, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just
they walking home barefooted. Taking their
y'all gotta walk back to the garden. You know what I'm saying? Y'all gotta walk back to the garden, man. If y'all lose,
I gotta be real, Barry. If they do that, I would not like it. I would not like trading Cam Thomas in a second for Nasri.
Nah,
I would be very unhappy with that. I hope he's trolling. I'd be pissed if they do that.
Oh, shit.
I like Nasri, but not for Cam in a second. No way.
I'm good on that. That's too
much. Seth Curry or Patty Mills or Edmund
maybe
Sumner?
Patty Mills and
right,
somebody like that.
Cam Thomas,
Tesla Edwards, yeah.
Sean Marks would have to be drug tested if he ends up entertaining that. Seriously,
Coach, man, get in there, man. Let's close this out with Coach's Corner, man. And talk to us about what's going on in the college game, man. I know Syracuse and Carolina had a big battle tonight, man. Talk to us, man. You still there with us?
Chill, Barry.
Coach, did we lose you?
No, I've always been here.
Okay. Nah, go ahead. Do your thing. You on deck right now. So go ahead.
No problem. Thanks, I appreciate it. I'm going to start a little bit differently today with Coach's Corner. I'm going to start with the St. John's women's basketball team. This week they had two good wins. They defeated Marquette on Wednesday the 18th, 66-61, and then they turned around and defeated DePaul on the 21st, 81-72. So for the season, they're 16-3, 7-3 in the Big East, and they're third in the Big East standings. So that's pretty good for them. The men, they lost to Villanova on Friday, the 20th, 57-49. They're playing Creighton tomorrow or Wednesday. For the season, they're standing 13-7, 3-6, and they're in the 8th position in the Big East. So, I mean, they still have a ways to go, but they definitely have to make some moves to move back up the standings. Seton Hall, the women's, had a real tough loss on last Tuesday. They lost 103-58 to UConn. and then they lost to Marquette on Sunday, 80-61. They're standing at 13-7, 6-4 in the Big Ten, and in fifth position. The men's team, they defeated UConn on Wednesday in a close one, 67-66, but then they lost to Marquette on Saturday, 74-53. They're playing Butler on Saturday, the 28th. So right now for the season, they're average. They're standing at 12-9, 5-5 in the Big East, and they're in the fifth position. So, but they still have some work to do. Syracuse women, here we go. They lost to Georgia Tech on Thursday the 19th, 69-57. They also lost to Duke on Sunday, 62-50. So they're standing at 13-7, 4-5 in the Big East, and I'm sorry, the ACC, and they're in the ninth position. The men, they defeated Georgia Tech 80-63, but then they hosted North Carolina tonight, and then they lost 72-68. They're playing Virginia Tech on Saturday, and also host Virginia on Monday, the 30th. Right now, they're standing at 13-7, 6-3 in the ACC in the sixth position. Rutgers women, 2 losses this week, one to Michigan, 81-58, and to Michigan State, 85-63. Right now, they're standing at 8-13, 2-7 in the Big Ten. They're in the 12th position. The Rutgers men's basketball team, well, they lost to Michigan State last week after getting ranked 70-57, and that dropped them from the AP ranking. So tonight they played Penn State, and they were completely dominant. They won tonight 65-45. Now Sunday they play at Iowa. They're looking to redeem that game because they lost to Iowa at home. Right now, they're standing at 14-6 overall, 6-3 in the Big Ten, and they're actually in the second position in the Big Ten. So, but everyone is gunning for them. Saturday is going to be a big test for them. Sunday, and I think if they win that, they will get their positioning back up into the AP. Also, in other news in Rutgers, they are doing very well in getting donations for their NIL program. The Knights of the Raritans, or TKR. They've been pushing and collecting funds, even having a match program, generating up to I think $500,000 in donations at the most. Rutgers right now, the article says Rutgers University Athletics Program and fans are embracing the new and exciting world that is college sports, the NIL. This announcement puts Rutgers, this announcement puts Rutgers at the forefront of this landscape and provides partnership opportunities for athletes involved with the Rutgers football, men's and women's basketball. We want to express our gratitude to the members and donors, and we're excited to work with every Scarlet Knights varsity sports on different deals. This commitment allows us to expand our members' benefits as we enter our first full year of operation. What that's happening is Rutgers is one of the first universities to offer every athlete playing on football, basketball, men's and women, an NIL deal. No other school is able to do that. So
say that again, Coach. That's important.
Yes.
Explain the NIL deal again, because I know this was a big deal for some years, man, and they got it. They finally figured it out. But go ahead and drop that knowledge on the people.
NIL is name, image, and likeness. All right. Years past, universities, the athletes could not benefit off of their name, their image, or their likeness. So, for example, if
who was the college player, Coach? It was was it Tyus? Who was the college player that sued? It was a basketball player.
Wait a minute, I'd have to look it up.
Was it from UCLA? This was years ago.
Because I think you're talking about Tyus Edney.
Tyus Edney, yeah. I thought it was Tyus Edney that was the first one to bring that up about the players not getting paid for their because it stopped because I used to be big into playing video games, and they quit making the NCAA college games because of that. They had to stop making the game actually
No, it was
because
Ed O'Bannon. That's
Ed
what it was.
O'Bannon, that's who it was. He was from UCLA though, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
he played
I
at
knew it was somebody
UCLA.
from UCLA. Yeah.
Yeah, so with name, image, and likeness, they never used to be able to capitalize on this. Universities would sell their jerseys, and they kept all the money. Where in the pros, you do that, the players get a percentage depending on what is negotiated and worked out. So schools like NYG was just saying, the video games, they weren't getting any money off of that, and this is why the NCAA, the issue with the money, they're making billions of dollars off of the backs of these kids, and people, oh, they're getting a free education. Whether your education totals out to be 250, 400,000, I don't care. You're still making more money off of these kids, and especially if they're a top level player. Now, schools nowadays, because of NIL, they're able to help kids get deals with whoever wants to sponsor them, basically. So if a kid gets a car dealership commercial program, they at least get paid, because in years past, even when you're on scholarship, you couldn't work unless it was a job that the school worked out, and it usually was something on campus like camp counselor or something like that, and you're getting paid 15 or whatever dollars per hour. Now kids are able to get some serious money. There was a kid who signed to Florida for football this year because it was negotiated he was going to get $13 million, but the deal fell through, and he requested a release from his letter of intent. So Florida had to eventually do that. So he's now, I don't know what school is supposed to sign him, but I think it's somewhere in around of $9 or $10 million he's supposed to sign. So now these top level kids, they're looking for that money.
Yeah.
Now, some kids on the back end are not getting that. They're just going to school to get their education, and they understand that. But this is why this is big for Rutgers, because now if all their kids on the men's and women's basketball team and football are able to get some type of NIL deal, even if it's $20,000, that's big, because now kids are going to say, well, at least I can get something. I'm not just going to get my education. Now I can put money in my pocket. I can stash it, whatever. It affords them that opportunity. When you're talking about schools like Alabama, down in the SEC, Michigan, Ohio State, you're not doing that with all your kids, but Rutgers is one of the first to be able to do that. That's a trendsetter, and it's going to help Rutgers in the long run. I think that's also one of the reasons why it's not the reason why they secured their top recruits in basketball, but it's opening that door. And this is a big deal for Rutgers to be able to do something like this, and also set the narrative for all schools across the country, because now they're going to sit back and they're going to look at this. What did Rutgers do to help their athletes do this? And now it's going to set a trend, unless the NCAA does something and just changes the whole NIL outlook. But I don't think they're going to be able to do that, because I think the federal government is also looking into it too. So to make sure kids, they deserve it, because
absolutely.
Sometimes kids, if they have this NIL deal money, sometimes they can't have their parents at the game. But now if they have $100,000 in the bank, them getting a plane ticket for their parents is all right, where the school or whoever doesn't have to, sometimes do it behind back doors, because that's some foul stuff. Or back in the days, if a coach said, well, I'll pay you for your parents' tickets to fly out to see the game, who wouldn't want their parent there supporting them in a situation like that? But it was always, oh, that's an unfair advantage. Well, now these kids are able to do this. It opens up the door. Rutgers, especially being in the Big Ten, you can recruit heavily over in the West Coast, where kids now, if you got them a good NIL deal, they can at least have their parents come over, to see them, and they're getting a good quality education. So this opens up the door immensely through all college sports, but it's a game changer for Rutgers, because Coach Shiano was always worried about NIL, because the big schools were going to pay the big money to the top talent. But at least this allows them to, okay, you can't pay the top kids, we get it. But now kids on the back end who were looking around, guess what? Now they will definitely consider Rutgers, and it helps build your program up and adds depth to your program and your organization. And like the women's, they only have 8 scholarship players. Well, guess what? This now gives them the opportunity to bring in other kids because it's a big thing for the girls. It's a big thing for these girls that they're able to do this. Yeah, college football, it definitely has been a growing
I
chart.
agree, Tommy.
Yeah,
Yep,
exactly. You're
making trillions
so
of dollars off of these
exactly,
kids' backs, and they haven't got a dime, and a lot of times they end up on the streets broke
exactly.
with no health insurance, no
Hmm.
nothing. And after they didn't put their blood, sweat, and tears on the court, on the field, or and even in some of these other sports, swimming, track,
And that's
different
that's
things
the
like
next
that.
phase. That's the next phase to eventually get to all the
Yeah,
athletes in
because they
all the.
deserve it too.
Yes, they deserve it too. And this they always say, well, it's not money makers. There are some schools like Rutgers does very well with wrestling, very well. So
Yeah,
soccer when
swimming.
they
Think
win,
about all the
yes,
all the kids that go to Olympics and compete in these worldwide competitions. You don't think they're making money off that?
exactly. And that's why the amateur status is a fallacy because when you go to the Olympics, you have sponsors, you have people paying you. So
Right.
and you have professional track athletes who come back and play and go and compete in the Olympics. So this narrative of, oh well, it's not amateur. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. The second you started making money, you getting these TV contracts. I love the Big Ten, but think about it, you're getting over $1 billion per year. And guess what? People are watching to see these kids play. So the kids deserve some of that money. So yes, once you started getting TV money in and schools jumping conference from one conference to another for money, yes, the kids deserve their fair share. I don't want to hear, oh, they're employees and all this and that. No, 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 no. Spare me with that. They're still students, because the flip side that most the average fans never really think about. Let's not even think about the sports. But there are students that go to universities they pick because they want to be able to go into whatever grant program where they can also make money for doing their research work for the university. But they're also getting paid. But yet and still, you say athletes, oh, it's amateurism, and it's not fair. No, man. If they're all students and you got the regular students who are helping the university make this money and they're getting paid, then why shouldn't the student athletes? So I love it. I've always loved NIL. I know people say, it's a shaky thing. I trust they're going to work it out. But for these kids to be able to get compensated, I mean, I think about Terrell Pryor back when he was at Ohio State.
Hmm.
This kid got in trouble because when you
Yeah.
go to the bowl games, they used to get little pins or whatever, little video games. He took his pin and went to in his local area and sold it for a couple $100 because he needed the money. But that was a violation. But you're giving him the pin. It's his. But now he can't sell it.
Right.
That's the hypocrisy. So this to me is a big game changer, and Rutgers being the first unit or one of the first universities to pay their top three moneymakers, all their athletes, it's a great thing. I'm extremely proud of Rutgers. I commend them for working hard. For the Knights of Raritan and all the organizations that are working to include NIL for these kids, continue to do it. And to the average fan, whatever university, check whatever school you're involved with and see, I'm a part of this, and they charge $20 a month. That's it. But I don't have the big money, but I'm trying to contribute my fair share, because I'm a former athlete and I played college ball and I get it. I remember back in the days, if I didn't have the money, if my parents, I couldn't get the money from my parents just to even go to the local pub to have a pizza and beer. Sometimes that's demoralizing for a kid.
Hmm.
When all your friends go and or your friends say, "No, I got you. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it." But every time, but now these athletes, if you have the opportunity to check with your local school and you're in a position you can afford, see what they offer. If it's
Hmm.
$20, you throw them $20, and there you go. So there it is. Congratulations, Rutgers. I'm proud of you. That's it for Coach's Corner.
Good stuff, Coach. Man, I'm glad. I'm really glad you brought that that NIL thing up, man.
Excellent
Because
work, Coach.
that is, yeah, that's something that definitely needs to be talked about, man. And I'm glad the Rutgers is doing that, man, because these kids deserve to get paid, man. They're getting TV deals off these kids, man. You know how much those TV deals are worth, man. And your kids go out here, man, and they risk their health. They could go out there get injured or things like that, man. And to come away not with a dime, not nothing.
I'm so sick of the hypocrisy in sports. Sometimes
It really is,
stuff.
man.
It's disgusting.
It's man, and Tommy said some good stuff in here, man. It really is, man. It really is, the elite making money off the poor, man. And exposing the poor kids in these poor communities, because those are the ones that are normally, trying to get full scholarships, man, to be athletes. So it's really a travesty, man. But shout out for Rutgers, man, for at least attempting to take a step, man, to try to change some of this stuff, man. That's been going on for who knows how long, man. But good stuff, y'all, man. Appreciate everybody for coming through. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to the whole panel. Shout out to my wife for her excellent presentation tonight. Shout out to you, Jeffy. Shout out to Coach. Shout out to Big Fan Breezy, man. Shout out to the Eagles, Mitch Kofke and Philly Halftime for popping up on the show.
Shout out to Luca too. Terrific job,
Luca, man. Definitely, man. Luca, man. Shout out to Luca and the whole Big Blue and the Bronx crew, man. We all are part of the Big Blue crew, so those are our people, man. And everybody in the chat, Wells, Bookends, Koofman, Tudo, and if I missed you, my bad.
Tommy,
Levance, Tommy, Earl,
Randy,
yeah, man, and Randy, man. So King Jers, good stuff, man. Good stuff, y'all, man. But we're gonna get on out of here, man. And till next time, peace.